Oxford, and do we see an improvement from him? A 2 minute 45.23. It's not an improvement, but it's going the right way, absolutely. I've got a feeling Milner Racing, they will have a race on their hands come later on this afternoon.
They will do, and of course they do have some really good drivers to try and attack that. Of course, there's plenty of time to plan out that plan out that route of how are you going to make that grid start. Of course, they've got a whole. They do have a whole entire grid to kind of go through. But if Milner Racing do have that chance, they'll definitely take that. But yeah, I think 11th, 10th Racing will have a bit of have to get a little bit argy-bargy at this moment in time. It's really intrigued to see how it's going to work with them. I think there's plenty of chances all throughout the race. As you say, it's only 3 hours, but some of these guys will treat it like it's a 20-minute sprint, like you normally see with some of the other races, the other categories that you have at this race this weekend. So still looking down the kind of timing sheet with 11th, 10th Racing ahead of Milner Racing with Cataclysm in third place. I believe Matt Hole currently in P3 for the moment in time at 1:51. As you say, sitting in the pits with 12 minutes and 40 seconds left to go. And then of course it looks like we do have Cataclysm, Calamity, Catastrophe all in a row. So the 151, the 121 and the 131, whereas that 141 Commotion with Edwards down in 20 seconds. So unless they manage to pull a rabbit out of the hat, yeah, I don't think they're going to be finding themselves in that top 10. But just going down that top 10 from 6th place onwards, AFK Racing with Nick Berg in 22nd, followed by Leon Bigway, Wingat Racing Team in the number 3. 8th place for the number 81 GM Performance of, I believe that's going to be Gary Mitchell.
1 minute and 50 seconds remaining, yet further improvements to be found. We're not seeing too many positional shuffles, but those personal improvements are bringing the grid closer and closer and closer together.
They really, really are. Drivers I'd say
forward to the 3-hour race for the EnduroKA Championship gets underway around 10:03. In the meantime, we're going to get ready to go racing for the first time here this weekend, and that's race number 1 for the Miata Trophy. 20 minutes just before lunch break. We'll then get back underway around and between then and now, that's Trophy. So hello everybody, welcome to Snetterton. If you are just joining us, you've missed effectively a brilliant morning of qualifying. We had open practice to kick off the day. We've already seen qualifying and Super Pole from the Miata Trophy, qualifying from the MSVT Trackday Championship, and most recently an hour qualifying for EnduroKA. So in a few moments time we will see the next session take to the circuit. The first race of the weekend. This is for the Miata Trophy, a brilliant series that produces some fabulous racing and has done all season long, so we will be treated to yet more of that. Of course, they've already been to Silverstone, Brands Hatch, Donington Park and Anglesey most recently. Snetterton on the 300 layout this weekend. It's a flood with MSV circuits for the rest of their year. They've got Snetterton obviously this weekend, Cadwell Park on the 7th of September. The 28th of September brings them to Walton Park, and they round out their season on the 26th of October. At Brands Hatch on the Indy layout. Jack Worrell talking to you now, helping me guide you through all of the action this weekend. It's Adam Reed. Adam, how are you?
Adam, hello, Jack. I'm good. It's nice to be here at Snetterton. I haven't been here for, in fact, the whole calendar year, so it's nice to be back at the brilliant circuit here in Norfolk, and I really miss being here, to be honest. I've been up at doing the majority of my work at Donington, it seems like, so I've been doing that plenty of times this in the 2024 calendar. But I'm really looking forward to seeing what races we've got on. Of course, we do know about the K8. We just had the brilliant qualifying session in an hour, and I just seen somebody dancing with a fire extinguisher, which is always a great start to start the live stream. He's just down on our start finish show, just our camera shot. Yeah, weather conditions looking pretty bright here for today. Well, I say bright, it's more of a cloud, which we've had for the majority of this today. It does seem like it's going to stay cloudy until we reach about the end of the day, but we do have our EnduroKA 3 hours, so really looking forward to seeing how that pans out, and then we should see the sun popping out there. But yeah, we do have, as I say, our two MX-5 Mazdas, with Will Morris on pole position ahead of John Langridge, and there is the grid, as you can see, Alex Miller in P3 ahead of Drew Fletcher, putting in some really good results, and there Nicholas Stott in P5 with Dylan Stepney in 6th place. Then we join onto the 4th row with John Robinson, this is Simon Fleet joining them, and we just see the number 16 followed by the number 1 of Declan Lee, who got hit with a penalty. Alistair Esam in P9 there, with the next row being Jack Hodges and Raymond Worley, with Jude Worley in P7, and it looks like we've got Kevin Sylvan in another row, because of course different classes, so that we put at the back of the grid, and then we can just about see from our camera shot that they are coming out onto the start finish line now.
They are indeed, and it's anyone's guess how this race will go, because the top 3 rows are famed for fighting closely together, but you've got Declan Lee on a bit of a comeback drive through the order, who had a bit of a issue in qualifying, which just meant that the judicials stated that he had to start with a 5-place grid penalty following Super Pole. We've also got, as you mentioned, Kevin Sylvain off the very back row of the grid, but I've got a feeling if Kevin nails the start, we may see him climbing his way through the order as well. Who's going to win this one? Absolutely anybody's guess. It's been a very good season so far, I would say, up until this point for John Langridge. I'm going to say John Langridge potentially on for a result here, but Alex Miller, again, he's been there or thereabouts. The consistency of Alex has been absolutely fabulous, so we've got plenty to look forward to through over not only the next 20 minutes of this race, but also the 20-minute race that should get underway at around about 2:30, so please do stick with us for that one. That's right before the main event of Saturday, the 3-hour EnduroKA race. The way in which the classes work: Class NC is for the Mark III Mazdas and the NC chassis, and then Class ND is for the Mark IV, obviously with the ND chassis themselves. It doesn't matter whether the Mark III is pre or post facelift, they are tightened in by the regulations to ensure that the racing is very close indeed, and that's something that never fails to happen in the Miata Trophy since its debut season last season, and of course Declan Lee being the inaugural champion in the Miata Trophy. I don't think I've ever seen a boring race in the Miata Trophy. It's so close every single time these cars take to the circuit.
No, you really do not get a boring race. You don't get one of those. You don't get races like this. You don't get races that has that one lead out in front by 5 or 10 seconds. You get really close racing, and these guys are on bumper to bumper with each other. We saw that last time out at Anglesey, as you commentated over. I commentated over Donington, which was the round prior to that one. So really looking forward to see how they go. And of course, they do have their green flag lap first off, in which they'll do that first thing. So it looks like the grid is all clear. So just trying to make sure that everything is in the clear before we then hit the track and go on for our warm-up lap. So just having a look and seeing down there on the grid, as you say, Jack, do you think there's going to be anything to kind of look out for? I can potentially see maybe going into that first corner, someone on the second row maybe making a move.
Unique opinion. I reckon the top first three rows will try and get through 2 by 2. I've got a feeling Declan Lee, he will be spurred on more than ever to try and carve his way through the order as quickly as possible. So we can run you through the way in which they line up once again. So it's car number 17, Will Morris on pole position. Car number 5, John Langridge alongside 17 and 5 on row number 1. Row 2, Alex Miller and Drew Fletcher. Car number 7 and car number 26 on row 2. Row 3, Nicholas Stott has Dylan Stepney for company. Car 4 and car 33 on row 3. Row 4 is made up of John Robinson and Simon Fleet. Car 2 and 55. On row 5 we've got car number 16, Alistair Easom, and car number 1, Declan Lee. Car number 16 and car number 1, reigning champion, of course, starting in 10th place. Car number 28, Jack Hodges, lines up alongside car number 40, Raymond Worley. That's on row 6. And on our own, on row 7, it's Jude Worley, car number 20. And a couple of rows back, you've got the only Mark IV Mazda MX-5 out there. Car number 62, Kevin Sylvain, starting on his own on row 10. But keep an eye on him. I'd imagine he can he's in for a good shout for getting inside that top 10. So plenty to look forward to. Now is the time the drivers will be maybe doing a bit of weaving. I think potentially the more effective effort of that is just dragging the brakes, because you're heating the brakes, which heats the rim, and that radiates out into the carcass of the tyre, and you tend to I find that's maybe a bit more effective. So we'll start to see plenty of tyre warming and brake warming going on, ready to kick off their day's worth of racing. But 20 minutes around what is effectively quite a quick circuit. The average speed at Snetterton is quite high because you spend so much time flat out of the 3-mile circuit. I've got a feeling this race will be close, because we know how aerodynamic assistance can affect these cars.
Yeah, absolutely. They're definitely aerodynamic. And then you can just see by the shape of them, they're really looking at trying to get in that slipstream. And of course, there is Declan Lee, of course, with one win to his name so far. And I think it's really going to be open in terms of victory. So really the round to keep an eye out, because looking at my sheet here, Aidan Hills has 3 wins to his name, but he is not here this weekend. So the rest of the drivers only have one. So that's going to be Paul O'Neill, Nicholas Stott, Apparent Smith, who is not here either, John Langridge, who of course lines up on the front row, and then Declan Lee, who lines up on the 5th row. So really intrigued to see how that's going to work between those guys. So really, really open. I cannot express that enough about how open this is. Of course, a big possibility in the standings as well.
Yeah, and John Langridge comes into this round following a good points haul at Anglesey, 99 points scored at Anglesey. He comes into this round on 331 points. Declan Lee, he's only 3 back on 328, so all to play for at the top of the standings. Nicholas Stott a little bit further down on 283 points. He's got Dylan Stepney only 8 points back from him, and then only 19 points back from there you get Rowan Lundy. Drew Fletcher is still there or thereabouts. Alex Miller will be hoping for a good round because he's had good results in individual races. It's then just a case of piecing it together he struggled with, but of course he did miss out on Silverstone and on Anglesey. No points scored at either of those two. So as we look at the grid, it's starting to form. The top 2 rows are already there. Now it's going to be all eyes on the lights for those guys. One thing you may find if you've got a sun strip at the top of your windscreen, visibility onto the gantry may be slightly challenging, but the grid of cars are starting to form. One more car to work its way into position is Kevin Sylvain, and we get the first race of the day underway.
We absolutely will, and we're looking now at the gantry, because of course that's where the green light is going to be. We've got the 5-second board coming up, and we'll have the revs building up as we look toward the first race of the day, and the drivers will now start to look to the lights. We wait for them to go, and we go racing here at Snetterton. Good start there from John Langridge, and Will Morris looked to recover it off, but he's looked to have a really slow start. I think that's Nicholas Stott looking to the inside line there. They power their way down towards Richard's corner for the first time, and it looks like it's going to be John Langridge, but who's that up the inside? Oh, we're getting pretty close there between each other, and they have to now strewn out as they head their way up the hill and towards the hairpin, as they head on towards, as I said, the hairpin. And through they go, and it looks to be single file right round the outside. I think that's Declan Lee trying to attack as much of the second. Now he's looking behind Nicholas Stott, trying to make his way through from the 10th position.
Yeah, we're all the way around the outside of Dylan Stepney. Somehow he found the room, and Nicholas Stott couldn't do anything by way of defending. So Declan Lee, on the opening lap of this race, is already up into 5th place. 5 places gained in the space of the first sector, but trying to run away at the head of affairs is going to be John Langridge. He is being hunted down by those cars behind. One of those, I think, is Drew Fletcher, who's had a cracking start from 4th place. And I had to say as well, Kevin Sylvain, we said if he could nail the start, he'll be fighting his way through the order. He's now trying to work his way up the inside of John Robinson on the run towards Hamilton, and I think that'll be position secured for him. He was trying to go yet one better and threw him past Jack Hodges, but it doesn't work. That leaves him vulnerable on the way in towards Oggy. So Jack Robinson on the brakes again, had a late look up the inside, but I think pulled out of the move. Dylan Stepney, he's trying to reassert his attentions back to Declan Lee, who has lost out to Nicholas Stott. But for the moment, Kevin Sylvain, he's on an absolute mission from the very back row of the grid. He's picked up 3 places from where he started. There's 2 more cars up the road. All will be decided over the next 18.5 minutes.
Yeah, very close there between everyone here, and I think Robinson also is starting to get a little bit gobbled up in the mid-pack, and is that the head in towards Brundle and Nelson for the first time. A very, very difficult section we've been talking about over on the TSL timing commentary app. Getting pretty sideways there. That was Declan Lee. He's now going to try and bridge a gap here to those quadruple cars ahead. He's got Nicholas Stott's company here. It's going to be a little bit difficult here for Declan Lee in that number 1, just because he's now got a huge lead. He's not going to be in that slipstream, and we can now starting to see the cars getting a tad sideways. We see that number 7 there of Alex Miller. He's now going to be under pressure here. They power their way now down the centre straight and on towards Richards side by side, heading over that timing beam, and then just having that big old tussle there with Will Morris. Morris didn't have the best of start going off that timing beam of the lies, but he has managed to climb himself into 3rd place for now, as I believe he has in fact made that move. You see there the golden roll cage, I believe, is in fact Will Morris, so putting himself up into my error, it was Alex Miller. So Miller managing to muscle his way just ahead. Yeah,
on the brakes in towards turn 1 at Ritchie's. Alex Miller later on the brakes dived his way up through the inside and did manage to fend off any further attentions by the time they arrived at Wilson's. So John Langridge leads the way with the fastest lap last time through. Drew Fletcher still giving chase in 2nd place, but that gap has well and truly come down as Alex Miller gets closer, having dispatched of Will Morris on the opening lap. And then we've got Declan Lee, who's still trying to close in. I think he is just starting to run away from Nicholas Stott. That's crucial for him. He's managed to get another car between himself and Dylan Stepney. Those two had a bit of a tussle in qualifying earlier on today, but for the moment Alex Miller, he wants to focus on catching Drew Fletcher, but the thorn in his side at the moment is Will Morris. Will Morris is just going to continue to apply that pressure and just use those pressure points to try and close in. I heard a bit of a lock-up. That would have been Jude Worley just working her way in towards Agostini, but on towards the Bentley straight they will go. Alex Miller still trying to run away from Will Morris. These two are going to be fighting tooth and nail all the way until the end, unless Alex Miller can close up onto Drew Fletcher, get some aerodynamic assistance and a bit of draft from the car up the road, and then focus on bringing the fight to the rest of that top 2.
It will be interesting to see how this top 4 battles away, because of course the more you battle, the more you kind of force yourself into the cars behind. So we see John Langridge currently in the lead of this race, with Fletcher just in behind. So if they continue to start fighting away here, and I'm sure they will, going in towards Richards, or will Fletcher try and hold firm? He will have to go for the move at some point, because if he doesn't, he's just going to be gobbled up by Morris and Miller and behind, and then it'll be an easy path for Langridge to try and go on through. But as they head their way now on towards centre straight, and they'll appear into our vision on the circuit. There is Langridge, and now we're starting to see a big old tussle, and this is what I was talking about. Fletcher now is going to be feeling that pressure from behind, and Miller is going to try and blast on through.
Yeah, and looking at it as well, that was Will Morris, who was trying to effectively bump draft Alex Miller up the straight just to try and keep him there, but try and bump draft it will have been that have just crossed the line. They have all swapped around actually. It was Drew Fletcher that was getting effectively pushed up the straight by Will Morris, but over the line it was Alex Miller that did manage to break the beam first and has made it work all the way around Wilson at the hairpin and then down towards Palmer. Alex Miller already up into second place. So this is the start he will have wanted, making up for the poor start and losing a place on the opening lap. So he's back, he got back to third and has immediately fought back to second place. But the gap, I'm not going to say it's insurmountable, but 1.2 seconds, still with 14.5 minutes to go. John Langridge will be trying to run away. Alex Miller will be trying to run away from the cars behind and close in on the race leader. Declan Lee, with all the battling that's been going on up the road, he's now trying to fight his way effectively into the podium places, because Will Morris and Drew Fletcher just up the road. That's 3 cars, almost 4. If Alex Miller falls back into the clutches of those cars behind, we've got 3 cars fighting over the final 2 steps on the podium. Drew Fletcher, Alex Miller, Drew Fletcher, Will Morris and Declan Lee all absolutely together as they pick their way on towards the Bentley Straight once again.
I can sense an aggressive Declan Lee here. Of course, he was quite the way back and then managed to gain that kind of few seconds back, but now he's going to go for that move on that 26 here, just trying to move it into the section and move back to the right hand side before now finding himself on the outside to the left right hander of Nelson's and Brundle. There's Langridge now going in towards the chicane. It's going to start to get pretty tight. We now see the number 2 has unfortunately pulled off to the side, and lovely reverse in between the gaps. That is absolutely great to see. What is happening with the battle out here? It looks like Declan Lee has managed to get past one of the cars. I believe that was, indeed the 26. So, Darren Fletcher in that one, as they now start to put on the pressure for themselves. But John Langridge has had a pretty easy race for now, but how will that fare over the next 13 minutes? Because, of course, these guys are maybe going to try and start working in a pack together, for then, of course, eventually trying to find themselves on the back of that number 5.
They will indeed. So as Declan Lee goes through, he takes the overall fastest lap at 2 minutes 17.349. So on paper, he is closing in on those cars up the road. It's John Langridge from what I thought was Alex Miller, but it's gone through as Will Morris. Alex Miller in third place, then Declan Lee and Drew Fletcher. So that's all shuffled round. Further down the order, the number 40 machine of Raymond Worley has managed to pick his way through and past the car of Jude Robinson, of course, with Jude unfortunately going into retirement. Alex Esom has left, I think, a little bit to be desired on the opening part of his race, but for the moment, Will Morris, having got through and past Alex Miller, he will now try and close in on John Langridge. But all of this battling is just drawing them further and further and further away from the race leader. They're now 2.1 seconds away from John Langridge by way of Will Morris, and you can see Declan Lee, he is hungry to try and make up for the mistake in qualifying, but runs so wide on the exit of Agostini, kicks up the dust all over the grass and yet further, but he manages to get the car back under his spell, back onto the road, and now continues to push on, albeit maybe slightly further back from Alex Miller than he would have liked. So the battle continues once again, but all of this fighting, again, it's going to bring Drew Fletcher back into the mix, which adds another car to the battle and potentially draws them further away from John Langridge.
It is going to be pretty interesting to see again how this kind of turns out, because Will Morris has been right in the thick of it. He of course had that terrible start. Now he's pushed himself forward, and with that gap between him and Miller, he's got to try and keep that at bay, especially with Declan Lee looking so quick, and he is starting to maybe make some gaps here, make a bridge towards John Langridge, but that's the way he's going to start going forward. He's going to try and keep looking forward, keep looking in his mirror too much. The minute you start looking in the mirror too much, that's when you start falling back and eventually into the clutches of these two going at it here. Of course, Miller versus Lee. That's going to be for the final spots on the podium for now. Of course, Drew Fletcher had the opportunity to try and pounce on them if all goes wrong. But at this moment in time, Lee, I feel like, had the upper hand. Of course, the quickest car in the circuit with that 217.3. Does it? We've got a black and white flag here for the number 17, which is going to be for track limit. So just seeing that's going to be Will Morris there in second place there. So he's been given a warning. He's now going to have to try and pull back here. The gap is close a tad here, down to 1.5 seconds. So hopefully Morris can now latch onto the back of Langridge, but he doesn't have long to make that move. He's got to maybe try and just stick him behind and then make the move at a later stage before that checker flag comes out.
Yeah, Will Morris on an absolute mission here. He's really trying to make up for the poor start that he made. Of course, pole sitter was Will Morris, so he's got a bit of time to make up to John Langridge. Last time through, the gap did come down by just over half a second, effectively 0.6 of a second. John Langridge through on a 2:18.089. Will Morris through on a 2:17.428. So the gap is coming down. Alex Miller and Declan Lee still locking horns for third and fourth place, followed then by Drew Fletcher, Nicholas Stott, Dylan Stepney as well in there with Simon Fleet. It's then Kevin Sylvain in the sole ND class car, bearing in mind he started in what was 14th place. He's already picked his way up into 9th and will try and close up onto Simon Fleet further up the road. Declan Lee still hustling Alex Miller as they pick their way yet further around this Snetterton circuit and on towards the back straight, and keeping it in between the lines, using all the curb he can get away with. I've got a feeling Declan Lee, if he starts to push the limits a bit too much, there's going to be a black and white warning flag coming his way. So now, if I was Declan Lee, I'd be waving around at Alex Miller saying, come on, let's work together, let's close in on Will Morris. But he's a race driver, isn't he? Declan Lee up the inside, but a bit of a lock-up. Will he get the car slowed down once again? Is he going to have to straight line Brundle and Nelson? Yes, he is. Overly committed on the way in. That's not just going to cost him the overtake, it's going to cost him 1 and the 2 positions as Drew Fletcher goes up the inside on the run through the bomb hole, and Declan Lee's hard work is all come undone, and he's only got 8.5 minutes to try and make that work again.
Oh, a bit of frustration there for Declan Lee. You've just pushed too hard, and of course, you know when you're in that position, you know you just have to absolutely gun it. It's just kind of that moment where you just overdo the mark and kind of not be satisfied with what you've got at the moment in time. Yeah, he's going to try and pass once again Drew Fletcher, which is potentially going to be a good easy overtake. But now Will Morris is noticeably caught up here to the back of John Langridge. So now game on, the battle for the lead here. 2 minutes 16.9. Looking around the outside goes Declan Lee. Has he managed to grab the place? Hopefully no contact between him and Fletcher. Fletcher stays tight to the right hand side. It looks like Lee is trying to use all the circuit and more as he exits Riches and on toward the hairpin down in towards the 180-degree corner, and he has managed to get ahead of the 26. Now he has to try and compose himself and just find a way to the back here of Alex Miller, but that's not going to be easy, especially because of course they're 2 seconds between each other, so it's going to be massively interesting to see how this goes. And there Will Morris on the back here of Langridge. How it's going to turn out this time, Jack? Yeah,
let's see, because John Langridge, he's been leading substantially throughout this race, but on paper Will Morris is the quicker of the two. He's gone through and set the fastest lap of the race with a 2 minute 16.973, the only driver in this entire race to break into the 2 minute 16s, and I don't think we've had anybody really get close to that. No, the second fastest is Declan Lee on a 2 minute 17.349. So Alex Miller, he wants to let the battle up the road come to him. He's wanting John Langridge and Will Morris to battle. John Langridge is wanting to run away. Will Morris is wanting to take the lead. There's so many different opinions that will sway the overall outcome of this battle. Declan Lee has got in front of Drew Fletcher, as we saw at turn 1, and has done so at the perfect time as Nicholas Stott has arrived on the scene. But John Langridge, all eyes on you, because he's got to decide, does he defend or does he effectively not fight too much, let Will Morris go through, sit in that aerodynamic assistance, and then try and strike towards the end of this race. With 6.5 minutes still to go, bouncing over the curbs on the exit of Nelson is Will Morris, and then as we go through the bomb hole into Coram, a very tricky section of circuit, you've got to try and get the car balanced on the run through. You're effectively tiptoeing on the brakes before you arrive at Murray's, and then you've got to make sure you nail the exit because it's a long uphill straight towards Ritchie. So through Murray's they will go. John Langridge takes a slightly later apex. You can see Will Morris continuing just to stay in that slipstream as we work our way along the start-finish straight, hugging the pit wall to hide yourself from the wind and get maximum aerodynamic benefits. Will Morris, is he going to be close enough? He has a little look to the outside, then throws the car to the inside, a dab of the brakes just to reseat the pads, and Will Morris to the lead. Yes, John Langridge can't do anything by way of defending on the way in. What about the way out? Does he get the better exit? And then by the time we arrive at Wilson, we may see John Langridge back in front, but I don't think it's going to work for him. No, they both jumps on the brakes, and John Langridge, he's got to settle for second for now because he didn't seem to fight it too much. He may have an ulterior motive here, just sit in behind and then try and strike in the final 5.5 minutes.
Yeah, definitely. I think the advantage had been given to Langridge despite that Will Morris overtaking. All Will Morris has shown is that he's fast enough to go and take a race win here. But, of course, Langridge will now have the opportunity to see what Will Morris is doing. Where is he braking later? Where is his kind of changes compared to what Langridge is driving? And they head in towards Agassini. Of course, this is where he's going to start to go into the technical section towards Hamilton and Oggies. There's Nicholas Stotts trying to go past Drew Fletcher. He's been languishing down in 6th place for the majority of the time. He's looking to try and maybe make a top 10 finish, of course, 3rd in the standings in the Miata Trophy in that number 4 car, a beautiful blue, yellow and black there. But he's now looking to see if he can make a move on that 26, because that will be crucial for his standings, because just being down here is not ideal and you want to be with that top group. But just thinking back to that Langridge and Morris battle, because of course, as you say, with Langridge now in that 2nd place and Will Morris in the lead, it's going to be very, very interesting. Notification here because there's been a drive-through penalty for Declan Lee, so that's going to be interesting to see how the number 1 goes, and that's going to drop him all the way down the rest of the field. Big battle here out of Nelson's and Bundle in towards Bombhole, and of course Corum's going to be mighty through there.
It will be indeed. John Langridge, he's all over the coattails of Will Morris. They reappear absolutely together. Declan Lee, it's not been the best start to his weekend in which he was hoping for, so he will have to come into the pit lane to serve that drive-through. Coming out of the final corner absolutely together, John Langridge and Will Morris. They appear into our side absolutely together, but I think Will Morris has nailed the exit. That's just bought him enough breathing room to be safe by the time we arrive at Ritchie's and turn 1. Alex Miller will come through in 3rd place. Declan Lee giving chase in 4th, albeit with a drive-through penalty looming over his head. Nicholas Stott, he's got to be careful not to come under too much pressure from Drew Fletcher, and Nicholas in a car that he doesn't normally race. Granted, both cars are run by Hills Motorsport. Normally he's in a sort of bright blue, pink and black machine. He's traded that out for a sister team car at Hills Motorsport and swapped the pink for the yellow. We should expect to see Nicholas back in his car come the end of the season, but Declan Lee, his weekend's gone from bad to worse.
Yeah, it really has, and really unfortunate for the reigning champion. He's really just come under so much in this kind of morning, and of course this is the only day these guys are going to be here, so all their racing gets done in one day, heading through Agostino, because we'll be looking to try and make something happen in this second race. Of course, we'll go through everything that's happened in that kind of first race that's currently watching right now, and then he'll try and make up for what's happened in the second race. He has such a stunning start that he can definitely take that through with him into the second race, and it's just all about trying to make his way through. That is the 28 in there on your screen. But now looking back here with Langridge and Morris, because that starts to tighten up a bit.
It is indeed. So Will Morris, he's trying to run away yet more from the car of John Langridge, giving chase, which is easier said than done, especially here at Snetterton, because you spend so much time flat out. We may start to see that gap fall ever more with the race closing in with only 2 minutes remaining. We may see Declan Lee dive into the pit lane now, or wait until the end of the race for a post-race penalty to be applied. You should expect to see him come through and serve his drive-through penalty in a few moments' time. Jude Worley back over the line with a 2-minute 32.548 still out there and circulating. But this race, it's going to go down to the wire, isn't it?
It really, really is, and I really do see that big potential in that battle. I really see that also Nicholas Dawson in 5th at this moment in time. Of course, right behind, of course, Fletcher. But now we're just seeing Morris just having to go defensive here because Langridge is in behind. And like I was alluding to, I think Langridge does have the upper hand. He's able to follow Will Morris and see where his braking is indifferent, and I really do think that there's a big potential in that move being made, but it's just about where do you make that move. Potentially Rich is going to be the main overtaking spot, but also Bentley, unless you can have the opportunity to make that move, it will be so difficult. You don't want to risk it. You want to be making that clean move, so potentially Richard will be the best part here. Agostini could be a potential option, but it will require a good run, and also you'll need to try and find a great run. Also, it'll be unexpected because Agostini is but it will become a potential contact, of course, we've seen many times where where contact has come into play here, but you can just see this is the main battle out on circuit, and what a battle we've got. Also, Declan Lee had taken that drive-through penalty. He's down in 9th.
Yeah, so all things considered, Declan Lee with that penalty, he has returned to the circuit in 9th place, as you say, so we may start to see Declan Lee try and pick up a place on Simon Fleet on the very last lap of this race. And Will Morris continues to lead in towards Brundle Nelson once again. They pick their way through on the exit. John Langridge isn't going to be close enough, so I think it's too little too late for John. And Will Morris, throughout this race at least, these conditions and the situation he's put himself in, doesn't quite have Will Morris has definitely had the pace advantage throughout this race. John Langridge, whilst he does have the fastest lap of the race, which he set last time through the 2 minutes 16.965, Alex Miller is holding station in 3rd. Drew Fletcher with a brilliant battle mid-race. It isn't going to be enough, but towards the line for the final time, the checkered flag is waiting for him. Will Morris takes the first win of the day here in the Miata Trophy, and at Snetterton, John Langridge crosses the line to finish in 2nd place and take the fastest lap of the race. And over the line goes Alex Miller to finish in 3rd and round out your podium. Who will it be for 4th? Will it be Drew Fletcher and Nicholas Stott? Absolutely side by side as they cross the line. Drew Fletcher just about grabs 4th place by just over a 1/10 of a second, with Nicholas Stott in 5th place, Dylan Stepney in 6th, and Kevin Sylvain from the very back row of the grid recovered to 7th.
Yeah, absolutely amazing stuff there. Will Morris just about coming out on top of that one. John Langridge had a really, really good tussle, but he just wasn't able to find the pace. I'm sure he will go back into his awning and just try and find where with the potential in that one and where he can extract the most out of that one. Of course, brilliant stuff from Alex Miller. He takes yet another podium in that one. But unfortunately for Declan Lee, he's going to be down there in the dumps. Unfortunately, he will look to try and chase a potential potential better result in that one.
So as the first race of the day has been completed, we should start to see the cars working their way in towards the pit lane in a few moments' time. Will Morris getting another win, or continuing his better weekend, I should say. He became the 5th pole sitter out of 5 weekends of racing in the Miata Trophy, so he's done a brilliant job to continue that uphill form and turn pole position into a win. Whilst it wasn't lights to flag, it was good enough to get him to the top step. So as Adam works his way down towards the Parc Fermé area, hopefully we will be able to grab a word with our top 3, that being Will Morris, John Langridge and Alex Miller. I'd imagine Declan Lee isn't in the best of moods. If you could grab Kevin Sylvain as well, that would be brilliant, because he's gone from 14th up to 7th off the very back of the grid, albeit with a couple of rows effectively penalty between him and the drivers up the road. So an equally impressive performance from Kevin Sylvain. Working his way through quorum now is Will Morris, and what a way to start today's action. The lunch break is effectively upon us. We've got a 50-minute lunch break scheduled in here at Snetterton. Over the line goes Jude Worley to take the checkered flag. It is currently 12:52, so we are just slightly behind where we expected to be, so 50 minutes may become 40 or 45. We get the action back underway at a scheduled 25:02, that being the MSVT Trackday Championship. Miata Trophy then return to the circuit for their second and final race of the weekend at around about 25:03, and then the main event of today, the 3-hour EnduroKA race, is scheduled to get underway at 3:10. So all of that to look forward to. The cars are currently working their way down the pit lane. I can see Adam is down there with Jeremy from Digitex as well, who are providing us all of the beautiful footage we can see, or that you can see on your screens if you are watching along at home. So with the cars coming in to the pit lane, it should be Alex Miller that comes in 3rd. Yes, it will be. So it is Will Morris sat down there in front of Adam. So unfortunately, we can't quite hear Adam down there. Hopefully we will be able to grab a word with our top three.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we do have Adam down
there
in
we
Barcelona.
go, down in pit lane with everyone here. It looks like Will Morris is just about to hop out the car. Let him get his helmet off. But yeah, really entertaining racing. This is why the Miata Trophy is such a great championship. You can really see the potential in the close racing, and Will Morris is right here. He's got a massive smile on your face. Will, what about that?
Oh, that was awesome. That was really good fun. Made a bit of a mistake coming off the line, put it straight into fourth gear, so that didn't help. But bided my time, just relaxed, and eventually got back up to the front. But no, that was wicked. Really good fun.
Of course, mega battle with John, but just kind of talk to me about how did you kind of find the mental to gain up to him, because he looks so quick. How did you find it actually getting back up to him?
Just keep it smooth. When the heat came into the tyres, just not sliding, just keeping it as smooth as possible, bit by bit, lap after lap. I could see that it was coming closer and closer to him. So I bided my time, saw there was 10 minutes left, so yeah, came together quite nicely. But John, fantastic. He's been quick, always a very good driver.
But there's still a little bit of pressure with him behind you. But there's a little bit of pressure as well. It's massive.
Yeah, it's huge. I mean, I came up to John and I thought, let's go for a move early, see if I can break it. I tried everything, but he just kept there. So it was just sort of managing that gap towards the end. Managed to do that all work.
Absolutely brilliant. I'll let you go and celebrate your victory. But we do have a couple of our drivers, I believe, down here. I believe that is going to be John Language and Alex Miller. They have their chat. Hello, John.
Hi.
So of course, big race for you, but it's ended in a P2. Kind of somehow has that feel.
Really good. The Miller Motorsport boys prepared the car fantastically, and came definitely backing on it. It's extra special to do well at his home circuit. The race itself was pretty. I made a good start. I think Will missed a gear or something. It was pretty comfortable for the first 15 minutes. And then Will caught me, came through really quick. I tried to stay on him afterwards, but fair play to him. Drove really well.
Is there any kind of things you feel like you can improve on? Because of course you did get that taken, but you do have the potential for the win. Would you say that's in the package of the car?
Yeah, I think it's in there. I mean, we can fit a turbo and a nitros, that might help. Maybe some grippy tyres. No, it's all good. I'm really happy.
And of course, going forward, how do you kind of think, not just from for race 2, but the entirety of the season, how do you kind of fare? How do you think that's going to go?
Well, we've got today marks the start of the second half of the season, so a couple of really important rounds coming up for myself and the other guys at the top of the table. So just got to keep head down and chip away at the podiums.
Do you think there's going to be any circuits that are going to kind of suit you as well, or you're not quite sure on that one?
Yeah, perhaps. I think I really like Cadwell. I haven't been there for a few years, but it's a lovely circuit and it's just beautiful. I've never won a race there, so I'm motivated to get a result there.
Absolutely brilliant. We'll let you go and take your podium and take your trophy as well. But yeah, massive thank you for that one. And then of course we've got Alex Miller, who's just putting away his stuff. I'm all good. I'm hoping you're okay as well.
Yeah, very happy with that. I didn't quite have the pace of the first two here, John and Will. They were too quick for me, so I was happy enough trying to follow third, trying to keep out of trouble, not make too many mistakes, starting to get me nervous about track limits. But yeah, kept it on the track. Bit of drama behind, I think. I was fairly glad to see them disappearing in the mirror. So yeah, very good.
Of course, you were right in the mid pack, and that's also always a tough battle. How did you kind of manage yourself in that one?
I don't half the time. I'm looking in the mirror, worrying what's happening there. They're looking up front, worrying what's happening there. But yeah, I just focused on. We're in third place, make a couple of changes in the race, but just keep it on the track, try and bang in consistent lap times, and hopefully we'll come away with something. And yeah, worked out great. And but I just want to say hello to my daughter Charlotte, who's watching in New Zealand. She's had to stop coming with us because she's flown out there. So hello Charlotte. Hope you enjoy.
Oh bless. And also, do you think there's any potential to win in race 2?
I think we can squeeze a bit more pace out of the car. I think we're definitely struggling with tyres towards the end there, so we might have a little play around with a few settings. If we squeak a couple of tenths out of it, then maybe I can hang on to these two and put a challenge in the next race. We'll see.
All the best, Alex, and I'll let you go, and of course get up your podium. But we're now done here for the Miata Trophy. There will be a second race later on, but first of all, we do have a lunch break before then going into 3 races. We've got the second Miata Trophy race, then we've got the Trackday Trophy Championship, and then we will have our 3-hour EnduroKA race. So don't go anywhere, go and grab your bites and bits, and have a bit of water as well. Keep hydrated, and then we'll come back and have those 3 amazing races here on MSVT Racing YouTube channel, and I'm really looking forward to it. I'm sure my co-commentator Jack is as well. But for now, go and have some food, go and have some water, and we'll see you in a couple of moments' time.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Snetterton if you joined us this morning. Welcome along if you are just joining us for this afternoon's entertainment. We've already seen one fabulous race from the Miata Trophy, a morning full of qualifying practice and even Super Pole as well. This afternoon is purely racing. Only 3 sessions between now and the end of today. We've got the 45-minute MSVT Trackday Championship race, which you can see forming up on the grid at the moment. Another 20-minute race from the Miata Trophy, and then the 3-hour EnduroKA main event of Saturday. We get to do it all again tomorrow as well. Jack Roll talking to you now. Alongside me in the commentary box is Adam Reed. Adam, how are you?
I'm good. I've decided to switch over the mic just so to see if it's working, because we had quite a quiet mic last time around, so hopefully I can be heard a little bit better. But yeah, more racing. Well, we love to see here around obviously a racetrack, but you know, of course, these are going to be some super interesting cars out on the circuit. Of course, the 46 ahead of the 45. So that's what you can see on your grid for now. And the temperatures are starting to rise just that tad over the course of the day. But of course, when we get into that 3-hour EnduroKA race around about 3 p.m., that's when we'll start to see a little bit of coldness settling into the circuit as the sun starts to die down. It's going to be a 45-minute race for the second race of the day for our MSVT Trackday Trophy. They head their way, well, they're about to head their way onto their green lap, but there's still a couple of cars to get at the back of the grid. So just waiting for those to park up and go to the back of the grid. We've still got so many, just because it's such a full grid. There is your grid for now. It's going to be Team White with Team Air Supply at the front of the grid ahead of Matt Swaffer with Charlie Polk and Ryan Quinn. Then it's going to be Darren Goes and Nicole Drought in P6. Then it's going to be in 7th for Jack Goes, the number the 222. With Nathan McPhail in P8. Wayne Cockerill on row 5 with Stuart Donovan in P10. And then in P11 is going to be the Duster Johansson number 12 car. Ben Jenkins, the 99 in the Renault Clio, is going to be starting in P12 with Stephen Docker in P13 with Jason Rogers alongside him on row 7. Then it's going to be the Wright Glover 38 car alongside Colin Wells in the number 6 car. In 15th and 16th. Then it's going to be Horingold in 17th and in 18th Alistair Esam. So those two starting on the 9th row of the grid with John Lyme in P19 ahead of Oliver Owen in P20. That is your 10th row of the grid with David Evans in 21st in the number 30. Samperini, he'll be in the EnduroKA later on today, with James Howells in the number 77, 22nd with Reeve Robinson in the number 75, and 23rd with Joel Middleton in 24th. And it's going to be the back row with Dan Thackeray and Jordan Honeybone. Jordan Honeybone, because they have different class cars which do not kind of comply to the regulations, and they will be in their own category, starting from the back of the field. And then we have the number 33 of the Abbotts with the number 67 with a 10-second delayed start, and Connor Watson, the number 55, right at the back of the grid. Jack, we're in for a lot of action here today. I really do believe that we've got, of course, we've got so many cars out there that we're going to just see an absolute carnage-filled race, but also some clean action as well, which is going to be super important. A lot of drivers out here, but how will this fare in this 45-minute race?
Yeah, I think as ever with MSVR and the MSVT Trackday Championship and the Trackday Trophy, of course, I think we'll see some very close and clean racing throughout. It was brilliant at Liddon Hill for a one-day a couple of months ago, the 15th of June. I was got to say it was fabulous to be there. And we've been given some information very kindly by Leo Nutley He's provided us with some information on Nicole Drought. She's from Tipperary in Ireland, and it is Ireland's pretty much top female racing driver. She's won in absolutely everything: circuit racing, endurance racing, rallycross, stage rallying, endurance trials, auto testing, and I'm sure much more. So she knows what she's doing behind the wheel of a car. She's been racing since 2017, so she's got an ever-expanding pool of experience to draw upon. We'll drop in, I'm sure, a few more little facts and figures as the race goes on. So drivers to watch, I want to say George and Jack Wright in their VW Golf. It would have been nice to see the Honda Civic Type R of Paul McHugh slightly further up the grid. Did you spot him on the grid? I didn't see if he had a blind spot.
I didn't, to be honest. I don't think that car has been repaired in time, and it was already, just looking at the state of it, it was already a tough ask, and to try and make that car drivable. And of course, when you do have an accident, it is very, very difficult to put yourself back into the car that, of course, you had the accident with. I'm sure that it's going to be, it's unfortunate for the driver to not be in this race. I'm sure he would love to have been driving in this championship, but alas, probably on safety precautions or safety grounds, it's best not to. Either that or the car is completely destroyed, unfortunately for our driver. But just having a look over at Coram and in towards Murray's, our drivers are now just finishing their green flag lap, so they've managed to get themselves used to the circuit, the longest circuit, I believe, in the calendar, I believe in the UK, apart from the full Silverstone layout. You can see now the drivers just heading towards that start-finish line. Of course, the Volkswagen Golf of Jack and George right there, but Matt Swaffer in his BMW will line up alongside. So it's going to be about who can get the jump in the first row here. You got the Renault Civic in the 98 just in behind there, and then of course the 91 Porsche Boxster in behind in that one. So really looking forward to seeing where everyone is going to be placed, with Darren Goes as well in the number 22 JWC Mini. He's going to be super competitive. We praised his name all throughout that qualifying session we've had earlier on, and of course that number 17 Nicole Drought as well, who's very, very quick, and we know that the Irish woman is going to be one to really keep an eye out for. She'll be making those darting manoeuvres here, Jack.
She will indeed. So we wait for the grid to form. I can confirm it's Jack Wright that's starting the car. We peered through the binoculars and could spot him through the window. So the final few cars are just forming up. Jordan Honeybone is back there as well. He will bring that car into position. I do want to keep an eye on Dan Thackeray. Whereabouts is Dan on the grid? I can't see exactly where. Dan's right towards the tail end of the order, so we'll keep an eye on Dan as he's the guest driver. So the red lights will be coming on. The 5-second board held aloft. Who gets the best start from the line? Will it be Jack Wright? Will it be Matt Swaffer? As the red lights go on, when they go out, it's a great start from the rear-wheel drive BMW, as you would expect. So Matt Swaffer immediately thrusts himself into an early lead, but straight away Ronan Quinn in the Porsche Boxster is trying to bring the fight to him with 3, maybe even 4 wide towards turn 1, so it's going to get very busy indeed. Jack Wright has a late look up the inside to try and go for the lead, but the door doesn't open, so the order pretty much remains as was. So Matt Swaffer leads the way from Jack Wright. Then it's Ronan Quinn. Charlie Polk didn't get the best start to his race, so he's fallen behind just a little bit, but getting in on the mix as well is the person we effectively got told to keep an eye on, Nicole Drought. She's starting to carve her way through the order as well. Ben Jenkins is fighting away with the number 12 Pro-Am Racing Renault Clio of Colin Dunster and Ben Johansson, so there's brilliant battles going on, and we've had a change for the lead. So into the lead of the race goes Jack Wright. He's immediately going to have to defend from Matt Swaffer on the brakes in towards Agostini. Matt should be slightly quicker out of the corner, being the rear-wheel drive BMW, but it doesn't seem like he's going that way. Brilliant start for Jack Wright and Team Milner.
Nicole Drought there looking around the outside. She's up into 4th place as well, and she's going to try and pile on the pressure onto the Porsche Boxster, so that's going to be super good there. Quinn, in fact, in the 91, turning their way now in towards Oggy's, late on the brakes, late as you dare, heading in towards that first right, in towards that with that right-hander on this opening lap, and then they'll start to spread their way out on towards the Bentley straight, where we'll now see a whole host of overtaking, of course, different horsepower per ton in these cars. So some may be better in the straight line speed, and this is the kind of beauty about this championship. You may get some that are better in the straight line speed, and then some better kind of turn into the corners well. So really intrigued to see how they're going to fare. They had their way through Nelson's and Brundle, and then they'll head on towards bomb holes, couple of side-by-side manoeuvres into that very tricky section. And it does seem to be that just making their way through as well. There's a big old bump on the right hand side of them, and they turn their way toward the right. And of course now they're going to have to try and file their way into the depot and towards call room, because it's going to be very much single file through there.
It will be indeed. So as the very congested field picks its way through the final corner and onto the start-finish straight once again, Matt Swaffer, he's coming under more and more pressure now from Ronan Quinn. Nicole Drow up into 4th place, then it's Jack and Darren Goes. It's Darren Goes, who's so late on the brakes, dived his way up through the inside. I thought he was going to make contact on the inside of Nicole Drout, but he got the car all sorts of crossed up on the brakes in towards turn 1, managed to get the car back under his spell. He loses out to Nicole Drout after going for that place. He now leaves himself vulnerable to Jack Goes, back on the brakes once again, looking up the inside of Nicole Drout on the run up towards the Wilson hairpin. The door doesn't open for him, but just the body language of Darren's car shows he's on an absolute mission.
He really is. Just tried to go for that inside line, kind of cutting into the pit exit lane, and just threw it up the inside. A big old lockup from what we saw, but he's really on the go. I think he may be even starting to potentially look back here. I think he has been overtaken by another car, but I think the back markers is going to start to get into play. There's a car in there that I haven't seen that's just appeared in the kind of middle of this, so already starting to see big potential in the back markers as well. They're going to have to play a part when we get into the latter stages. Of course, a pit stop also in this race to take into consideration. So do you want to hop in there early, get a change done, maybe get a quick refill, or do you want to kind of play the long game? It kind of depends on how the race goes, because plans can change in the blink of an eye, and you can go from I'm going to try and go for this amount of time, and then say, actually, let's try and go longer, pace is good, or we need to undercut and get out of the situation that we are. So really tactical in the kind of way this race is going to pan out, but they're flying down the Bentley straight, and just look at the speed they're heading at.
Yeah, so we've also got classes to bear in mind as well. Class B, the quicker of the three, that's from 151 to 175 brake horsepower per tonne. Class C is from 126 to 150 bhp per tonne, and Class D is anything up to 125 brake horsepower per tonne. We do need to bear in mind the guest classes as well. We've got 2 drivers that fall into the guest class. Car number 44, that's Jordan Honeybone in his Renault Clio, and Dan Thackeray, car number 129 in his Civic Cup car. They are trying to carve their way through the mid-pack. At the moment, outright late race leaders expectedly are leading Class B. That's Jack Wright, soon to be handed over to George Wright, with a monstrous lead over what is now Ronan Quinn. Ronan Quinn draws himself level and into second place. 5.8 seconds separates George and Jack Wright's VW Golf back to Ronan Quinn. Matt Swafford now down into third place. Nicole Drout is trying to run away from the sparring father and son in the background. It's Jack Goes now in front of Darren Goes. Charlie Paulk is trying to make up for a poor start. After all, he did start in third place, down in 7th, but picking up a place on the lap prior. Bearing in mind Dan Thackeray started in 29th place. He's already up into 8th, and he's trying to carve his way yet further up through the order. Leading Class Class C at the moment is car number 90. That is Stuart McPhail. Nathan McPhail, pardon me. So Nathan McPhail continues to try and pull away from everybody else thereafter, and leading Class D with the cars separating themselves from second place at the moment is the number 38 Wright and Glover machine, Henry Wright and Kevin Glover in their Ford Fiesta. So they're going well. That runs you through the class leaders, but for the moment George and Jack Wright are trying to leave everybody else in the background. The big battle that we need to be watching is Nicole Drout under big pressure from the VW Golf of Jack Goes.
Really good stuff there, and Nicole Drout just really proving why she's a top tier racing driver in the Irish world. But there she is in the number 70 Honda Civic Type R. That car has been very much successful in its time in the championship. And for sure, just one of those to keep a lookout for. It's taken a pole position. It has taken a race win. In fact, so far 2 podiums to go with that as well in the 3 rounds that we've had so far. But yeah, really positive stuff from a lot of these drivers, and already the two goes are really having a bit of a ding dong. But yeah, I think Jack is trying to look forward here to try to find a way past Drought. But also Darren Goes is also having a look here through the bomb hole, and a couple of manoeuvres there. I believe that was the 44 of yeah, it was the 44. All the way down the foot of Honeybone, so that's why it looks very familiar. Honeybone who topped the session in group in the qualifying session, but of course moved back because they are guest drivers in that G class, and moved to the back of the grid to try and pull their way through the field. But really good stuff so far, but still quite the way to go. Nicole Drought going defensive, Darren Goes on the offensive, trying to get past I believe a mark or two, or that in fact, I don't know if it was
Dan Thackeray.
Dan Thackeray. You're right in that one, Jack. So yeah, Thackeray very quickly making his way through. So I think Darren Goes just didn't want to fight that too much, but there goes Jack Go down the inside, and unfortunately going wide, he's allowed the number 70 to go back up on the inside. Good stuff there for Nicole Drought to be aware of that number 222 going up the inside. But yeah, a little bit frustrating there for Jack Goes. He can have to now go again in that one.
Yeah, so Jack Goes, he was so late on the brakes. Nicole Drought saw him coming, but through that same gap after he went wide, went Nicole Drought, but also Dan Thackeray, who's applying yet more pressure up the inside of Nicole Drought. Goes Dan Thackeray, of course, in that Civic Cup spec car, so he's been racing that car for quite some time. It's been developed very, very well indeed, so he's just trying to carve his way through the order. Bearing in mind he started in 29th place, I think that makes him 4th. So a brilliant start to this race. In under 10 minutes, he's carved his way right the way through the order. 25 places gained in under 10 minutes. That is no easy matter for Dan Thackeray. So we're now starting to see Nicole Drought come under more pressure from Jordan Honeybone. Of course, she's already been passed by one of the Class G cars. The second of the two, Jordan Honeybone, is slightly quicker in a straight line, I think, compared to the naturally aspirated Civic Type R with the turbocharged Clio Cup car. Jordan Honeybone has just got that extra little bit in a straight line that manages to thrust his way through and pass. So Dan Thackeray is now all over the coattails of Matt Swaffer on the run through Brundle and Nelson. The front wheel drive Civic struggles to put the power down, but finally gets the front end under his spell and starting to comply on the run through Coram. This is where the BMW may just start to break a little bit of traction if he jumps on the power that slight bit too early. Ronan Quinn running in what was quite a lonely second place, but all the way around the outside to the inside goes Dan Thackeray. Later on the brakes up the inside he will go. Position mate, Dan Thackeray up into what is 3rd place now from 29th in the space of 10 minutes.
It's been really, really good there for Dan Thackeray. He's been really on the charge there, and also seeing that number 44 of Honeybone trying to go through as well on the BMW, just up the inside of Richard, just not quite able to get the move. I think that was a smart play there from Jordan Honeybone. He knows what he needs to be doing in that one, and I think he's going to maybe try to look up the inside down in toward the hairpin. That's exactly what he does. Throw the car in there, keeps it under control, and with the power he's got underneath that Renault Clio, he's going to unleash it and leave Swaffer for absolute minced meat as they turn their way now in toward the left-hander. It looks like Jack Goes in. I think that's to serve a potential penalty, or is that going to be a retirement?
So that is Jack Goes into the pit lane. Let's have a quick look. Are they going to check pressures, or are they going to call it there? There's no major rush, and as the engine goes off, I think that's all she wrote by way of Jack Goes race. Unfortunately, we're now seeing Dan Thackeray really start to close in on Ronan Quinn. So Ronan Quinn in that Porsche Boxster, feeling the pressure of Dan Thackeray on the run on towards the Bentley straight. So also getting involved is Jordan Honeybone in a big way. He wants to work his way through and past Dan Thackeray, but Dan Thackeray I don't think quite has the legs in a straight line. He's just trying to keep in touch with that Porsche, but then also we've got Jordan Honeybone to think about as well. Jack Goes, is he going to return to the pit, return to the circuit? Let's see. He's in the fast lane, grabs the gear, and away he goes. So Jack Goes does return to the circuit, albeit a long way down from where he would have liked to be. Jordan Honeybone later on the brakes dives his way up the inside of Dan Thackeray on the run through Brundle and Nelson. It's not going to work for him. Can he get the cut back? Tries to get the car straightened up quicker. All sorts of crossed up on the exit of Dan Thackeray, but he gets the car back under his spell and continues on. Now he's trying to attack Ronan Quinn. This is where we saw him make the move on Matt Swaffer on the lap by. He now dives to the inside on the run through Coram, and position already made before we get to the apex at Coram. So Dan Thackeray up into 2nd place, keeps the car pointing in a straight line on the run through there. That's very, very tricky indeed, especially in a front wheel drive car. Gets the car settled and slowed for Murray's and points the car in a straight line to attack his way on towards the start-finish straight. George and Jack Wright back over the line. Dan Thackeray in second place. Then it's Ronan Quinn, shortly followed by, it's actually Jordan Honeybone that's now in front of Ronan Quinn. So the two guest class cars, second and third.
Brilliant stuff from there, and of course Jack and George Wright have a really healthy lead at 10.2 for now, but watch that to get absolutely shut down by the two guest drivers of Thackeray and Honeybone, because they just looked absolutely mega in those in that Honda Civic and Renault Clio respectively. Ronan Quinn doing a really marvellous job in that beautiful Porsche Boxer. That's always welcome onto the racetrack there, but we'll have to have a see in how this kind of shapes up, because of course Honeybone and Thackeray both in the same class, so they're going to be equally as fast as each other. I definitely think that they're going to maybe embroil themselves in an interesting battle. Last time around, it seemed like Thackeray did a 2 minute 13.003, and Honeybone with a 2 minute 12.952. So Honeybone was a tad quicker there in third place last time around, so that's going to give some confidence to the number 44 of Honeybone in that one. He still currently holds the fastest lap with a 2:12.399, and that is going to be a serious contender, but they just head their way around the lap to see what else they can kind of get out of this. But just having a look back here with the TV screens, it is showing that exact battle, 29 of Thackeray ahead of the 44 of Honeybone. And then of course looking a little bit further down, we've got Quinn from Swaffer, and then Drought for 4th, 5th and 6th, and I think that's kind of the battles going on here. In fact, no, that's going to be Darren Goes going off and almost into the path of Charlie Polk there. So Charlie Polk was very lucky not to get smacked there into the side of Darren Goes. That Renault Clio is very lucky, but he's managed to go through here, and Darren Goes will now have to go for the reset here before then heading on to the back of Charlie Polk in his battle to try and go up the field, but this time it will be for 8th place. But looking here on your camera screens, that was Nicole Drought trying to get past Matt Swaffer, but I think this is going to take a while, but seriously expect a really good battle in this one.
Yeah, Charlie Polk now under big pressure to make this work around the outside of Nicole Drought. He turns the car in later, looks for the later apex, but I think Nicole Drought's momentum halfway through the corner is far more substantial, so that means she has the opportunity to come over and defend by the time we get to Williams. On the brakes, down through the gearbox, and then pitches the car in up onto three wheels as so stiffly sprung is that Honda Civic Type R. Darren Goes has got all that work to do once again to try and get back in front of Charlie Polk and Nicole Drought as they pick their way through Palmer's, a very tricky section of circuit just to try and keep the car balanced and in a nice window to keep the tyres working. In towards Agostini goes Nicole Drought. She's still got Charlie Polk in her wheel tracks. Darren Goes is watching on. The Mini JCW will be quicker in a straight line, so let's see what he can do by the time we get on towards the Bentley straight. On the exit of the corner, struggling to put the power down, but once it's there he really starts to close on those cars up the road. Nicole Drought effectively with a disadvantage in a straight line, the only NA engined car there. The two cars behind do indeed have turbochargers, so it's down to Charlie Polk and Darren Goes to see what they can do about attacking that Honda Civic up the road. They work their way through Williams on towards the Bentley straight. All we can see is roof, so we'll try and pick out exactly what's going on. Is it going to be Nicole Drought that appears first, or will it be Charlie Polk? It's absolutely Nicole Drought from Charlie Polk who is closing in. Darren Goes is closing in on the pair of them, but I've got a feeling the three will remain as they are, line astern, by the time they get to Brundle and Nelson at the end of the straight.
Yeah, I was going to say that Charlie Polk seems very confident in the braking points. Just having a look down at Agostini, he was starting to gain a little bit there on Nicole Drought, and I think through here he's starting to find a little bit of confidence, so managing to sway that car through the right hand side. The pit window has now been opened, so you can now go and make your hits. I believe that is Johnny Johnny Wright there in the pit lane. We're really looking to see how that will go. Of course, the father and son combo will be very much so in the lead of this race, but Thackeray now down to 4.8, so trying to kill that gap now. But of course, again, guest versus Group B, Class B, kind of unrestricted versus restricted. it is going to be quite the fight here, but I believe that 46 is going to, I'm sure it will be overtaken at some point, but I'm sure they'll hold on for as long as possible.
Yeah, Jack Wright is doing absolutely everything he can in the lead of this race. Of course, it won't be for points as of yet, unless we get Dan Thackeray out of that guest class. But Nicole Drought goes slightly deep on the brakes up at Wilson, but it means she can square off the exit and get the power down slightly earlier than the car of Charlie Polk behind. Of course, best seats in the house go the way of Darren Goes, because he's watching this all unfold in front of him. In towards Agostini they will go line astern. Later on the brakes is Charlie Polk. Even later than the pair of them is Darren Goes. He massively closes down that gap in towards Agostini. A small look up the inside from Charlie Polk. I think Darren Goes slightly too late on the brakes. That compromised him mid-corner. Charlie Polk now gaining. He'll have a little look to the inside by the time we arrive at Hamilton. I don't think the door will open up for him. I know they appear as they are, but for the moment that is still Nicole Drought just about fending off the attentions of Charlie Polk. If you are Charlie, the best thing you can do now is dive into the pit lane, minimise that time you're losing, and if you're Nicole, just try and stay out as long as you can, so you go into the pit lane at effectively the same time and you leave having pretty much slowed down that VO2 max of Charlie Polk. But if I was in Charlie's seat, I'd be straight into the pit lane, minimise that time loss and get back out as quickly as possible.
Yeah, there's a big opportunity there for Charlie Polk to try and get into the pits, get that pit stop done and over with, and then being able to make that undercut. Of course, he just seems a little bit stuck there behind Nicole Drought. Of course, both these cars will have differentiating positives and negatives there, just going through bomb hole and through the right-hander, and it does seem like Charlie Polk is a little bit more confident, but where can he make that move? Now switching to that 45, that BMW of Swaffer, and then there is that battle for P6. It does seem like Charlie Polk trying that outside line, and of course trying to get himself onto that main straight as quickly as possible. They'll pass onto the centre straight to try and maybe potentially pull that left hand side, and with the straight line speed, there goes the Renault Clio, and he will absolutely pull through ahead of Nicole Drought, and the Honda Civic Type R just has no response in that one, now falling into the clutches here of Darren Goes. And I do think that Charlie Polk will now be filled with confidence here. We'll have to see how the rest of this lap turns out, because that 98 now pulling up into 6th place. He'll now start looking to see where Nicole Drought is in relation to himself. So big potential for Charlie Polk to potentially pull away and also change his strategy, because of course me and I'm sure Jack, we were talking about him potentially going in. Oh, and that is a cut into the tyre barrier. That is Amy Allen, I believe. And the BMW, unfortunately, really just stuck in the tyre barrier. And that's a strange place to go off there. That's down at Agostini's.
Yeah, so the Honda Civic saloon of Amy Allen in the wall from Tyler Motorsport. It looks like another car may have been involved, going off how that car has ended up there, but last time through there wasn't a massive there wasn't really a car around her at that stage of proceedings, so I don't know whether maybe that's a mechanical failure on that car. Right, now if you are Charlie Polk, or anybody for that matter, dive into the pit lane this lap, because a safety car may be rather imminent. So we'll wait and see as to how that car is going to be dealt with. Into the pit lane, the first of many pitters, I'm sure, is the ALE Racing MGZR of Robert and Ashley Hornigold. We've already had a couple of cars into the pit lane. Of course, we've had Jack Goes come in prior to the pit window. The Hornigolds and their MGZR have come in, and so too has the number 75 machine. That's Reeve Robinson in his Super Tune ST150. He's been into the pit lane as well. So Amy Allen's car still in the tyre wall on the exit of Agostini. So we'll wait and see as to exactly how that's going to play out. Back over the line goes Dan Thackeray. And all of a sudden the lead margin is down to half a second, and Dan Thackeray's into the lead of this race. So already into the lead is Dan Thackeray. He'd only just gained onto the coattails of Jack Wright. Now if you're Jack Wright, dive into the pit lane if you've got the safety car coming out, and that's going to be what's happening, because I can see George Wright floating around in the pit lane, so he's waiting to get in and behind the wheel. So George Wright ready to take the wheel away from Jack Wright, and no, that car unfortunately is rather smoky indeed. Flames coming out from underneath the bonnet, and I'm afraid that is going to be the end of the race for George and Jack Wright. Jack is out of the car immediately and runs away from the car, so it's nice to see that he's out of the car and safe. But George and Jack Wright's Team Air Supply VW Golf, I'm afraid their race has gone up in smoke.
Oh, that's really, really unfortunate. They were having such a good race, but unfortunately something underneath the bonnet has just gone bang. That's the only simple way to put it. And that right car has now unfortunately been stopped, and a red flag is being called to proceedings.
Yeah, so Jack Wright immediately saw the danger straight out of the car, and understandably frustrated with that. But the red flag comes out. We know that Jack is out of the car and safe. We know that Amy Allen is out of the car and safe as well. So that's the main thing. Both drivers that have been involved in sort of different incidents are both out of the car and well. Fire extinguishers have gone off in Jack Wright's car. You can see the retardant billowing away into the air. But the main thing we can take out of that is, one, we were having a brilliant race, but two, both drivers out of the car and well.
Yeah, that's the main thing. That's all we really need to know and bring you, that these cars are in fact, or the drivers are in fact okay. Of course, we did see Jack Wright jumping immediately out of the car. We saw Amy Allen is in fact okay. And that's exactly what we like to hear. Of course, it looks like our medical team and our recovery crew have been lifted in, well, I said lifted, have been called into action, and I think that's the right call. There's multiple cars on the circuit, stopped in different places, and the only kind of situation in that was to make that a red flag. So there you can see down in pit lane, and it's going to start getting pretty busy. And of course, we now find ourselves in a bit of a situation. There is Fell, number 90. To see how that kind of pans out. The number 30 there down in pit lane as well. Really looking to see how this kind of fares. I think we'll still have a little bit of time left on the clock. I think MSVR will have to, they'll attempt to try and finish a bit early, because at this moment in time we have another Miata race, Miata Trophy race, and they do have another, they have the first EnduroKA race of this weekend. So yeah, you can just see the other cars heading their way now in towards Coram, and they'll make their way into the pit stop. So I'm not entirely sure if this is how we're going to finish off the race. It's a little bit confusing for now, because of course our timings do say finish, 0 minutes left on the clock and finish, but we still have about half an hour remaining. Some cars are now being pulled through, and right at the start of the pit lane. So looks like Jack has gone down somewhere. It doesn't seem to be a pit lane. I'll let you know of that one, but it does seem to be that there are a couple of opportunities to maybe going down and talk to the driver that will require me to maybe get something going on here. You just see on the screen there is the 91. Ronan Quinn, who is looking very strong there. You can see on the timing screen there, currently in P4, so not looking too bad. Of course, Honeybone and Thackeray were looking faster, but still a class podium, which is not too bad if it does end like this. But still, my guess is there are going to be plenty more minutes to go, and we will resume on potentially will be the half-hour mark. Let's just see kind of. Look back at the replay, just seeing where we kind of stopped. It was around about the 23-minute mark, and in that case, so could potentially restart. Of course, we want to get everyone into we want to get everyone safe. We want to get all cars recovered, and with too many recovery vehicles out there on the circuit, it just kind of makes for a little bit of a dangerous racetrack. Thinking back to there's been many times in more professional standard racing where we have seen a couple of vehicles out on the circuit. You just think kind of in a way that's not ideal at all. A lot of crowding around the front of the pit lane as well. There's a couple of
questions being asked. I overheard one. Those cars that were in the pit lane prior to the red flag being shown were serving their pit stop. but the cars that have come in following the red flag as required, if they are serving their pit stop, would that count? And there's lots of questions being asked about that. I would imagine probably not. So for those cars that nailed it, absolutely straight into the pit lane, they might get away with it. For those cars that came in response to the red flag and served their pit stop under the red flag, I'd have thought you'd like it to count, but whether it will or not, that's a question for the regulations, really, isn't it?
It is all down to regulations. Yeah, we can have a conversation and kind of make things up and say, well, I think this, well, I think that. But in all honesty, it is down to the regulations. You can give ideas as much as you want, but it's again all down to the regulations. So I'm sure there'll be many conversations going on down in race control. A lot of action down the kind of commentary box end of the pit lane. I'm not entirely sure how much is going on.
It's busy. Dan Thackeray and Nicole Drouds seem to have found the Honda Civic Type R parking spaces, and they've parked effectively next to each other. And for some which maybe have overfueled the car and just sort of fill the tank and hope that will get you to the end, now is the time to burn off a bit of fuel. For those that are managing the fuel sort of more intently and know how much fuel they need with a couple of litres leeway, you're going to have to be turning the engine off. But obviously everything, regardless of fueling, now tyres and brakes are going to be cooling down, and that can give people a bit of a worry. I've noticed a team member from Pro-Am Racing, they have been over to us to figure out, can they roll their car down the pit lane to serve their pit stop, or at least get it into a suitable place. I'm not sure. Scrutineers are down there making sure everything is safe and legal. It's a busy old place down in that pit lane, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's there's a lot of cars going on there, a lot of action, a lot of conversations as well. So you've really got to keep an eye on what is going on and what the main gist of everything is, what is happening as well. The 182 having, as we said, the door flap. So of course, trying to get some wind into the very hot cockpit, which we were talking about before going live on the TSL on the TSL timing app. Cameraman also down there, I can see him just doing a little bit of filming, just trying to see what else we can get from some of our drivers. There is going to be a lot of conversation going on down there, a lot of trading of paper as well, so I'll be able to hopefully get something on in just a moment.
Yeah, fingers crossed. And whilst all that is going on, obviously drivers are trying to figure out, by the looks of it, we are going to be getting this race back underway. I thought we would with the amount of time left on the clock, but the pieces of paper being handed around are the grids, but obviously at what point do they work the grid back to? You'd expect it to be 2 laps prior to the red flag, sort of instate the lap prior to the red flag. So we're, I think, just trying to figure out exactly how they are going to form the grid up. So they should go out on a green flag warming up lap effectively and then reform the grid, but in doing that, that requires plenty of shuffling to be done on the grid. So it will still be a hot second before we get this race back underway, but we need to make sure initially that the circuit is safe and well to go back racing and back under racing conditions. We need to make sure that drivers are okay, and of course marshals that were dealing with those situations are back onto their posts as well, and then we can get the cars back out onto the grid. But we've still got further shuffling to be done, so we will get this race back underway in a slightly different order to what we saw start, but then it's the question, who has done pit stops under the red flag and who has done pit stops under the green flag? There's so much to think about, and we cannot underestimate how much work is going on down in the pit lane admin wise.
Absolutely, as you say, there's a lot to think about as well. Also, the barriers need to be repaired, so that's also a big conversation going in terms of that. But yeah, we need to make sure everything is fair, we need to make sure everything is in order before we can actually say, right, let's send these guys out onto the circuit, because if we have something kind of being messed up, then there's obviously going to be a complaint. It's not going to be the best look on not just MSVR, but it's not going to be looking good on the championship as a whole. But it does look like we're doing our best job to get those cars out into pit lane. There Darren goes to try and get through, and there is Jordan Honeyboat starting to move his car a little bit forward and on towards the pit exit. So hopefully we have found some sort of order. But yeah, going back to kind of the pitting into, pitting underneath that red flag, underneath the green flag. You kind of think you have to kind of start from zero. Nobody's made a pit stop.
But then for those that have made a pit stop, they are now going to be restarting further down the order. So that would be more harsh on them than it would have to be. So that's where it's a very fine line. I would suspect they are going to call it, if you've done a pit stop, you've done a pit stop. Granted, some people will have gained an advantage and others won't have gained as such advantage, but you've got that fine line. If you start at zero, nobody's made a pit stop. People that have already gone in, it means we're restarting in effectively a massively biased order.
Yeah, you kind of got a point in that one, but I think it is a tough one. And of course, as a commentator, we don't really have that kind of. We haven't really read the regulations. We're not down there in the rooms to have that conversation and try and make up those orders. We're just here trying to fill you in and fill in on the action that's going on your screens, on the track at this moment in time. It's not just on the live stream. You're hearing us, everyone down here in the circuit, everyone that the tannoys can hear us. So definitely trying to just fill in on what's been going on and trying to make conversations out of it. But out of everything, but yeah, all we can do is our job and do the best job that we can possibly can. I'm sure we'll leave the rest to kind of leave the rest of them to do what they're mainly known to do. They're more knowledgeable on us on that behalf in terms of reg talk. But yeah, I think we are now starting to find a bit of an order now to get this regularly started. It does seem like that green flag formation lap is now starting to come to a bit of a close because the cars are going to start filing their way through Bomb Hole and in towards Coram. I'm just looking at the other end of the circuit.
I think I've sussed it on what's going on. Prior to the red flag, we will have had a list provided by TSL who's been into the pit lane. But then obviously following the red flag, everyone will have come into the pit lane. So they were looking potentially at the second the red flag was thrown, who was in the pit lane and doing their pit stop and who hasn't been in as of yet. We're getting the race back underway with 19 minutes on the clock and the pit window open immediately for 9 minutes. And then those cars that hadn't pitted prior to the red flag, if they have pitted in the pit lane, they've got to undo that and reassert themselves back into the position that they should be and serve that pit stop again. Thankfully, looking at the car of Amy Allen, the front of that Honda Civic doesn't look that bad at all. It's more, I think, tyre damage or sort of tyre marks that have been received from the tyre wall. So the board, the electronic information board above the grid says restart for 19 minutes, pit window open for 9 minutes, so the drivers are aware in which the race will get back underway and the conditions in which it will do so. The safety car is leading the field round onto the grid, and they're doing it, I think, by order in which the flag was flown, or are they going to put them in no, they are going to put them into a specific order by the looks of that. Yeah, we have plenty of shuffling to be done. The marshals, as ever, doing a brilliant job down there on the grid, just making sure that everybody is in their respective places and ready to get this race back underway with drivers in the correct order.
Yeah, absolutely. They've done the best job they possibly can, and it's so difficult to not just figure out where our drivers and where they currently stand, but try and find a grid order. So everyone is currently stopped down there to see if they can potentially get everyone up to the grid, and then they'll find an order. I'm sure they've been giving out sheets to be able to find them in with I'm sure a load of scribbling on those pieces of paper. But the main thing here is that we are actually back on the grid, about to get a kind of a grid as well, so that's always a very, very positive sign.
It is indeed. So as we look around the final couple of corners, the line of cars have appeared, and the marshals will have a bit of a walk to try and find Dan Thackeray, who was in theory in the lead of the race at that time. I can see the YouTube channel, of course, if you are watching along on YouTube. Thank you very much for joining us remotely. If you're here at Circuit, thank you very much. The weather has been nice so far. We had a sprinkling of rain earlier on this morning, but since then it's sort of subsided, and the cloud cover is still absolutely there, but the temperature is well and truly playing ball. We've got this race, the MSVT Trackday Championship, currently getting ready to get back underway. Then there's another 20-minute race for the Miata Trophy, and shortly after that we've got the 3-hour EnduroKA race, where we will see the likes of George and Jack Wright and Johnny Milner in their Milner racing machine. We've got the Pro-Am squad, including Ollie Fernall. That race is supposed to get underway at around about 3:10, so there's plenty of action on the way. Jordan Honeybone working his way up the grid, so too is Dan Thackeray. So Dan Thackeray on pole position with Jordan Honeybone alongside, then is Ronan Quinn and Matt Swaffer, followed by Charlie Paulk and Nicole Drought, followed by Darren Gills and Nathan McPhail, Darren Goes and Nathan McPhail. Stuart Donovan lines up alongside the Donster Johansson shared Pro-Am Racing Renault Clio, and it is going to be Ben Jenkins lining up alongside. It's then Jason Rogers in his Renault Clio with the Wright and Glover shared Ford Fiesta alongside. Stephen Docker and the Abbott shared MX-5 line up in 16th place. 17th will be John Lyne with Alistair Eastham alongside. Ollie Owen and Colin Wells make up row 10. Row 11 is James Howes and Jack Goes, followed by David Evans and Connor Watson, and that is the way in which they will line up after that red flag period. So I think they're lining them up line astern, ready for potentially, it almost looks like a rolling start. I'm not exactly sure how in which they will be getting this race back underway, but I guess all will be revealed. So everybody is there. Ronan Quinn pulls up into 3rd place. He's lining up beside Jordan Honeybone. We've then got Matt Swaffer, followed then by Charlie Paulk and Nicole Drought. So everybody's working their way into position line astern, so rather than side by side as you'd usually expect, they're all nose to tail, and this race will get back underway with 19 minutes left on the clock, 9 minutes remaining of that pit window. So I've got a feeling the pit lane will still get very busy even on the opening lap.
Yeah, it's definitely a big possibility that that pit lane will indeed get busy. I don't have any doubt in my mind that we're going to be seeing something unusual, but if we do have that kind of swift pit stops kind of phase, then there will be a big opportunity for a lot of these cars to be able to, as I say, make their stops, and then of course kind of all squares it out. It does look like we're going to be having on our timing screen 19 minutes remaining of the race, so a little bit of it cut due to that red flag, but yeah, it's a nice time to be put on. We're not going over the the curfew at all here at Snetterton, so that's always a big thing to try and keep within the limits, because of course with the racetrack you need to keep within that curfew. Let's not have any complaints about this circuit and how noisy it is. Restart for 90 minutes, pit window open for 9 minutes, so they'll try and shut it with 10 minutes before. So yeah, we pretty much got 9 minutes for drivers to make a pit stop. Bearing in mind these guys get around in what, about 2 minutes 30, if that, maybe 2 minutes 40?
Less than that, I would say, yeah.
Yeah, these cars are pretty powerful and they can get round in a really, really good time. But yeah, we're starting to now actually get a grid, which is really, really good. I'm really proud of kind of every marshal and everyone that's kind of been involved in trying to get this grid all together. We're now starting to get into a bit of a moment here. There goes Darren Goes. He's going to try and get into the next position that we currently have, and then we're going to be bringing more cars forward. I believe that's also the number 12 Pro-Am that's being brung forward.
Yep, so the grid continues to form. I did notice as well, I've spotted it earlier on, Henry Wright and Kevin Glover in their Ford Fiesta, car number 38. I think it was Alton Park. I watched their onboard video. They post them all on YouTube. And they have been coming on strength and strength. The grids at the Trackday Championship and the Trackday Trophy are getting busier and busier, and the race is getting closer and closer. So it really is a winning formula that's worked year on year and will continue to do so, I'm sure, far into the future. So Dan Thackeray is sat there waiting patiently, having a chat to the marshal on effectively pole position, but still yet to pit. We will be able to confirm who has been into the pit lane and who hasn't once this race gets back underway. And of course a massive thank you to everybody in the background as well as in the timekeepers as well to shuffle all of this out and get the grid to us in an updated format. So we look further down the grid, there's still a trail of cars awaiting their position on the grid, figuring out exactly where in which they are going to be placed once the grid gets back underway. So the marshals again just making sure everybody's in the correct positions and chatting to the drivers, making them aware of exactly how this race is going to get back underway. So there's plenty of shuffling. From what it looks like, a lot of cars are already in their correct order. And where did we get to actually? Looking further down, who will that be in the Mazda MX-5? That'll be Alistair Eastham in the BC Cars Motorsport Mazda MX-5. He's just sat behind the number 12 Pro-Am Racing Colin Dunster and Ben Johansson shared Renault Clio. It seems like the top 10 were shuffled into the order in which they should have been, and everybody else I think was already in the correct positions. So everybody gets brought right the way back up to the end of the train as the field is all but there we go. So I can see the window going up on the Snetterton safety car, and we will be able to get this race back underway in just a few moments time. So the safety car will lead them off in a few moments time. Dan Thackeray is still sat there chatting to the marshal. Jordan Honeybone is sat waiting patiently. If you're at the tail end of the order, in this case I think, who will that be? Right towards it, that'll be Ollie Owen in the Ollie Sport 182, in the Clio 182. They're all sat there, and at the very tail end of the order as well. The checkered flag is being waved, so I don't know whether this is going to be the confirmed final result, but as the safety car peels the cars away from the grid, the checkered flag being waved, so you would assume that that is going to be race over. As far as we were aware, it would have been 19 minutes with 9 minutes remaining, but we do have to work to a schedule. We've got a 3-hour race to fit in, which would suggest that if we are getting slightly too close to the time in which required, we are going to call this one early. The Miata Trophy race was scheduled to get underway at 14:35. Bearing in mind we're on 14:25, we've got 10 minutes worth of clearing up to do potentially and get cars back in. So you would suggest, with the checkered flag being waved, we simply ran out of time with the MSVT Trackday Championship, which is a bit of a shame. But the racing we saw gave you an insight into what to expect tomorrow, because whilst the Trackday Championship are going to be packing up and going home, the Trackday Trophy do indeed get here tomorrow. Unfortunately the timing screen hadn't updated, so fingers crossed we will be able to bring some confirmed results to you.
Yeah, it was a little bit disappointing, but with the way the track was scattered with debris and cars about the place, recovery vehicles, yeah, I think the only real thing with time running out and 2 more races to go, including a 3-hour, is that it had to go to the checker just then, because of course you can't then just in a way slice it down to, like, let's say 15 or 10 minutes.
I've seen it done, but I think it's just we would be getting too close to the curfew this evening, because if it was multiple races, say if it was 20-30 minute races that we had, you can squeeze the gap in between and bring it down from the 10 minutes that we do tend to give ourselves between races to get the cars cleared up, and 15 minutes today actually to get cars cleared up and the circuit back ready. I think with the 3-hour race, there's no moving that around. It's going to be 3 hours no matter which way you cut it. So with 90 minutes, that would have put us dangerously close to curfew.
Yeah, so it's kind of something we have to take into consideration with club racing. I think with any club race, if you go to your local circuit and you've seen there's been a red flag or a race cut short, just think there's a curfew. Otherwise, this racetrack could be in a spot of bother with, of course, neighbours and there's many more things. Not just nearby residents, but plenty more things, especially when you think about a circuit like Brands Hatch, where housing is very close by. A circuit like Anglesey, from what I've heard, the tannoys are very loud and can be heard.
It does depend on the wind, I noticed, at Anglesey. Normally you get it in off the sea, so it literally blows it towards the local town. But you've also got to remember licensing as well, because you might not have a night racing license and you think, well, it's not dark out. Yes, but night racing doesn't necessarily fall on the light at the circuit. It can fall onto the requisite time. So if that means, well, it's going to be 7 o'clock before it's classed as a night race, you need to make sure everything's packed up and away by 7 o'clock.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that it is, unfortunately, the truth is, it's unfortunately the correct call. We want to see race cars, but there's just some things at this moment in time that just take priority. One of these things is, of course, curfew and not making sure that the track gets into any trouble. Of course, I don't really want to think about it, but it could go into a very bad spiral and see potentially the end of the race. We hate to see. We've seen a couple of that many times before. I'm thinking back to, unfortunately, Rockingham, which unfortunately, that was, I believe, funding, but yeah, we don't want to see circuits falling off the calendar or circuits falling off the UK scene. We'll just have to see how this pans out in the future.
So we've got the cars coming back into the pit lane as they have all worked their way around the circuit behind the safety car. Dan Thackeray works his way in. I'm not sure how much of the race we completed for it to be a result confirmed, but Dan Thackeray on paper would walk away with a win there. Jordan Honeybone in second place, and it would be Ronan Quinn. Hopefully we can grab a word. I can see the cameraman is down sort of localised to the area, so hopefully we can, even if it's just grabbing a verbal word with a couple of the drivers, just to figure out exactly their opinions on that race. I can see the rather poorly Georgian Jack Wright Team Air Supply VW Golf coming back into the paddock as well. I'm afraid that car will require a little bit of work, but Team Air Supply do a brilliant job as ever in preparing their cars, so hopefully all will be well. And Georgian Jack Wright do indeed get plenty more track time this weekend in the EnduroKA series, which will very shortly be on its way. But that was a rather brief outing, admittedly, for the MSVT Trackday Championship. In a few moments' time we will get the Miata Trophies back out on circuit. That's the second of 2 races for the Miata Trophy, another 20-minute race on the way before we get the main event underway. That is the EnduroKA Championship. So we have a packed grid. We saw them qualifying for an hour this morning, so there's plenty more to look forward to over the rest of today. There will be no interviews done on this one, as we have been told, so no interviews. Unfortunately, we won't be able to hear from any of the drivers, but given the situation, completely understandable as to why that is the case. So fingers crossed we will be able to get Adam back up with us in a couple of moments' time, just as they're sorting that out. Obviously we're not getting a word with the drivers. The Parc Fermé is effectively full with the cars from the MSVT Trackday Championship. So the Miata Trophy very shortly sat there in the assembly area getting ready to take to the circuit, and then we can guide you through the way in which they will line up for race 2 of their weekend and race 2 of their day as well. They won't play any further part in this weekend. They're just here for today. We can get the grid for race 2 up on the screen in a few moments' time. I'm just getting it up on my end to make sure I have all the correct paperwork ready to guide you through the way in which they will line up. We've seen a rather exciting day from the Miata Trophy. That's probably the best way in which to put that. They have had a busy day in qualifying and in their first race, so let's see as to how race 2 will shape up. Of course, we got today's action underway with the Miata Trophy as when we went live. As we look down through the order, how in which will they line up? It is the finishing positions from race number 1 that will form the grid from race 2. So I can see we do have Adam down there in Parc Fermé, or just chatting away. Obviously he's aware that we're not getting any interviews, so I think just trying to pick up a bit more information. Onto the grid, however, we do get the Miata Trophy. So on pole position, it will be car number 17, Will Morris. He lines up alongside car number 5, John Langridge, 17 and 5 on row 1. Row 2 is Alex Miller and Drew Fletcher, car number 7 and car number 26. And on row 3, Nicholas Stott has Dylan Stepney for company, 4 and 33 on row 3. Row 4 is made up of 2023 Miata Trophy champion Declan Lee. He's got Simon Fleet alongside, 1 and 55 on row 4, pardon me. And on row 5, we've got Jack Hodges and Raymond Ward. Car number 28 and car number 40. On row 6 of the grid, it's car number 16, Alistair Easom. He's got Jude Worley alongside, followed then by car number 2, John Robinson. Is he there? John Robinson, no, I'm afraid I can't see him yet, but I think he's still yet to leave the assembly area. If he has got that car fixed, keep an eye on that Misty Racing car of John Robinson. We may see him carving his way up through the order. And Kevin Sylvain as well, of course. He started that previous race in 14th place, carved his way up to something like 7th. So if he can follow up with a race 1-esque performance, we could see Kevin Sylvain even higher up into the finishing results. We'll keep an eye on Kevin Sylvain as to exactly where he will get to. I can see that John Robinson is there, so it's great to see the number 2 Misty Racing car out on circuit. So in a few moments' time we'll be able to get the green flag warming up lap underway. And I mean, all bets aside on this one, Will Morris this morning, he had the pace. He had just that little bit more than John Langridge. So we'll see if they can continue on. But we know that Will Morris had a poor start this morning. If he can nail this start, is he going to run away? Is John Langridge going to do what he can to pull his way in front and back to the lead? Keep an eye on Declan Lee. He's going to be careful himself just to make sure that he doesn't overcompensate for a slightly hindered morning in which he had. And Kevin Sylvain, we desperately need to keep an eye on him. What a performance we saw this morning from Kevin. And if he can follow up with another good performance in this race, we may just about see him inside that top 5. He got very, very close this morning, just ran out of time towards the end. So keep an eye on anybody on that front row. Will Morris, absolutely. I've got a feeling John Langridge will have got that car back to the paddock and done what he can just to prepare himself for this race. Alex Miller and Drew Fletcher, they were racing closely. Nicholas Stott was absolutely there. Dylan Stepney will be hoping for a better start and a better race. Outright, Declan Lee, he will be on a mission from 7th place, but has to make sure he keeps that car in between those white lines. But Will Morris and John Langridge, that is a very, very quick front row.
It really, really will be, and we've kind of seen already given a little taster in race 1. Of course, there are plenty of opportunities to change up what you've done. As I discussed, as I interviewed, Will Morris, just dropped to 4th gear, unfortunately, when trying to move to 2nd. So yeah, 1st to 4th doesn't really go down well. So yeah, hopefully he'll fix that up for his race start. But yeah, Will Morris does look like a very, very strong position. He's a very, very strong driver, and especially with the pace he's got, he's a serious contender. And I don't see any reason why he can't put himself into a super strong position. So heading through on toward that Bentley straight and just kind of having a look and seeing where potentially what else we can see. Of course, we know Declan Lee has had a bit of a torrid time in qualifying and both the race. A couple of things going on down in the kind of going on for him, but he's looking to try and fix it up for the race. I think that's the main thing. He's got a brilliant start, found himself up into 4th place in those early stages before then finding his way and putting himself into a potential podium sitting position before then unfortunately throwing it away. A big lockup going into Nelson's. Just heading straight across the circuit, and then the drive-through penalty for what I believe was going to be dangerous, kind of coming back onto the circuit in a dangerous manner, trying to keep to the right-hand side. We'll see what happens. There's going to be plenty of changes, so don't expect the same thing, don't expect the same stories, expect different. They've already had their first 20 minutes, and the second 20 minutes is about to come up. They roll their way to the grid, and they'll start to now set in with focus. They'll start to set in with a little bit of nerves as well, because there's big championship points on the offer. and we'll have to see how the Miatas get on with John Langridge now starting alongside Will Morris, heading on to that front row spot. And they'll fill out with that second row of these number 7 of Alex Miller and Drew Fletcher on that second row. Big potential also from the third row of the grid there, Nicholas Stott and Dylan Stepney as well. So huge things in the offering here. And Jack, I think we're ready to get started here at Snetterton once again.
We are indeed. So the red lights go on. Who gets the best start from the front row? Is it Will Morris or John Langridge? Absolutely, John Langridge nailed the start, grabbed the gear perfectly. The first phase of the start was quicker. The second phase, Will Morris is trying to come back at him. Kevin Sylvain with another lightning start has already picked up 3 places, trying to make it 4 by the time we arrive at turn 1. And John Langridge sweeps his way around the outside, over the nose of Will Morris and into the race lead. Alex Miller still sat there holding station in third. Followed then very closely by Drew Fletcher in 4th place. Nicholas Stott trying to jump his way through and past Dylan Stepney, but it doesn't work for him. But John Langridge gets to the hairpin at Wilson first. We've also got Declan Lee trying to carve his way up through the order as well. Kevin Sylvain has had a lightning start and picked up, I think, 4 places in the opening couple of corners. But John Langridge, having got to the lead, he's immediately having to worry about what's in his mirrors, and that being Will Morris, and a very quick Will Morris at that. Then it's Alex Miller, followed then by Drew Fletcher. Drew Fletcher is being hunted down by, I think, is that Declan Lee. We'll have to look behind us to figure out exactly in what order they are. So it is John Langridge from Will Morris, then Alex Miller, Drew Fletcher by Declan Lee. Absolutely brilliant start from Declan Lee. He speaks his way through and past Dylan Stepney. Then it is going to be the car of Nicholas Stott, who's got Simon Fleet just sat behind him as well. But for the moment, that top 6, they've almost worked their way into a nice little group, and it's going to be, once again, tooth and nail for the next 20 minutes.
They really have. They worked themselves into a really beautiful spot here, and they just need to try and find the way, find the rhythm before then going on the attack. There are plenty of times where you can potentially wait for that opportunity to arise and then go for the move here. Drew Fletcher once again finding that his mirrors are being filled with number 1 Declan Lee. Will Lee be able to go for the move here? I think he's just going to bide his time. I think he just needs a little bit of a head reset, a little bit of a head twist before then going into a bit of a tussle here. Through they go in toward the right-hander of Brundle's, a bit wide there from Declan Lee, just trying to get on the power, but he's really now just starting to build the aggression here. He's a very fierce driver. He is a very much one of those drivers in the Miata Trophy field that'll go for it if it is presented to him on a platter. But now heading in towards Murray's for the first time in this race, with now starting to find a bit of a rhythm and find some potential with these drivers to turn their way through and back onto the centre straight, and they'll peer into our commentary box view here, Jack.
Yeah, Kevin Sylvain is really applying the pressure onto Jack Hodges now as well. John Langridge under big pressure from Will Morris, but no, Will just grabs the brakes very slightly, grazes the brakes on the run towards turn 1 just to stick behind John Langridge. He's playing the long game. Kevin Sylvain, is he going to go all the way around the outside of Jack Hodges? Yes, he is. Brilliant move by Kevin Sylvain, somehow finding the grip on the outside. On the unpolished section of circuit, there was a very sideways Raymond Worley in the background as well. Let's hope he got that moment all collected up by the time they got to the apex. The next target for Kevin Sylvain will be Simon Fleet just further up the road. There is Kevin Sylvain on the way out of Wilson. As we look further up the road, John Langridge and Will Morris still together. Alex Miller absolutely there. Drew Fletcher isn't that far away. He's got Declan Lee for company. They are still nose to tail, and like you say, Declan Lee, I think he's just going to be playing the long game on this one, waiting for the race to come to him and not going for those moves that he doesn't necessarily need to in the early stages.
Yeah, no, I think he just needs to sit in behind here, just currently keeping an eye here. Or actually, in fact, that was Langridge and Morris. But going back to Declan Lee's situation, because of course he is the 5th car in that train, but look how close he is there to Drew Fletcher. Fletcher is really now starting to think about where he can potentially play defensive, but he also needs to get onto the back of Alex Miller as soon as possible, because of course now you've got a very fast Declan Lee behind him. That's Nicholas Stott, who's now having a look at Dylan Stepney. They're in the battle for 6th place. Of course, Stott's only finished last time around was 6th. I just hear a little squeal of tyres, which is somebody going round.
I think that may have been Jude Worley going off the location. That, or I can see a kick up of dust Yeah, exactly where that was. So we'll try and pick out exactly who it was. Was it Jude Worley? I think on the run in towards Oggies, it may have been, yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately there for Jude Worley. I think she pushed him a bit too hard, a bit, unfortunately, and just spun around. We'll get a confirmation at the end of the lap when the timing effectively updates itself. Getting in towards that Murray left-hander. Again, the battle is now continuing to still be on here. Passing our commentary position, they'll come into sight now, and it's Langridge in front of Morris, but Morris will now try and almost bump draft Langridge. They head in towards Rich's corner. He's going to look at the inside. Meanwhile, Declan Lee is now looking to the outside. Can he brake later? Yes, he can. He'll dive himself up into fourth place ahead of Drew Fletcher, and Fletcher will make his way. Will have to now play chases here with Nicholas Stott, putting himself up into sixth place. Really strong amount of overtakes, and that is the way we go about the business in the Miata Trophy. A lot of action, a lot of overtaking, and some really close and well fought racing and friendly racing as well in this entire championship.
Yeah, absolutely. You could see Dylan Stepney was immediately trying to defend from Nicholas Stott, but Nicholas just found the grip exactly where he needed to and managed to work his way through and past Dylan Stepney. So Nicholas Stott now up into 7th place. We've still got Kevin Sylvain trying to carve his way through the order, and we've got Declan Lee all over the coattails of Alex Miller. So Declan Lee, having got through and past Drew Fletcher at the opening stages of this lap, he's immediately trying to do it one better and get into the provisional podium places. Will Morris has the fastest lap of the race as set last time through, a 2:17.413. So Will Morris on an absolute charge, and he's just keeping tabs with John Langridge here. Again, playing that long game. We're not even halfway through this race yet. Still got 14 minutes to go. And Declan Lee, he's biding his time as well. He's just wanting to keep the car in between the white lines and prevent any further trips to the steward's room. And looking at it, Alex Miller, he's going to make that hard for him. He's just going to place the car exactly where he needs to and make Declan Lee go the long way around, and all over the grass he went trying to find the room. The door immediately closed, and Declan Lee noticed that, just gracing the brakes, realising that he's going to have to drop back in. It cost him a bit of time, but then on the dirty tyres, I think that's just forced him wide on the exit of Nelson. As they go through the bomb hole, Declan Lee's got all that hard work to do again.
Yeah, I think he's, again, pushing a bit too hard through there. He just needs to try and calm himself down, control himself. But again, this battle will potentially fall into into play if it just continues to go on and on and on. This is Langridge against Morris. What is this? Round 5, round 6, round 7, whatever round it is, it's still continuing, and it is hot as ever. There is Nicholas Stott in front of the 33 of Dylan Stepney, but they're now side by side going on towards the first corner of Riches. It is Langridge on the inside, Morris on the outside. Morris to the outside line, just cannot get the move. Can he get the up and under? Because of course the camber falls away from you negatively, but it will now pick up and on toward the run, down toward the hairpin. Will Morris sees an opportunity. It looks like Langridge has gone defensive as he turns his way in toward the hairpin, and looking at that one, it is just still Langridge for now. Morris can play it chilled. He can relax for now. There's still plenty of time. He will have the opportunity to look at the gantry and see the time remaining and see it's over 10 minutes still. In fact, 12 minutes and 20 seconds if we look on the clock for now. But yeah, Will Morris in a really good position once again, but where will he play his next move?
Yeah, it's down to reading the car up the road, realising that John Langridge might be slightly deeper on the brakes at one section, slightly earlier on the uptake of the throttle, so you've got to make sure you do it where you feel the car up the road is slightly weaker and you're slightly stronger. Alex Miller under big pressure from Declan Lee in the battle for the final step on the podium. And John Langridge and Will Morris continue to fight away. They're absolutely nose to tail for first and second, and absolutely nose to tail for second and third. All over the curb goes Declan Lee as he tries to prise the door open on Alex Miller. I think he'll go to the outside this time rather than the inside with Alex Miller. That's where he found the grass on the lap prior. In a straight line, Declan Lee closes. So too does Will Morris, but knows he's wise to the move that John Langridge is going to drive the quicker aspect of Brundle and Nelson through the left and the right hander. They will go, and visually you can see John Langridge is slightly quicker through there as Will Morris falls away. Last time through, no improvements on the fastest lap he currently holds. Further down the order, you've got Simon Fleet, who in turn is trying to catch back up to Kevin Sylvain, because Kevin's on another blinding race, back up to 8th place, really starting to show that just because he's in a different class, the newer car will help him through the order. But at the moment, John Langridge from Will Morris, from Alex Miller, from Declan Lee, those are your top 4. They are all together effectively, and in a few moments time they'll come through, tick another lap in the bug, and it gives Will Morris another opportunity to see how long's left of this race and how many opportunities he's likely to have. But now we see Declan Lee dive to the inside of Alex Miller on the run towards turn 1, in towards Ritchie's. Declan Lee's later on the brakes, dives his way up through the inside, and Declan Lee up into 3rd place. Will he maintain that on the exit as we look for the roll cages? Yes, he does. So Declan Lee has timed that to absolute perfection. He's got through and past Alex Miller. He can now focus on being the thorn in the side of Will Morris, and we may see 3 cars fighting for the lead.
He can, and with the fastest lap last time around at 2:16.7, he's the only driver in that 2:16. So really starting to cook up an absolute feast is Declan Lee, putting himself in that P3 spot, or looking at that potential track extend. Careful, Declan, you don't want to be given another penalty, and there is the black and white. In fact, we just got on a timing screen. There you go, Will Morris up the inside of Langridge. Oh, a bit of a slide from the number 7 of Alex Miller. Miller just about holding out. So much is starting to kick off with less than 10 minutes to go, but Langridge feeling the pressure from Morris, and Morris with already a victory under his belt, he's going to be starting to fill the boots of himself with confidence. And I really start to sense now that battle turning into a 2 to a 3, because hello, it's Mr. Declan Lee to try and home in on a potential victory, his 2nd victory. Morris is looking for his 2nd victory, whilst John Langridge is looking for his 2nd as well. So all of these drivers looking for their 2nd victory of the season, and a potential big advantage in towards the championship. They go through into the left-hander of Nelson's. On the inside is Morris, and he's going to get covered off here by Langridge, holding it off. And what about the exit here of Brundle? And it does seem like Langridge is able to just hold him up here. Morris having to sit on the back bumper as Declan Lee just looks at all of this, sits back like he's in a cinema.
Yeah, so Declan Lee, best seats in the house. He's starting to close in through Coram. They will go. John Langridge has fought back again once Will Morris has prized the door open. He did it at Agostini. Will Morris was effectively in front, but John Langridge was wise to the move. Declan Lee, whilst they've been battling, has massively closed in. He will be getting the mass aerodynamic benefit from those cars up the road. We've got a black and white warning flag going out to Declan Lee because of track limits. We know he's pushing on. Now we're going to see Will Morris dive up the inside of John Langridge. Can he get the car there? No, decides he's not quite far enough along the side of his car. Wise to the move, pulls out, and then this puts them all back in a line once again. John Langridge, Will Morris, Declan Lee all the way up towards Wilson. Declan Lee will try and force the move from Will Morris, because Will Morris will get impatient and try and dive his way up the inside of John Langridge, and in Declan Lee's head that means, right, I can dive up the inside and take the both of you. Wait and see, that might just happen as of yet, but it is still John Langridge who's led the race since the outset. Will Morris, we know he can go for a move in towards Agostini. We may just see the lead change once again.
Oh, definitely, for sure. We will see this change many times in the 7 minutes and 40 seconds we have left here. Now, what is the next chess move in this game of cat and mouse? Because Will Morris has got the opportunity to go and make this maneuver, but where will he do? He was bump drafting John Langridge down toward Rich's corner the last time around, so he definitely wants to get the push on here, and I wonder if he'll be aware of Declan Lee in the rear view mirror. He absolutely will. Look at that number 1 just filling the mirrors. The all black number 17, the all green number 1 is really now starting to find a rhythm in here. Hopefully Lee manages to just keep his composure, because I think that's what he was lacking in the first race, and I think now Morris is going to try and go for the maneuver here down in toward the left right-handed, the left-right chicane we go. Morris now on that outside line. Can he now make the move around the outside in towards Nelson? We go, and he's absolutely sent it, licked the stamp and sent the move into the right of Brundle, and Will Morris puts himself up to lead. Extraordinary move there from the number 17.
Yeah, so now it takes Declan Lee to work his way through and past John Langridge, but John will immediately try and fight back on towards Will Morris. The long right-hander at Coram. On the brakes they will go, easing on the pressure, making sure the car remains settled and straight in towards Murray's. Through the left-hander they will go, and on towards the start-finish straight. They will be effectively 2 and then a single, because Declan Lee's fallen off the back of John Langridge here. I don't know whether that's to allow John Langridge to try and close the gap up towards Will Morris. John Langridge will look to the outside at turn 1. We know he can work, and Declan Lee's got a problem. The car's misfiring as he goes over the line, and Declan Lee's weekend goes from bad to worse to even worse. So Declan Lee, he cannot get any luck this weekend. You could hear the car misfiring as he went over the line. That'll be why he dropped away. So John Langridge, he's really got to attack here. The moving towards turn 1 didn't work. He looked to the outside and the door didn't open. He couldn't find the grip on the dirty line. So now it's Will Morris. All eyes on you, sir. Can you make it 2 from 2 here at Snetterton? The first driver this season to win both races at a single round. So it's round 9 and 10 of the championship here at Snetterton. And Will Morris, he's on for his second win of the day. John Langridge only a tenth and a bit behind though, so with 5.5 minutes still to go, it's still too close to call.
It is very much still too close for call, but Declan Lee will be absolutely furious in that cockpit. Hopefully there's not too much wrong with it, but no, it looks like he has completely dropped away. I wonder if he's in fact pulled off somewhere. It doesn't look like it's been any flashing yellows. But we'll keep an eye on our security camera, which we have wonderfully installed. And I've seen a car going off into Agostino. I think that is, in fact, Declan Lee. So the number 1 car.
Yeah, he's already off. You can see he's out of the car now. Yeah, Declan Lee, I'm afraid, into retirement as he's pulled off onto the escape road at Agostini, and that's such a shame for Declan. He's having a rather torrid weekend by way of John Langridge, struggling to keep tabs with Will Morris again. It seems like Will has got the edge around this Snetterton 300 circuit.
He has absolutely got the edge now. Will Morris is really looking to see if he can just maintain this for now. He did try and take an early lead last time around, but for John Langridge was not able to latch onto him. And Will Morris be able to potentially just defend now. He had his defensive skills tested last time around in race 1, but of course Langridge just didn't have the pace this time. He's going to have to put up a little bit more of a fight, I believe, because Langridge will have that experience and he'll be able to latch onto Morris. He'll be able to follow him once again in towards the toe down the centre straight. He will just be picking it up and just gaining those extra tens, 6/10 of a second, separating Morris and Langridge as Miller now goes up into 3rd, and Lee, of course, now starts falling down the field. So it's at the moment, Morris from Langridge from Miller, the exact same as we saw from race 1. Will we be able to get a change? Potentially. It will take a lot for Drew Fletcher to take Alex Miller's position. It will take quite a lot for Langridge to take Morris's position as well. So really big potential in a change, but for now I think the main battle we're looking at is going to be for that lead of the race.
It will be indeed. So we've still got plenty of opportunities left, at least, for the drivers to figure out exactly where they're going to place their cars, and for the moment that's all eyes John Langridge. He's got 3 minutes to try and close that gap to Will Morris. 6/10 of a second it has come out to as they work their way in towards Oggies. The lapped car of Jude Worley just further up the road, but they are approaching the Bentley Straight, and that's the perfect place to pick your way through and past some of the slower traffic. Alex Miller is sat there in 3rd place. Last time through, Alex Miller on a 2:18.825 and Drew Fletcher on a 2:18.873. Effectively, the car that's catching them both is Nicholas Stott. He's currently up into 5th place. I don't think there's enough time left for him to make it a podium, but if he can, absolutely, he's going to try it.
Yeah, he will if he can, but again, in terms of pace, Miller last time around at a 2:18.825, I should mention. Fletcher 2:18.873, so hundreds of seconds separating those two with 2 minutes to go. There's still potential in there, but it will take a lot for Drew Fletcher to latch onto the rear and the rear bumper of Alex Miller, and then we'll be able to potentially draft his way through. But again, it is Morris from Langridge, from Miller, from Fletcher around the outside. Is that a problem there for Miller? No, my error, I believe, is a back marker. I'll have to keep an eye out for this one. The screen quality is, we're seeing like it's not the most ideal, but if we get a timing over the timing screen, yes, it was a back marker, my error. I just saw a slow car and yeah, just got a little bit too excited. That was Jude Worley in P12. So yeah, Miller versus Fletcher, that is separated now by 2.3 seconds. So yeah, it looks like Fletcher has dropped a little bit of pace in this one. So at this moment in time, it's Morris from Langridge and Miller, the top three once again. But it's still not over with less than a minute to go, because Morris and Langridge are embroiled in a big old battle, but Morris has seemingly had the upper hand, and that is now at a 1 second difference.
It is indeed. So Morris just continues to pull away ever more, and he's absolutely timed that to perfection. He worked his way through and past as he saw Declan Lee approaching, and in doing that has started to run away ever since. Unbeknownst to him, I'm sure, Declan Lee, unfortunately, his weekend just hasn't gone his way at all, and has gone into retirement with a mechanical issue now, so it's just not gone his way. It will be a rather quiet drive home, I am sure, for Declan Lee. It will be good to see him back out again in the future. The next time we should see him out will be at Cadwell Park on the 7th of September. I think I'm there for that one as well. I can't seem to get away from the Miata Trophy throughout this year. So as we look on to our final lap, we await the arrival through Coram from our top two. It should still be Will Morris from John Langridge. It remains the same as they pick their way through the left-hander at Brundle, then through the right-hander in towards Nelson. Towards the bomb hole they will go, and for the final time Will Morris will appear into our sight on the run through Coram, and he will see the checkered flag being readied for him. John Langridge still giving chase. Nicholas stops, like I say, he's closing in on those cars up the road, and I think give him another couple of laps and he might just about pick the pocket of Drew Fletcher for 4th place. But through the final corner for the final time comes Will Morris, and he will be the first driver this season to win both races at the same circuit. So Will Morris comes through to make it 2 from 2 here at Snetterton. He sees the checkered flag and takes another win, followed then by John Langridge over the line. Alex Miller then next towards the line. He will round out your podium and finish in 3rd place. One more lap and it might have changed, but Drew Fletcher just about holds on to 4th from Nicholas Stott. They were absolutely together as they crossed the line, much like they were in race number 1. Dylan Stepney crosses the line to finish in 6th place. Kevin Sylvain wins class ND and back up to 7th place. It's been a good weekend from Kevin, hard for racing throughout. Simon Fleet over the line in a few moments time to pick up 8th place. There he goes. Jude Worley has gone over the line to pick up 12th. It will then be Raymond Worley over the line in 9th, followed by Jack Hodges, and the final of your finishers will be Alex Easom over the line. He sees the checkered flag, but Will Morris 2 wins from 2, and it's John Langridge to finish in 2nd place ahead of Alex Miller finishing in 3rd. And that, if you have not watched Miata Trophy before, is absolutely the advert to come back and watch more as the season wears on. Of course, we're past the halfway point of the season now in the Miata Trophy. So obviously Snetterton 300 today, then on the 7th of September they go to Cadwell Park, the 28th of September they go to Alton Park, and they round out their season on the 26th of October as they work their way down to Brands Hatch on the Indy layout. The Miata Trophy never fails to disappoint, and as I said, what an amazing advert for the series that was. Unfortunately for Declan Lee, he wasn't involved with the mechanical issue. He really is having a weekend to forget, I'm afraid, is Declan. Hopefully we see him out in the future. Of course, he is the reigning champion, effectively. So he's got, I don't want to say making up to do, but he's got that sort of pedigree behind him, and more than anything, that stature to uphold. So we'll see what response we can get out of Declan. I'm sure he will take it in the right way and be more motivated than ever. But what an amazing race that was, and what that does do is bring us on to the main event. We will hear, I'm sure, from a number of our drivers down in the Parc Ferme area. But next out onto circuit is the main event of today and the main event of tomorrow as well. EnduroKA return to the Snetterton circuit following the 1 hour qualifying this morning. The 3 hour race will very shortly be getting underway, and we've got plenty to look forward to, plenty to guide you through by way of the EnduroKA. There's a lot of drivers that we need to be keeping a note of. And going off qualifying this morning, we're not going to be short of racing, and Snetterton is so good for it, as it is quite windy. We've got the headwind along the start-finish straight, the tailwind along the Bentley straight, the back straight towards Brundle and Nelson, the aerodynamic assistance here more than ever is very, very important indeed, and pack racing is definitely something we see plenty of with the EnduroKA series. So as we look towards pit entry, I can see Will Morris is arriving, followed then by John Langridge and Alex Miller, so hopefully we can grab a word with our top three in just a little while. I can see we are getting plenty of interaction on the MSVT Racing YouTube channel, so welcome along if you are just joining us. It's an absolute pleasure to have you, myself, Jack Werrell, talking to you now down in Parc Fermé. In a few moments' time we will hear from Adam Reed, and as I hear his mic queuing up, you should have a few of the Miata Trophy drivers driving towards you now. So still struggling to hear Adam, I'm afraid. We can't hear Adam down in the Parc Fermé area, and there we go, we've got him now. I think he just needs to stay in shot of the mic aerial. So I'm afraid we still can't hear Adam, just the radio can't quite reach where he is. He might need to just wander around and then try and grab a word. So unfortunately, yeah, I don't think he knows we can't hear him. He is down there, and he is with our top three. You can see everybody has jumped out of the car, but yeah, just needs to stay in shot of the aerial, maybe slightly too far away. If you come back towards us, Adam, you might be able to pick up a bit of frequency. So I can see you've got the top three down there. Back down to you.
Yeah, down here in pit lane, and there is Will Morris.
No, so I'm afraid still struggling to hear him. It's just a shame we can't quite grab that word. We might need to play around with the mic pack that he's got with him, or the handheld mic that he has there. We can't see him down there, we'll try him again. No, so I'm afraid we can't hear from Adam just as of yet. We can see the drivers are down there. There's Will Morris over the moon with that. Adam, if you think you have your mic working, please do just jump in and jump over the top of me, and I will stop if I can hear you. But Will Morris absolutely over the moon with another win. The first driver this season to make it 2 from 2. So absolutely over the moon, I am sure, and it will be a very happy drive home, I'm sure, for him. And as we have a brief look in towards the schedule, we are pretty much exactly where we would want to be at this stage in the day. So as we get ready for the main event, the 3-hour EnduroKA race that we should have on the way, and I'm afraid we can't hear Adam. We do have a spare mic up in the commentary box, so hopefully we can grab a word with them at some point throughout these proceedings. But of course, what we do have with the EnduroKA race getting underway very shortly, that gives us the opportunity to go down there, not only into Parc Fermé to grab a word with the drivers, but down into the garages as well. So you will probably hear from one or both of us, or see us both down in the pit lane at one point or another. We might start to alternate that, where one of us goes down, then the other, and then the other, to try and grab a word with a couple of our drivers, because we've got plenty of people that people want to hear from. We've got mechanics as well, and officials, and it just gives them the option to get a bit of airtime as well. So we'll wait and see as to exactly what goes on throughout the next 3 hours worth of racing from the EnduroKA Championship. Adam, if you could make your way back up towards us. We know your mic isn't working. It'd be great to get you back up in the commentary box in a few moments' time. But the safety car is on the grid. The marshals are ready to receive the EnduroKars. They are coming towards us now, and also in the pit lane is the Essex and Kent Motorsport machine. We saw Lewis and Nathan Kent have a small issue with that in qualifying, and opting for a pit lane start. Yeah, we've got pit lane starters here. Let's run you through the pit lane starters. Car number 37, that being Semprini Racing, Jeremy and David Evans. They're starting from the pit lane. Car number 38, Essex and Kent Motorsport. That's Lewis and Nathan Kent. They are starting from the pit lane as we have a look down the order and try and find them. There they are. So Lewis and Nathan Kent are starting from the pit lane. So too is number 46, Milner Racing. They should have been lining up on the second row, but no, they're starting from the pit lane. And so too is car number 96. That being, I've got car number 96, but I don't have a 96 on the entry list. Yes, I do. Porsche Carrera. They were one of the amendments. They will be starting from the pit lane, and unfortunately, car number 6 is withdrawn. That's the NGM Racing car that went over in qualifying. It just nudged a curb slightly too hard and went on over onto its roof. We can guide you through the way in which they will line up. On pole position is car number 11, 1110 Racing. They start on pole position. Then it's car number 81, GM Performance. They line up alongside on row 1. Row 2 is made up of 151, which is Cataclysm, car number 151. Alongside them, car number 95, that is Cadoodle Doo. Row number 3 is Calamity Racing, car number 121. They're alongside Catastrophe Racing, car number 131. Row 4 of the grid is Shine Automotive and Pro-Am Racing, car number 180 and car number 12 on row 4. Row 5 is made up of AFK Racing and Wingat Racing, car number 22 and car 3. On row 6 of the grid, Semprini Racing have Mellors Elliott's Motorsport for company, car 27 and car 5. And on row 7 of the grid, we've got Cash Straps Racing alongside Autotech Motorsports, car 55 and car 64. Then it is Kahuna's Race Team and Cadoodle 2 alongside them on row 8, the Treble 3 and the 94. And on row 9 of the grid, it's No Nonsense Racing alongside Burton Power Racing, car 18 and car number 1. Car number 141, Commotion, they line up alongside LDR Performance Tuning on row number 10, 141 and 49. And then on the 11th row of the grid, it's Orca Sport alongside North Motorsport, car number 74 and car number 148. On row 12 of the grid, it's Glory Car alongside NJM Racing Limited, that is 126 and car number 2. And then all on their own, on the very back row of the grid, car number 44, that's Graves Motorsport. But of course the cars that we do have starting from the pit lane are cars number 37, Semprini Racing with Jeremy Evans and Jeremy Evans and David Evans. And then we've also got car number 38, that's the Essex and Kent Motorsport car with Lewis and Nathan Kent. We've also got the big story really from qualifying, Milner Racing, George Wright, Jack Wright and Johnny Milner in their Milner Racing machine. They are starting from the pit lane as well. Let's see what they can do about carving their way through the order. And car number 96, that being Porsche Carrera Motorsport, Ben Smithwell, Mark Carey, Welbed Spitten and Laura Tebbs, they are starting from the pit lane as well. And unfortunately, the NJM car that found itself no longer sunny side up in qualifying, they have opted to withdraw that car as they cannot get that car repaired. So that is the way in which they will line up, and that has no bearing at all on how this order will look come the end of the 24 hours. I'm still in Anglesey mode. Come the end of the 3-hour race today, there's 3 hours worth of EnduroKA racing ready for tomorrow as well. And I noted a number of the cars were running brand new sticker tyres all round. Others had opted for just fronts, others had opted for just rears, and some have opted for just left-hand side tyres. Of course, and the left-hand side tyres are the ones that really get the beating here at Snetterton, as most circuits in the UK you would expect, as they are clockwise. You really do put a lot of load onto that front left throughout this Snetterton circuit, and it is perfectly flat with some quite adverse camber at points. So you are asking so much of the tyres, and it gives the cars plenty to deal with. Of course, the EnduroKA is designed for the Ford KA Mark 1. They all run the exact same 1300cc Duratec engine, so the cars produced between 2002 and 2008, and with them being very light indeed, they produce some fabulous racing. Super late on the brakes, they managed to make it work, and hopefully we will be treated to some brilliant racing over the next 3 hours. Cars to watch out for. We went through this morning. If you're just joining us on the live stream, make sure you make note. Milner Racing, keep an eye on Milner. They should start to carve their way through the order following a very quick qualifying. 1110 Racing have gone very well in qualifying. Let's see if they can follow that up. Pro-Am Racing, car number 12, they're starting in 8th place. Keep an eye on them. So too, car number 3, Wingat Racing, they're starting in 10th place. Keep an eye on those guys. But also, I have to say, car number 95, Cadoodle Doo, ran by Graves Motorsport. They've been racing for plenty of time. They've got plenty of experience as well. Let's see what they can do from the second row of the grid in 4th place. But the cars just picking their way through the left and right at Brundle and Nelson on towards Gorham. The red lights are already on, of course. Rolling start. Let's see how this goes.
We are absolutely looking forward to this one. I really do believe that there's going to be a lot of action, as you said there. The Milner Racing car will start right down the end of the pit lane. Do you know where that is, Jack?
I have a suspicion, but I will confirm that prior to making that suspicion known.
Okay, so that's for make sure that is good. But yeah, it is interesting how many cars are going to be in that pit lane. But it's going to be 11 tenths from it seems like GM Motorsport, they turn their way through Coram.
Yeah, they weren't fully compliant with the regulations. We'll leave it there.
Okay, so yeah, non-compliant with the regulations for a lot of the teams. They're going to have to wait their turn in leaving the pit lane. So there they head through Murray, and so heading through Murray's, head in towards that last corner. Now we see 2 by 2 starting to form in this pack. We'll get green for this 3-hour race, of course much shorter than they were doing a couple of weeks ago, and the start of pretty much what is going to be the main race, the headline race here at Snetterton this weekend. We wait for the lights to go out. They continue to roll and roll and roll. The engine notes will start to rise. 3 hours on the clock, and we go racing here at Snetterton for the EnduroKA, and already we're starting to see a bit of a push here from the 151, and they pull away. There goes the 3 or 4 cars coming out of the pit lane, but in toward the first corner. It's starting to get a little bit chaotic as it usually goes in an EnduroKA race. They'll pull their way up toward the hairpin, where we'll potentially see a couple of overtakes. Just time to look over, and they're just seeing if they can go 3 wide in towards that right-hander, and then they'll file their way out of the exit of Wilson's in towards Palmer's, and it does look like it is going to be the GM Motorsport number 81 who nabs the lead away, but it was a really, really good start there from Cataclysm.
Yeah, so into the lead of the race go Cadoodle-Doo. Of course, they started in 4th place. A brilliant start from those guys, and the Graves Motorsport backed team. They've picked their way into the lead. They're being hunted down by 11 Tenths Motorsport and Brian Crawford, but they run so wide on the exit of Agostini. That leaves them vulnerable to the cars behind, and we've got more overtakes being made. Pro-Am Racing continuing to carve their way through the order. Ollie Fernall starting that car and starting behind the wheel of the Pro-Am Racing entry. You may see him carve his way yet further up through the order. He went blisteringly well at Anglesey in the very latter stages. He got into the car for the final time and took the checkered flag himself, but was fighting all the way until the very end. So let's see as to what position he will come out in come the end of this stint. So as we look further down the order, everyone's being very well behaved and keeping it within those white lines. Milnair Racing are immediately on the attack and trying to carve their way onto the rest of the order. But for the moment, it almost remains as it is. But I have to say, Cadoodle-Doo and Ross Folds, what a brilliant start.
Yeah, absolutely. They got off to a mega start, and really picking off those positions in those early stages is exactly what you need to do in a 3-hour endurance race. You pick those positions and then see where you can go from there. Play the cards that you're dealt with, as I like to say. We just watch the field, head their way in towards Coram. They go, the little KAs that they are, and trying to find their way around this racetrack that they've in their past life was very unfamiliar with, but now being brought into a racetrack and into a fantastic series that is the EnduroKA series. Heading down that centre straight, and already you see that Cadoodle-Doo have really pulled out a mega lead here. They fly their way over the timing screens, and that's the 95 into the lead, followed by the number 81 with the 11, and then the 151. Ross Folds really putting that car into a really good place there, going up 3 places. Another big winner, there was Cash App Break with Ben Smith putting himself up into 9th place for the number 55 team. So Commotion with Edwards at the wheel in 13. They've gone up +6. Calamity with Batty the number 121. Yeah, in 18th place, gone down 13th. They've been very much involved in something, unfortunately for them. And they head their way through and follow their way through this next sequence of corners. They're really starting to find the rhythm, and of course maybe a little bit of a battering from the tyres already. They're going to need to start to find a way to relax those tyres a little bit before they completely fall off by the end of the race.
No, I think we will see tyre changes being done absolutely throughout this race. I don't think you'll be able to manage them until the end. Louis Batty hasn't had the best start to his race, as you said, down those 13 places. What of Milnair Racing? Johnny Milner starting that car. He's up to what is 24th place after starting off the very tail end of the order. Graves Motorsport, car number 44. We don't know whether that was Tom Wood, Catherine Shipp or Paul Baxter that started that car. By way of Porsche Carrera Motorsport, they've picked up a couple of places on the opening lap. That's Mark Carey that has started that car, but Ross Folt and Cadoodle-Doo, car number 95, doing a brilliant job, continuing to lead the way ahead of GM Performance. They have had a cracking start as well. They've remained exactly where they are, so Gary Mitchell being careful not to push too hard in the opening stages of this race. Ollie Fernell, after starting in 8th place, has picked up 3 places on the opening lap and he's up into 5th place. In Shine Automotive, they have Colin French behind the wheel. I thought he was only going to be out tomorrow, but he's out today as well. Colin French up into 6th place, picking up a place on the opening lap, but Cash Strapped Racing, car number 55, doing absolutely everything they need to do with Ben Smith.
They really, really are, and I think a lot of these cars are going to just continue to go at their usual pace. See if they can maybe nip a few cars here and there, but just currently following in the way that cars are going. There's still a couple of peaking moves here heading in towards that final section, but yeah, for the moment and now, I think sometimes it may be best just sit in behind, just see what everyone else is doing and kind of guide your race from there and head their way through and on towards Murray. So once again, we'll get another tick off the laps here from our leader in the form of Cadoodle-Doo and Ross Fold. The gap has actually in fact closed. That was from 1.3 last time around. The crossover timing beam, and now it's now down to 8 tenths of a second. 11 tenths now involved in a big old tussle here because they're now gaining rapidly on GM Performance with Gary Mitchell at the wheel, but Catechism with Num at the wheel, and of course the 151 will be looking to see if they can potentially get involved in that manoeuvre down in towards the hairpin we go. And they're really starting to get into each other's way here, and hopefully not too many incidents as either.
No, and we're seeing Semprini Racing diving their way up through the inside of Wingat Racing. That's on the exit of Palmer's by the looks of that, or on the exit of Wilson's, pardon me, and then towards Palmer's they will go. Pro-Am Racing still giving chase. Ollie Fernell holding station in 5th place, but he is catching the car up the road. That is car number 151 in Cataclysm. Nick Nunn not that far away from losing a place. Is he going to have a look up the inside from Ollie Fernell? No, he holds station once again over the line a long way back. The car number 44 Graves Motorsport car, previously known as Kagermeister, but now we're going to see Ollie Fernell have a big look up the inside. Nick Nunn has got the outside line. It's not going to be the grippier side of the circuit. He may just have to give way to Ollie Fernell here. They pick their way through, and Ollie Fernell is going to be the outside by the time they arrive at Oggies. Can he open the door once more? If they continue to battle, they've got Colin French in the Shine Automotive car there. He's going to have to try the outside once again. He's Ollie Fernell, but position made as they work their way onto the Bentley straight. But now he's punching the hole in the air, and he will be the slower one in a straight line.
Yeah, it just seemed like it's going to be a little bit tough there for Ollie Fernell to try and put a move on somebody all throughout on the race, but he's going to try his best here. We hear something going on, I think somewhere around, because Jack's head just popped up like a rooster.
No, that was me not having the live stream, the live pictures on. I saw lots of green flags, and I thought if there's green flags, there's yellows, and that was just the start of the race. So it wasn't live pictures annoyingly that I was looking at.
So yeah, now back with the race, we're trying to see what else is happening there. I believe the 22 and the you said the 55 getting involved in the 22's business, so it's looking pretty tough up the front there. But now the gap is starting to close here, so that is the effect of not being in any form of slipstream, because now we're seeing that car of the 95 being gained on here of Ross Falls, and I wonder how fast Gary Mitchell can overtake it. In fact, it's now 11 tenths of racing, so Byron Crawford.
Yeah, he's going to get called into the pit lane, I'm afraid. The back box of that car has unfortunately parted ways with the exhaust hanger, so I'm afraid that's going to grab the wrong sort of attention from the stewards, and he's going to get called in, especially if he's going for the lead.
It will be, and especially with many cars behind you. You're already seeing on your pictures, there's so many cars just streaming through Riches and on towards the hairpin. But yeah, if that falls off, that could hugely damage another car and cause a big old problem and big damage for another car. The bill will be absolutely massive, but you can see there that battle of three heading all the way down towards Agostini and looking at the back end or more the technical end of the circuit, and the 81 having to back off from that 11-10th Racing. So 11-10th Racing, who really got off to a really good qualifying, put themselves on pole position, now find themselves being called into, no, not quite called being called into the pit. That's a black and white flag for track limits for the 151 of Cataclysm. But yeah, it will be unfortunately there for the 11-10th machine that will unfortunately have to go coming into the pit lane at some point.
Yeah, so back over the line goes the Graves Motorsport machine. So they've got a bit of work to do to come from the position on circuit in which they are. So we wait for the train to pick their way back into Brundle and Nelson. It is still the Cadoodle-Doo car of Ross Folds leading the way. Brian Crawford sat there in second place behind the wheel of Byron Crawford, pardon me, in the number 11 machine. They've got the number 81 GM Performance car, that being Gary Mitchell, sat there in third place. Ollie Fernell is up into fourth. He has managed to work his way through and past Nick Nunn and pull away since doing so. We saw that position change working their way on towards Bentley Straight just a couple of laps ago. But for Byron Crawford, what can he do about applying yet further pressure onto the leading Cadoodle-Doo car? On the brakes in towards Murray's they will go, keeping the car in between the white lines, avoiding that big curb which we know can unsettle cars. But as they pick their way on towards the start-finish straight once again, Byron Crawford can play the long game here. He can sit in that aerodynamic assistance and save so much fuel. The trouble is, he then needs to keep the engine temperatures down, because if you're sat behind the car, you're not getting any air in the radiator.
Yeah, absolutely. 11-10th Racing going for the lead there, but it looks like that Cadoodle-Doo are keeping very, very defensive, with Ross Falls playing the centre game to keeping that car in the centre of the pack. And they head their way through and on towards the hairpin. I wonder if we're going to be seeing any potential moves. It does look like the 81 there of Gary Mitchell looking at Byron Crawford in that number 11, so really trying to get in on the action. And Ollie Fernell is also playing a part in this one, trying to chase down that 81. And of course the sim racing YouTuber is going to be really looking to try and get past. He's going to be absolutely loving it in the cockpit of that car. I can sense the smile already, but also now he needs to lock in and get the focus down on that car. And again, just also playing the long game as well, trying to save that fuel, potentially do a one-stop and around on the inside. It looks like 11-10th Racing has found a gap there to put their car into, and with rain now starting to appear on our windows, is this going to be a game changer here? It looks like Cadoodle-Doo feeling the pressure, and there they go, down to second place. 11-10th Racing have potentially found something here and trying to unlock a little bit of speed. They'll now take the lead, and of course they'll now command the pace as well. And if someone wants to potentially go into the lead, that will be a good option too, but it'll also give Ross Falls a bit of time to potentially go and save some fuel, save some temperature as well, because these cars do heat up quite a bit. But they head their way in toward the chicane they go. 11-10th still ahead of Cadoodle-Doo. So the 11 ahead of the 95, ahead of the 81, ahead of the 12. So definitely keep that group in your heads, people, because this is kind of the battle for the lead. There is the black and orange flag for 1, 2, 6. So that is not quite the 11-10th car that we thought we were going to have. It is in fact, who is that on our timing screen? The 1, 2, 6 is going to be EnduroKA with McCollum in the car. So unfortunately that is going to be a super unfortunate event there. So they've got something potentially hanging off the side of the car as well here.
Yeah, I'll have to have a look next time they come by. And one thing to note, if you want maximum performance out of these cars, what you need to do is keep the air conditioning off if you have it, but turn the fan all the way up and turn it on hot. So it makes a very uncomfortable driver, but a slightly quicker EnduroKA, because what you get is all of that hot air that's surrounding the engine. It goes into the cabin, admittedly, but more importantly, it's away from the engine. That is the key bit. So as we await the arrival of car number 126 into the pit lane, we've also got North Motorsport into the pit lane as well. So I'm not exactly sure why that car has come in. That is going to be Hugh Smith that has come into the pit lane and straight into the garage, unfortunately, so I don't think we'll see anything at least immediately from North Motorsport. So the first car to have potentially some sort of issues. I might wander down and try and grab a word.
Yeah, absolutely. It might be a good opportunity if you want to go and potentially get a listen, keep it on the good old radio. So yeah, we'll have to have a look and see what's going on there down at North Motorsport, because they've always been a pretty strong team as far as my memory serves me correctly. But yeah, if you're having a moment like that where you need to come into the pit lane after 15 minutes, then clearly things aren't going your way. Pitting for Porsche Carrera Motorsport as well. I believe they're serving a early pit stop, it looks like. Then they're springing into live, opening the door. Couple of conversations going on, but yeah, already starting to serve some problems. Of course, that car got very recently rebuilt as well, so really unfortunate there for the Porsche Carrera team. They look to potentially spring back into life, but maybe potentially seeing some early issues with the car, and I wonder how that's going to do in their race, because do they want to risk any more damage, thus extending their bill if that becomes expensive? I think no changes have been done to the car, but they are going to push it out into the circuit, and it will be now onto the circuit. Find their way now a second to last, technically, with the ones that have now they've now been onto the circuit. But we now watch the rest of the field coming into play here. Not only Fernald has in fact been overtaken here by Cataclysm, so an incident in that one. The number 44 Graves Motorsport has been in as well, so not looking too good there for number 44, but now a whole load of potential overtakes here at that 151 of Cataclysm is potentially maybe going for a move here on GM Performance. Now the 81 is on the inside line, of course around the outside will Cataclysm go. It will be a big potential in will be a lot of potential in that maneuver there, but it does look like it is going to stay as Cadoodle do from GM Performance, from Cataclysm, and then Pro-Am Racing, according to what we saw on our timing screen. So still so much to happen. It looks like trying to head down there at the 44, the Kagermeister KA into the pit lane. So they're potentially reporting back potential issues that may flare up in the future and out onto the circuit as well. So really starting to get into the groove of this race, but some have already found, some have already started to find their potential in the early stages. Let's have a look at lap times here, because it looks like a 2 minute 41 from Cataclysm, but is that because everyone else is doing saving as well? The potential is in that case 240 from Semprini Racing's Hart. So that's looking to be quite an interesting one. We keep an eye here on our TV screen. The 131 of Catastrophe. That's going to be Adam Bonham, currently running in 7th place. Just above them is his friend in the 180 Shine Automotive car. So really starting to find a bit of a rhythm going into this circuit. And so whilst Jack looks like he's heading down in towards pit lane, we'll just continue to keep an eye on what's been going on. A lot of changes all throughout the field. It does seem like it is going to be quite the race, with Cataclysm taking the lead, I believe, for the first time in the 7 laps that have been completed. There is the 63 of Burton Power Racing that is now in the garage. So already plenty of cars having their issue, but I've just seen oh sorry, that was their Ford, in fact. So their Ford was on the TV screen, my apologies, but yeah, you can see the number 1 is still out on the circuit. 1110s Racing have been in as well, so I'm wondering if that is because if that is because we do have if they've made a pit stop already. Some of our top runners looking pretty good already, but I just wonder what is happening further on below. But yeah, that 1110s Racing has been into the pit lane. And I think one thing to know, I'm not entirely sure if we've spoken about this on the live stream already, but yeah, after that 24 hours, it just seemed like a lot of the power has been starting to really die off in the it's starting to really die off in of course the power bands started to get ever so lower. But now we find ourselves in a bit of a moment. There is the 120 getting past the Porsche Carrera Cup, and look at how tight this pack is going in towards the Brundle and Nelsons, and Ollie Fernall finds himself up into P3 here, just behind the Cadoodle Doo and the Cataclysm car. So the lead is now starting to get pretty close in to see here. Last time around, the top 3 again separate, that is the top 4 separated by just under 0.8 per second. That's also Gary Mitchell also getting involved as well. So really getting close there. There is the 157, and you can see the 81 also getting involved as well. And behind with Shine Automotive staying within contention. And this is really starting to fire up into live. And it just shows that this pack racing is really starting to bring the race into a kind of very lively moment here. The 81 looking to the outside there of Pro-Am Racing, so Pro-Am kind of getting boxed in. They've just managed to find a gap there to be able to slot into. They turn their way in toward the right-hander of Riches, and of course the hairpin will be up next. Having a look at chat, hello to everyone there in the chat. Is the 95 P2? It is indeed, and it looks like Lee Taylor in that 95 is currently in a really good spot. Tell Tripod no bonks, says Tomo. Yeah, hopefully Josh will not will have no bongs indeed. I'm hearing a tap on the mic. Is that you, Jack?
It is indeed, yeah. We're down here in the pit lane. We're looking at North Motorsport. Sam North, Hugh Smith and Ross Restwell. They unfortunately have had to bring that car into the garage. The bonnet's up and the expansion tank was leaking quite a substantial amount of coolant, so it would suggest that unfortunately that car has started to overheat. Hopefully they've caught it soon enough to be able to solve any sort of problems that it may cause, but really at the start of a 3-hour race, the last thing you want to be doing is hemorrhaging laps, and more importantly that crucial time with an overheating issue.
Yeah, I definitely can see that happening, unfortunately, there for North Motorsport. So they have run into issues very early for the 148, and unfortunately for them, I don't know how long they'll be going any more forward. Looking back at our timing screens again, a second separating Cataclysm all the way in first place, all the way down to GM Performance there in P4. Ollie left window open after a stop. Oh dear. More Ollie Fernell or Basic Ollie subscribers coming into chat, but it's bringing in the numbers. It's brilliant. It's really good to see. And speaking of Ollie Fernell, getting very much involved in the battles up ahead here. He's going to nab second away there from what I seem to be Lee Taylor. So really making mincemeat of that, and now he's on the back here of the lead man of Cataclysm in the 151. Now starting to see how those gaps are starting to become apparent, because there you've got from 5th all the way down to P9 of
yeah, with that including Shine Automotive, Semperini Racing, Catastrophe, AFK Racing, Wingap Racing, with Mike Marais in P9 there. So they're really looking to get a potential going in that kind of part. And then also you look down from 10th lower on with Kahuna's Racing Milner in P11 as well. The potential move here going on with Ollie Furnell trying to pull into the lead here, and also bringing Cataclysm with them, heading in towards turn number 1, and there goes Ollie Furnell to take the lead of this 3-hour endurance. Of course, in his first year of car racing, going from the virtual world to the real world, now finds himself in the lead. How much fuel saving has he done? Because he has been behind for the majority of time, but now he finds himself leading for the first time. How much fuel saving does he dare to do? Does he give an inch to that number 151 of Cataclysm? Because they've been really in the chase here, and you can see how close the pack is. I believe is Gary Mitchell keeping within potential. He is trying to keep it as close as he possibly can, and in P4, and that 81 really playing the games here. I think they need to do a little bit of fuel saving at the same time, because you see those whole group of cars really stacking amongst each other. They turn their way in towards Hamilton and then breaking in towards Oggies. I think Furnell will just have to keep himself clean now, keep himself in front. Of course, he does have those options to put himself in a great potential to win this race. There is looks like the Porsche Carrera team having more issues, so their newly kind of rebuilt car, well, I'm sure we'll have a conversation with them later on about the kind of rebuild of this car, and get a kind of view from what they've had in the last, I want to say 24 hours, maybe 48 hours, because they have had a very stressful time. And you see there the tyre mark from the Donington race a couple of weeks ago. They didn't really compete in the 24 hours as far as my memory goes, but yeah, it does seem like they are very much looking at a problem in these early stages. We're not being brought into the pits yet, but it's still stuck. It's still stuck there in pit lane, still doing some sort of service. But the lid is up, the bonnet is up, and checks underneath the car. That's a very good sign. Going up here in the commentary box, just something we're doing in terms of interviews there is the Essendon Kent Motorsport car. So they have very much been in the wars. Unfortunately, they look to be having a strong weekend, but it looks like Lewis Kent and Nathan Kent have run into a couple of issues. I'm sure with everybody. I don't know if these cars have been thoroughly checked. I don't know if these cars have been thoroughly checked past the 24 hours. I'm sure there would have been something, but yeah, to go for 24 hours, not have like all the proper checks, and then have to run a 3-hour by 3-hour, you're going to run into some problems, especially especially with the way it's kind of the nature is. It's that 36, another car with that lid up. Just having a look there at the commentary box, it's the same kind of story with the Porsche Carrera team. They've got Marshall as well close to them, and I think it might spell retirement for the drivers. Just circulating the car, floating around the pit lane, seeing if they're potentially getting in the car, but it doesn't seem too active. A lot of hands down at the sides, a lot of hands maybe across as well. It's not an ideal scenario, but there is some potential of rain. I'm being told there is a lot of chaos still to be. So a lot of chaos to be presented to us, and I'm sure that will follow shortly. As North Motorsport looks like they found themselves back out onto the circuit. So after their kind of after their slight demeanour, they've now found themselves back out, albeit they're going to be a heck amount of laps down here. The 44, the Jägermeister, unfortunately, back in the pit lane. And we have a look at now in terms of commentary position, looking down it towards turn number 1. And looks like the GM Motorsport, GM performance car there, Gary Mitchell, doing a little bit of fuel saving, a little bit of a break there just before the turn 1. So evidently wanted to try and filter in and save a little bit of fuel, but it looks like Cataclysm is going to take the lead in this one last time around. So Ollie Fernell potentially doing a little bit of fuel saving in this case. But yeah, super really good potential for a lot of these cars to really get involved in that top battle, and then you can already see the gaps being formed here with Semprini Racing and then Shine Automotive, and then of course Bonham in the 7th place car, the catastrophe. So that's a bit of a so Simon Bonham on our time screens on our TV screen, but in our TSL timing it's saying that is Adam Bonham. So yeah, not ideal in that case, but I'm sure we'll definitely find something in our amendments. Find a official answer in that case. So it looks like Lewis Kent is now going to be driving the Essex and Kent Motorsport car. That's it. I've just got the notification there on the screen that he is now heading back out onto the circuit. And will very much so be keeping an eye on how that car starts to handle. I think a little bit of damage there on the Jägermeister as it starts to head down the centre straight. We'll get a good idea on what that is looking like for now. Is there a little bit of a front bashing as well? It passes our commentary position for now. There has been a little bit of a small dent in that one, but it is looking okay for now. Still in a positive position. Now Ollie Fernell retaking the lead in that one, so he's decided that he wants to go leading once again, gain that a little bit of experience, being the leader of the race, and yeah, it does seem like a misshift on the corner exit for the Pro-Am driver. He'll find himself in a really good position now with Lee Taylor in the Cadoodle Duo, I believe, right in his wheel tracks. But yeah, massively super strong here so far for a lot of the team. They power their way through the number 151 of Cataclysm, just trying to find their way through more moves there. Semprini Racing putting themselves up to 4th place as well. And we go on to the 12th lap of this race, turning their way through Riches and on toward the hairpin we go. There is Ollie Fernell and the sim racer, now real life racer, putting himself into that top spot. But how long will that last? Because there's plenty of times for this to be changed.
So as the race continues on, 2 hours and 20 minutes remaining, we still have Ollie Fernell in the lead of the race, only by around about a tenth of a second. And of course, fuel saving isn't a massive thing, but in the time he's been sat behind the other cars, what he will have been doing is just saving that little bit of fuel. It might not even extend to anything by way of a lap. These cars are fairly economical as is. But at the moment, he's just controlling that pace to the car behind of Nick Nunn. So it is Pro-Am Racing from Cataclysm, Ollie Fernell from Nick Nunn. We've then got car number 95, Cadoodle Doo, sat there in third place. And they currently have, who do they have behind the wheel as we look? Lee Taylor behind the wheel of that car. Semprini Racing and Jeremy Hart are sat there in fourth place, and in fifth place, car number 81, that is GM Performance. They've got Gary Mitchell behind the wheel. Car number 180, that's Shine Automotive. They've got Colin French behind the wheel in sixth place, followed then by Catastrophe and Alex Bonham. Car number 131, Adam Bonham. Sat there in seventh place. Eighth place, car number 22, AFK Racing and Nick Berg are in eighth place, and ninth place is car number 3, Wingat Racing, Mark Morace behind the wheel. Johnny Milner has got the Milner Racing machine up into what is ninth place. They have passed Mark Morace. That's why Mark Morace is into the pit lane. So a very early call there from Wingat Racing. Is this a planned stop? Let's have a look. Driver comes in and straight into the garage. So Wingat Racing, one of the big hitters in this race, from inside the top 10 straight into the pit lane and straight into the garage as well. So Milner Racing and Johnny Milner, who started in the pit lane. They were the out of 4 cars, they were the second car in. They started in the pit lane and somehow have managed to carve their way right the way to 10th place at the moment. So what a brilliant job it has been from Johnny Milner and the Milner crew for getting that car ready to go. So having served the requisite penalty as requested by the stewards, I can see that out of the car, I think that is. Yeah, so Mark Morace out of the car and immediately on the drill, getting that car stripped down, making sure it is ready to get going. So unfortunately, they haven't had the best start to their race. We've had yet more shuffling. Andrew Greer-Hardy has picked up 2 places on the lap prior for LDR Performance Tuning, then up into 17th place, car number 49, and car 37 up 2 places further, up into 18th place. Semprini Racing and David Evans have picked up a place on the lap prior. Fastest lap of the race at present does go the way of race leader, car number 12, Pro-Am Racing and Ollie Fernell, with a 2 minute 39.395. So yet more to come, I think, as this race wears on. The rain that was initially on its way, I think, has just passed us towards the north. It may still just about catch us, but I think we will be dry from here on until the end. 2 hours and 22 minutes remaining. Plenty of time for pit stops and everything to take place. We're going to be looking at I want to say around about sort of 20 minutes till a stop, but we've already seen, let's see, 23 down to, we've already seen the best part of 8 cars already into the pit lane, and potentially yet more in over the next couple of laps. 11/10 Racing have been in, of course, and I can hear the mic down in the pit lane. That can only mean Adam's there.
Yeah, I'm down at the number 3, Wingat Racing, and if you want an update on that one, the clutch is apparently starting to play out. That's what I've been told, but yeah, they're in to play with the clutch, and of course that's going to be very important. You need to change gear in that one, and so that kind of means that yeah, they're not going to be able to, I don't know if it's loose or I don't know if it's very difficult to try and put down, but if that's the kind of the case in this moment in time, then I think the best kind of option at this moment right now is just make sure it's fixed, and of course get it back out onto the circuit and then try and get some laps in potentially. Of course, anything can happen in this EnduroKA race. There's a big possibility that something drastic will happen. You have to be out there to be able to be within that chance. If you are able to get a lap back, then by all means try and go for it. And for now, I do think that they're possibly just going to have to try and fix that problem. And I'm looking at the leg going there down on the clutch pedal, and it looks just very, very loose for now. It just looks super loose. There's going to be like it seems to be like no response to it whatsoever. So we'll see how this kind of works for the moment at least. But yeah, for now it just seems like they need something going on down there, whether that be a way, just some way to fix it. But yeah, this is like it's going to cost them a couple of laps.
Yeah, so a big job down there for Wingat Racing. we've got a few questions being asked by regards to pit times or sort of stint times. Very much depends on the position you're in. You tend to try and run it as far into the tank as possible without running out. Being here at Snetterton, obviously you're flat out for such a long way, and you've got that long headwind all the way uphill towards turn 1, so that won't help. If you're at the front of a pack, naturally the stint time will be slightly less. We can see stints as short as an hour, and stints as long as up to sort of 1 hour 20 minutes, I think we saw last year. Drive-through penalty for car number 151, so that is Cataclysm. That's Nick Nunn in second place. So second place and Nick Nunn, they will have to do a full, effectively a pit stop, sort of pit in to pit out. They cannot serve a pit stop whilst they are in. They have to do the drive-through penalty at a different time to when they intend to pit. So all of a sudden, Ollie Fernall's lead of 1.1 seconds is going to come out to the best part of 1.5 seconds, because that is the current gap between Lee Taylor and Ollie Fernall, third place to first place. So we may start to see Pro-Am Racing start to run away with this one ever more. No Nonsense Racing on the lap prior have really started to fall away, unfortunately. They lost 2 places, so maybe some sort of mistake out there on circuit. Whereabouts? Well, who do they have behind the wheel? That is going to be car number 18. So that will be Dominic Jack, or it'll be Bradley Godbold behind the wheel. Unfortunately, he dropped a couple of places on the lap prior. So Pretty Racing and Jeremy Hart into the pit lane as well. So as they pull in, that looks like, it almost looks like a routine stop, because they've not brought it into the pit lane, but into the garage, but immediately the bonnet goes up. And I've got a feeling Adam will be down there to tell us all about that in a few moments' time as to exactly why that has all swapped around. Nick Nunn has lost out to Lee Taylor on the lap prior. I don't think he's come into the pit lane and served that drive-through penalty, but Nick Nunn's day is going to go from bad to worse, because he's lost a place and will have a drive-through penalty to serve as well. Lee Taylor is only a second away from Ollie Fernall, so he's closed that gap by around about half a tenth on the lap prior. That's because he set that car's personal fastest lap of the race, so 2 minutes 39.709, so still 3 tenths away from the fastest lap of the race. But hopefully we've got Adam down in the pit lane to try and figure out exactly what's going on with Semprini Racing and exactly what's going on with the 94 of Cadoodle 2. So Ross folds into the pit lane, and that car is in for a scheduled stop. I can see that there is a driver change going on there, so Ross Folds will jump out of the Cadoodle 2 car number 94, and Jeremy Hart, I think, remains in the Semprini car. So Adam, if you are down there and can shine some light on exactly what is going on, that would be really, really important to know as to exactly why this race has either become attritional or people are calling their pit stops in slightly earlier than others.
So down in pit lane, it looks like with the Semperini team, and it does look like that's a very, very smoky engine drippy joke with the team that you can cook a barbecue on that. So we got one of the drivers who've just hopped out the car just to tell us what does it smell like, and kind of how did it come about?
Yeah, it was running brilliantly, probably the best it's run all year, and then was just driving down the back straight, completely dropped off the pace, everything just went past me, and then got to a chicane and puff of smoke. It doesn't smell brilliant in there either, to be honest.
Do you think there's potential for repair, but it doesn't look good with the smoky signs?
I mean, we've got a good mechanic in Tony, so hopefully it'll get us back out again. He's been running them all year, so I have my fingers crossed for him.
Of course, would you say it's been a tough year for the team? Of course, just speaking about the last 3 races as well, because of course you've had Donington, you've had Silverstone, you've had Anglesey. How they've all gone for you personally?
They've all been great fun. We've had times where the cars have been a bit tired and have needed a bit more work than we have done to them, but it's just a shame that today, when this one's running the best it has all year, it sort of gives up the ghost. But this is the first time we've had an issue with them. They've run so smoothly the whole time we've done it, so I have my fingers crossed we'll get back out and finish today and then enjoy tomorrow as well.
And of course, Brands Hatch are going to be the last 2 rounds. Is that kind of a circuit for you? Do you think you can maybe put this all behind you with the result that you potentially might have now, and kind of resolve it for Brands Hatch? Of course, there's 2 rounds of Brands Hatch, or kind of the sprint plus the full endurance. So, are you looking forward to that one? Is that going to be one to look out for?
So this is actually the last weekend we're doing this. We've done it for the last 3-4 years now. just decided to step away, do some other things. So both of the Semprini cars, I know it's not the best advertisement, but both of them are for sale. So if anyone does need either a spare car or wants another little car to run, they are available.
Thank you very much, and I'm sure that there will be potential for people to buy those Semprini cars. So if you are wanting to get involved in the EnduroKA series, then there is a bigger potential for you to redesign this car, make it yours, and redesign it. But yeah, it does seem like for now that it's going to end up in a smoky end. But yeah, Semprini Racing being amazing these last couple of years, are a real joy to see, and huge smiles amongst the garage as well. But yeah, unfortunately not looking ideal for them. Back to you, Jack.
Thank you very much, Adam. See if you can wander up the pit lane. Only a couple of garages to the Graves Motorsport garage. The Cadoodle 2 car came into the pit lane. There should be a rather sweaty Ross Folds down there, and if you can grab a word with him, it'd be nice to get an insight into what the track's like today, because we've not really spoken to somebody fresh out of the car exactly how the car is feeling. We've had Nick Nunn come through and serve his drive-through penalty. He's dropped down into 7th place. Ollie Fernall's lead remains at about a second between himself and Cadoodle Do and Lee Taylor. The sister car to Cadoodle Do, Cadoodle 2, has already been in, and hopefully we can grab a word with Ross Folds in a few moments' time. Colin French and Shine Automotive, they've got their way right the way up into 3rd place. What a brilliant start to their day they have had. Good in qualifying and nice and consistent at the start of this race. Started 7th up to 3rd and will continue that upward trend. GM Performance, car number 81. That's got Gary Mitchell behind the wheel. They picked up a place on the lap prior and are up into 4th place. Then it's Nick Berg and AFK Racing into 5th. Johnny Milner, car number 46 in Milner Racing. They've got their car up into 8th place. What a start it has been for them. But now they've got, they're pretty much outside the bubble. They've got to try and fight their way through the headwind and get back onto the coattails of those cars up the road. 5.5 seconds for Johnny Milner to find, but in Johnny Milner's pace, that's no challenge at all, really. We've had Byron Crawford jump behind the wheel of the 11/10 racing machine and has gone quicker and quicker and quicker still. 2 minute 39.323. We've seen that car into the pit lane, and having fixed whatever issue it has had, returning to the circuit and posting the fastest lap time we've seen all day in the Enduro cars. So doing exactly what he needs to do as the cloud base remains thick. I don't think there's any immediate threat of rain either, so we might just about get away with this one come the end of this race. But Ollie Fernall's still leading the way. 2 hours and 13 minutes. We're getting closer and closer to the pit window effectively opening. There's no pit windows in which we need to abide to, but it's more by way of getting as much out of the fuel tank as possible. If you can do your stint to about an hour and 2, an hour and 5 minutes, anywhere there, you're standing yourself in good stead, because it means you can continue to do that until the end of the race, and then you'll have effectively a short stop towards the end. And if you can minimise your pit stop times, it means that you should stand you in good stead come the end of the race. So hopefully Adam is still down there and trying to grab a word with Ross Folds from the Cadoodle 2 garage. Just to figure out exactly what the circuit is feeling like out there at the moment. We do have the number 2 NJM Racing Limited car. Whereabouts are they in the order? They are currently in 19th place. They've got Peter Simmons behind the wheel. Of course, a sister car, unfortunately, that being car number 6, found itself on its roof after qualifying and just catching a curb in the wrong way. It wasn't a violent accident, just trickled over onto its roof, and unfortunately they haven't been able to repair that car to get it back out for this race. But Ollie Fernall's lead, it's all but evaporated. 1.5 seconds it has been previous. It's down to the best part of 0.4 of a second, because Lee Taylor is on an absolute mission. 2 minute 39.451. That's very close indeed to the fastest lap of the race, and continuing to chip away at our Pro-Am race leader. 0.385 of a second separate Lee Taylor from Ollie Fernall. Colin French will be falling away, if anything, and back into the clutches of Gary Mitchell. The top two have gone over the line. The lead gap remains about half a second in towards Ritchie's. The pair of those two go, and they're not exactly fighting each other, but we're now starting to see the number 81 of GM Performance and Gary Mitchell carve their way yet further up the order, because they have just gone through and passed Colin French in the Shine Automotive car. So we're starting to see the order shuffle around yet more. And Johnny Milner again, he's on a mission up into 8th place, and on the coattails of Nick Nunn. There is half a second separating the pair of them. Last time through, Johnny Milner 2minute 39.738, so that's over a second quicker than the car he is catching. So I've got a feeling as soon as Johnny Milner gets there, he'll be up the inside and away, but then he's got a lot of work to do to try and catch onto the coattails of Alex Bonham. Car number 131, Adam Bonham, pardon me. Adam Bonham in the Catastrophe 131 car in 6th place. There's 9 seconds separating Johnny Milner from a position inside the top 6, so plenty of work to do. Adam, if you are down there and you've got somebody to speak to, please do just jump in. I'm hoping we can get the Cadoodle 2 driver, Ross Folds. Of course, he's driving the 94 and the 95 car throughout this race. Those 2 cars are shared with Ross Folds, Clive Taylor and Lee Taylor, both of them with the same driver roster, so it'll be interesting to see how they work that car into their relative positions. But 11 Tenths Racing and Byron Crawford, they've just picked their way through and past the number 94 machine, that being Cadoodle 2, who is behind the wheel, or Cadoodle 2. They've got Clive Taylor behind the wheel. Lee Taylor is currently up in 2nd place, so the order continues to shuffle out there on circuit. We've got just under 2 hours and 10 minutes of this race remaining, so plenty of time for, again, teams to decide what they're going to do in regards to strategy, because we have still had no interruptions, touch wood, and it's been very, very clean since the start. I think that's Byron Crawford at 11 Tenths Racing. From up here in the commentary box, we could hear him sideways on the run through Oggies. Pushing that hard is Byron Crawford. Shine Automotive and Colin French falling away from those cars up the road. Ollie Fernall still has Lee Taylor tucked up behind him, just trying to find any sort of advantage possible in regards to picking up any further time. Again, this is all eyes Lee Taylor. What does he do? Does he try and go for the lead, or is he just going to sit in the wheel tracks of Ollie Fernall? He's fallen away on that lap. The gap's now up to the best part of 3/4 of a second, so still a bit of work to do by way of Lee Taylor, but approaching the pit window. At what point does Lee Taylor bite the bullet and then try and pick his way through and past Ollie Fernall? I guess we will wait and see. So the clock continues to tick down. Porsche Carrera Motorsport still sat there in the pit lane. They have come back in once again. That is the 4th time that car has been into the pit lane. So Laura Tebbs potentially with a bit of work to do. If you want to wander up that way, Adam, and see if you can grab a word with either Laura or a member of the team from Porsche Carrera Motorsport, we might be able to shine some light on why that car is still rather problematic. Obviously they're still there, so hopefully you can grab a word with them, Adam. I'm not sure whether Adam can hear me. I can see he's got the headset around his head. See if you can grab a word with somebody from Porsche Carrera Motorsport, and we might be able to, whether it be Laura that's behind the wheel, but I imagine she's already having a bit of a chat with the marshals, or with the mechanics. There might be another driver potentially in that garage from Porsche Carrera Motorsport that we can grab a word with to shine some light on why that car's been into the pit lane 4 times already in this race. We haven't had anybody else into the pit lane as of late, so it's starting to work its way out. Johnny Milner, however, has picked up another place and is up into 7th place, so if you can find either George or Jack Wright as well, it'll be good to grab a word with a teammate of Johnny Milner, and at least that will give us an idea on who's going to be getting into the car next, and we'll know at least who's the middle driver and who's the finishing driver. We will try and get that for you tomorrow. We'll speak to the teams to figure out in what order they are going to put their drivers in the car. Who will be starting? He'll be doing the middle stint and who will be doing that end stint. Over the line once again goes car number 44, Graves Motorsport, formerly Team Kagermeister, but Porsche Carrera Motorsport are going from bad to worse, unfortunately. You can see them there down in the pit lane, and whatever issues that car has, they just seem to keep reoccurring. And of course, following an exploratory round, let's say, at Donington Park, it seems like the car's just not quite running on song. Orca Sport as well this race don't seem to be where we normally see them. Orca Sport can be a lot higher up the order as well, but it just doesn't seem to have come to them. Car number 74, they're sat there in 17th place, so not exactly other worlds away, but they have been into the pit lane, so we may see that car come good come the end of the race. It all depends on how the strategy plays out. Back over the line goes Ollie Fernal, lead margin floating around 0.8 of a second. Lee Taylor still giving chase, and it's Gary Mitchell and Colin French that should arrive next. Gary Mitchell over the line and continuing to pull away from Colin French now. Colin French, if anything, has fallen massively back into the clutches of Nick Berg in AFK Racing. So the Shine Automotive car has all of a sudden had a drop of pace and just can't quite keep up with those cars up the road, and all of a sudden Nick Berg has closed in and is trying to drop Colin French into 5th place. All will be revealed. 30% effectively. We are a third of the way through this race. 2 hours and 5 minutes completed. And still with plenty of action to go, plenty of pit stops to be made. That is where we see the big shuffle, really. That's when we see plenty of shuffling around on the mistake. The lap time was a 2:51 compared to the 2:41, so 10 seconds have gone missing somewhere with that car. So through have gone Kahuna's race team with Phil Truman behind the wheel. Cash Straps Racing, car number 55, they've gone through. At the moment driving that car is Ben Smith, and behind that is the 141 Commotion car, and through has gone the driver of Daniel Edwards. He's behind the wheel, he's picked his way through and past Mellors Elliott Motorsport, now down into 12th place. They've fallen outside of the top 10. David Evans on the lap prior has lost a position to Andy Burton, so Andy Burton is now up into 15th place as well. Adam, if you are down there and can grab a word, it would be great to hear from one of the drivers or mechanics that we may have down there. But by way of the 3 cars we've got in the pit lane, Laura Tebbs, who we've already mentioned, and Porsche Carrera Motorsports, they're into the pit lane. Wingat Racing and Mark Morais are still in the pit lane. Semprini Racing and Jeremy Hart remain in the pit lane as well. And will it be Jeremy Hart and Semprini? Apparently one of them is Semprini Juniors. Car number 37, Semprini Juniors. So Semprini Juniors are still out there. Semprini Racing and Jeremy Hart remain in the pit lane in 26th place, 25th place. No Nonsense Racing at the moment. Car number 18, that being Bradley Godbold, are in the pit lane as well. So we've got 4 cars in the pit lane at the moment, which is maybe a slightly higher attrition rate compared to what we were expecting. The lead gap comes down by a couple of tenths of a second, so 7 tenths of a second separates Ollie Fernal from Lee Taylor. Over the line in a few seconds time goes the GM performance car. Sat there in 2nd place, so Gary Mitchell continues on in 2nd. Nick Berg did indeed go through and past Colin French on the lap prior. So Colin French and Shine Automotive are just starting to fall away a little bit now. They can't afford a break because Adam Bonham in the Catastrophe car isn't that far away at all in 6th place. But it seems like Andy Burton is on a bit of a mission here, and he's trying to close in on Andrew Greer-Hardy in the LDR Performance Tuning car. We've just seen Andy Burton go through and pass David Evans, and he's now only 6 tenths away from Andy Greer-Hardy. He's into the top 15. He's trying to make the top 14. I guess all will be revealed in a few moments' time, with the clock ticking closer and closer to the 2-hour mark. We may just about see yet further changes prior to the main pack of pit stops as they will come into the pit lane. So what we can do with that is effectively get live commentary down there. I can see that Adam is down there. If you can grab a word with somebody, Adam, please absolutely do. If you can find a driver up or down the pit lane. So Ollie Fernal continues to lead. Nick Berg in his newly inherited 4th place. He's doing everything he needs to do, and Adam down in the pit lane.
I am down in the pit lane, and I thought I'd enlighten, I shouldn't say enlighten, but I'll kind of give a little bit of light upon what's going on with that Porsche Carrera Motorsport car. Apparently that's missing 3rd gear, so they've had absolutely nothing. So it's either you pull it into 2nd for a corner, or you pull it into 4th and lose so much speed and momentum, which is not exactly what you need in a race car. You don't want to be losing momentum out of loads of different loads of corners, and especially through a load of these corners you can potentially use third gear, which is never ideal. So they've had to try and fix that many a times. So that's kind of the explanation why they've been in for many a time. I've just seen the Burton Power racing car just heading out onto circuit, so I think that might be, it doesn't look like Andy Burton.
No, Andy Burton has been in the car, so hopefully if Andy Burton has just jumped out, you'll be able to grab a word with Andy to get an update on how the track feels. But Andy was on a mission, really. He was closing in on pretty much all the cars up the road, so Andy's got the bit between his teeth today.
It does seem like it. He's a really well-tuned driver, and it looks like the 81 GM Performance is in. And it looks like they're right at the front. The Toyota tyre, the plate is on its side, so that has to now be repaired and put back on. But they're doing a driver change, so I think a couple of potentially down here. Let's just wait until they get their helmets off, get their breath back after a brilliant first stint, and then we'll potentially get a really good couple of injuries in there. But it looks like it looks like they're pulling the plate off from the front sponsor of Toyota tyres. So goodbye Toyota tyres on the 81. You can see into the garage. The car will now start leaving. So it looks like that is going to be potentially stable.
If you do grab Gary Mitchell, he's in the red overalls with the sort of black and fluorescent yellow helmet. If you do grab Gary Mitchell, who's just jumped out the GM Performance car, you have to ask how physical it is to drive these cars, because you think it's just a Ford KA, they're not that quick, but obviously you might have the heater on and you're so focused. He got out of the car and had to take a couple of big breaths just to try and cool himself down. It shows how quick these cars can go from pretty much 0 to 100, maybe not speed-wise, but more concentration-wise, and how intense it can get. And obviously Nick Creed, AFK Racing, Nick Berg, pardon me, he's just got out of that car. We'll have to try and grab a word with Nick as well. So if you do have someone, please do just jump in. But the pit lane's got very busy, hasn't it?
It has indeed. It's starting to get to that pit stop phase where everyone's starting to pull in and do their first driver change, their first driver change, apart from if you're aware, the name is Porsche Carrera, because you've been in about 4 or 5 different times for gear lever issues. But yeah, unfortunate for them, but I'll see if I can potentially get any word. I think Gary Mitchell has now got his helmet off. He's just having a few conversations, and he did need that couple of breaths of fresh air to be able to just regain his energy back. But he's having a few conversations. I'll see if I can get a camera over to him as well as a microphone.
Great stuff. Please do just jump in as and when you've got him. I can see Johnny Milner, he's up into 5th place. Johnny Milner, he's on an absolute mission. Once you've finished with whichever drivers you find, absolutely, when we see that Milner car come in, please do grab a word with Johnny Milner, because he has had an absolutely storming race so far, starting in the pit lane, the second car to leave the pit lane of 4. He's up into the top 5, absolutely flying. We have also seen a fastest lap of the race go the way of Ollie Fernal of a 2:39.167. That was bettered not that long after by Byron Crawford with a 1:39.018. We're almost into the 38s. That's qualifying pace from the 11/10 car, and bearing in mind that car's been into the pit lane with an issue, you can't tell, can you?
So down in pit lane with Gary Mitchell, and he's just popped out of the car. Gary, how is it out there for you? I know you've got a little bit of an injury going on, but first of all, just kind of talk about the circuit and driving that KA around.
The circuit's really nice actually. The KAs are really good to drive around. One of the cars in front, I can't remember which one, he started dropping coolant. So you probably noticed I dropped back a little bit just to get out of the way and start getting a bit sketchy. But towards the end there I started coming back. But I've got a trapped nerve on my shoulder and I'm dying. It's like a breath. It really is taking it out of me. But no, it's really good. I think I finished P3 as I came in. Good stint.
You're definitely right up there, I can tell you that, Gary. But just how is it fighting at the front? Is it quite physical in that KA? Does it require a lot of concentration? Because a lot of people out here just see it as a little KA, but to you, it's a proper race car.
No, it's a lot of hard work. The other guys up the front there are amateur pros, really. There's a lot of respect there. But at the end of the day, we are racing, so it's very, very close, very, very physical. But everyone's pushing in, very, very clean racing. They're hard work.
And is there a lot of high hope for potentially the 81 car? Do you think he can get himself in a really good position?
Setup-wise and driver-wise, the car has been. I'm getting the car right in the zone, and it just looks like it's kind of let us down the last few rounds. It's very capable, so as long as it holds together, I think we're on for a good finish.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Gary. I'll let you go and give yourself a little bit of a rest. Hopefully, I'm sure you need it. But yeah, it's looking like it's a very spicy race so far. And I'm sure around about 2 hours to go. But we're in for an absolutely thriller. So don't go anywhere. We've still got a long time left in this race.
We do indeed. We are past the first hour now, so an hour and 55 remaining. We still haven't seen any of the top sort of drivers come in, aside from GM Performance. Of course, we have just heard from Gary. He has handed over to Mr. Stapleton, so GM Performance now have the Darren Stapleton behind the wheel. We've just heard from Gary Mitchell of effectively Gary Mitchell Performance, as Ollie Fernal goes through and extends his lead margin yet more. 0.8 of a second gained by Ollie Fernal last time through over Lee Taylor. 3.8 seconds best part of. And to the good now is Ollie. So I know he's got plenty of support in the YouTube chat. If you are here tomorrow, or if you're not here tomorrow, well, why not? I believe you can still buy tickets online. If not, buy them on the gate on the way in. It would be great to see more of you here tomorrow for the second of 2 sprint races here at Snetterton. I know it sounds weird, a 3-hour sprint race, but in comparison to the races they have done throughout this year, 3 hours is very much a sprint. Paul Baxter has gone through and gained a place in the Graves Motorsport car. Byron Crawford has gone through and done the same with cars diving into the pit lane. Peter Childs has just picked his way through and passed David Evans in the Orca Sport car, and having Phil Trueman into the pit lane in the Kahuna's race team car, the Treble 3. That's allowed both Cash Straps Racing and Commotion through up to another place. Lee Batty has gone through and picked up a place as well in the Calamity car, so we're now starting to see the order shuffle round with cars yet to pick. The top 5 are still to come in. So 2 are 7th, 8th and 9th. Those are the cars we just mentioned with Cash Straps, Commotion and Calamity. They are yet to come in. Autotech Motorsport return to the circuit, having served the first of their pit stops, car number 64. So Matt Adams will be handing over to Joey DePrato for this next stage of the race. And Matt Adams, I would imagine, will take this car then to the checkered flag, and I will the reverse tomorrow. Ollie Fernal in the lead of this race. It's nice to see. I'm sure you've been watching along at home with this one as well, the supporters of Ollie, having commentated on Silverstone at the start of the year, and then the 24 hours at Anglesey, missing out on Donington Park unfortunately, but now here at Snetterton. The development of Ollie, I'm not saying he didn't know how to drive in the first place, because sim racing is very much blurring the line between driving at home and driving for real. It is incredible what you can do on a simulator nowadays through various simulation platforms. We'll leave it there because we know Ollie does favour one more than others. We forever see him throughout the week. But the development of Ollie as a driver has been absolutely fabulous. He's got so quick, and that's not just Ollie himself, and that's not to take anything away from him, but Pro-Am Racing, an amazing team who have really started to bring him on as a driver. I have to say Graves Motorsport fielding as many cars as they've done throughout this year as well, providing drivers with a brilliant opportunity to get behind the wheel as well. Graves Motorsport really a familiar name, not only in the EnduroKA paddock but others as well. Andy Burton has just gone over the line. He's no longer Andy Burton, I would imagine. Burton Power has been handed over to either Tommy Valentine or Stephen Gilbert. Let's have a look. It's Stephen Gilbert now behind the wheel. So if you can grab a word with Andy Burton, Adam, whilst you are down there, it would be great to hear from him. Stephen Gilbert out there and circulating in 17th place. We've still got what was the top 5 to pit, but in theory, I'm going to correct myself here, because of course we've already seen Cataclysm into the pit lane, but not to serve a pit stop. That was to serve a drive-through penalty. So at the moment, as we figure it out, it's the top 7 yet to dive into the pit lane, and if Calamity can get through in a few moments' time, it'll be the top 8 to pit. That's because Colin French has come in behind the wheel of the Shine Automotive car. He's just being pushed back into the fast lane now, so we've got plenty of drivers for you to try and grab a chat to, Adam. Colin French will have just jumped out of the Shine Automotive car, and I can hear you down in the pit lane.
I am down in the pit lane, so that Shine Automotive has just left right in front of me, just currently down by Burton Power Racing. But I've sent Tom Valentine to go and find Andy Burton, so potentially we'll try and get him in a moment. But if not, we'll try and get him maybe together. We'll have to have a see. Yeah, no sign of Andy Burton, but give it a minute or two, and we'll potentially be seeing him in a couple of moments' time. But yeah, it's been quite action-packed down in the pit lane so far. How has the race been keeping up there? Of course, you've got all the time in. I've been just wandering around trying to find people to stick my microphone down.
Yeah, there's plenty of people you should be able to chat to shortly, because we've had a lot of cars dive into the pit lane. Specifically, maybe not just yet, I know they've not come in, but absolutely when you see that car come in. Car number 46, Milner Racing, Johnny Milner, he's up into 4th place. He started in the pit lane. As and when he gets that car into the pit lane, please do grab a word with him. He's in some bright red overalls, I think Toyota branded as well, so he should be fairly difficult to miss. And Ollie Fernell into the pit lane. He should just be going behind you now in that Pro-Am Racing car, around about the midpoint in the pit lane. He will jump out, and obviously he will need to cool down, get his helmet and hands device off. But if we can grab a word with him, absolutely do so. We've also got car number 95 coming into the pit lane as well. So that being Cadoodle Do. So that car's come in from a very good position indeed. So Ollie Fernell and Lee Taylor, the top 2 drivers, into the pit lane. Who else do we have coming in? Nobody else from that top 2 as of yet. We do have one more diving in, however. That's Catastrophe. So Adam Bonham has come into the pit lane. So too is Johnny Milner. This is the top 4 now in the pit lane with you, Adam. If you could talk us through a pit stop just to let us know exactly what the teams are doing. Are they changing tyres, or are they just doing fuel? I guess you've got the best seats in the house for that one, haven't you? So Adam unfortunately can't hear me with the headset around his neck. We've got the pit lane getting very, very busy indeed. Already back out onto circuit are the top 2, and they've swapped around, have they? Have we seen the change there? So Ollie Fernell will have jumped out of that Pro-Am car, an incredibly quick lap time. Johnny Milner has got out of the Milner Team Air Supply car, and I'm guessing I think Johnny Milner has got out and potentially handed over to George Wright. You will have to confirm that for me, Adam. It looked like George Wright as the car flashed by the commentary box. It will either be George or Jack Wright behind the wheel, but there will be a flood of drivers down there that hopefully you can grab a word with in a few moments' time. Adam, I can see we've also got yet more cars diving into the pit lane. Another car leaving is Cadoodle Do, so that will either be, I think that's Ross Folds that may have just got behind the wheel once again. Colin French has picked up another couple of places. Once we've got these cars back over the line, subsequent to all of these pit stops, we will be able to confirm who is driving them once the beacon updates on the car and we pick up exactly who is behind the wheel. Car number 22 has been given a warning for track limits. AFK Racing, that's Tim Parsons now behind the wheel. Nick Berg has jumped out, so Tim Parsons, having got in that car, is pushing the limits, and it's not the driver that picks up the track limits, it's the car itself. So you might have ran the cleanest stint of your life, but then got back in, and all of a sudden you have to keep it in between the white lines because your teammate has been pushing rather hard and has found track limits on a number of occasions. So we will just have to bear that in mind as well when we start to see yet further track limit warnings come into the timing screen. So Adam, if you are down there and you've spotted a couple of drivers, we should have Andy Burton potentially in a few moments' time. We should have Ollie Fernell. We should have Johnny Milner as well in the pit lane as well, so there could be plenty of drivers down there. It's just about trying to find them. As we know, herding drivers is famously difficult to do. As soon as you see one, you turn around, look back, and they disappear. It's very much like a spider, really, trying to pick out a driver. Over the line in a few moments' time, we should see the number 12 machine. That is Pro-Am Racing. So Pro-Am Racing, Ollie Fernell's jumped out, Josh Benson behind the wheel, but Adam, you're down there in the pit lane.
Yeah, so I'm down here with Andy Burton, part of the Burton Power team. And Andy, of course, you were the third driver out. How was it kind of being in that tight pack?
Well, it got very tight because we got tagged in about lap 2 or 3 at Wilson, which put us further back. But yeah, that's just how it happens, really. It's first few laps, it's all very close, and you're never quite sure how close somebody is to you. So after that, you just sort of get back on track and go chasing after a few of the slower cars.
How do you kind of contain yourself being in that tight pack, and of course it's so close to contact as well? How do you kind of stay out of trouble in those scenarios?
It is very difficult because also the toe round here is very big. So depending where you are on the pack or not, depends, like, you've got to be looking forward and behind as well at the same time. But obviously if you're in the middle of a pack, then the toe kind of equals out. You're in a bit of a, what you call DRS train. So, but yeah, you do sort of have to be looking in the mirrors as you come into the braking zones, just in case somebody's having a little dive on you.
Do you think there's some really good hopes for your number one team, or do you think there's still a little bit more to do? You still maybe lacking behind in some places?
We think we're down a little bit on power today. After about 40 minutes, I put the heating on full blast, which obviously doesn't make it very comfortable, but the car seemed a little bit more sprightly, and we were able to hang on to some of the cars that started to gap us. So, yeah, all we can do is do the best we can with the car we've got today.
Thank you very much, Andy. I'll let you go and with your little flip-flops I can see down there. You can go and relax, and best of luck to your team. So there you go, Andy Burton, of course, very well known in the UK karting scene. He does a little bit of karting at Rye House as well. I'm very, very fortunate to cover that as well. He'll be out tomorrow as well in the Trackday Trophy, so beware to look out for that number 63 in that number 63 Burton Power racing car, so very much so one to keep an eye out for. There's a couple more drivers down here to potentially interview, but I'll shoot it back up to you, Jack, as well. I'll look for more drivers to hunt down.
Great stuff, cheers Adam. Absolutely grab a word with Johnny Milner if you can't find anybody else, but we've obviously got Ollie Fernell. He's always good to chat to, and he's got plenty of support up here on the YouTube live stream as well. So Ollie Fernell and Johnny Milner absolutely have to be at the top of the list. Unfortunately, the Essex and Kent car is back in, but this looks like very much a planned stop for them. They've not put that car into the garage. I think they're just trying to swap drivers, check the pressures, maybe a new tyre or two, and then they can get that car back out there. As we look further down the order, let's have a quick look. What has happened to somebody? I think has had a bit of a nudge further out the circuit. Just going off from what I didn't see. I was looking out of the window at the time, but by the sounds of it, Josh Benson has been pushing rather hard by maybe, let's just go with finding the circuit limits, and it seems like that is the case. Jack Wright did indeed get behind the wheel of the Milner Racing machine, so George Wright, his father, should still be down there in the pit lane. If you could grab a word with George and Johnny at the same time, it'll be interesting to see what drivers say to each other in between stints, and what information Johnny will feed over to George if he's spotted something out there on circuit that George may need to bear in mind. Darren Stapleton has picked his way through and past the Cataclysm car is still saying Nick Nunn, car number 151. I'd imagine Nick is doing a double and allowing Mark Home to take this car to the end of the race in around about 45 minutes time. Tim Parsons has got behind the wheel of the AFK racing machine, car number 22, so Nick Berg has got out of that one, and Nick Berg will take that car to the line. Car number 180, Shine Automotive. It's either Thomas or Adrian Wood behind the wheel, but I can hear Adam back down in the pit lane.
I am down in the pit lane with Mr. Ollie Fernell. He's got a great big smile on his face. Is that because you were leading? You were leading an EnduroKA race?
It was quite nice to lead. I've got to be honest with you, that's the first time I've done it, and once I had it, I didn't really want to give it up. It was quite nice. So, yeah, I mean, start of the race, didn't have the best start. I think I got 2 in turn 1, and then it was just keeping it calm and just not fighting too much, and then just taking opportunities from guys that were fighting a lot. Yeah, that's how I just got forward, and then I'm not quite sure the car number that was behind me, but we just started working together and we just pulled away. So it just worked together, not fighting at the start. It does wonders.
What was it like batting up at the front end of the field? Because of course you've been trying to get to that front ever so increasingly, but now you found yourself right at the top end. How does that kind of feel, batting with the top guy, knowing there's the lead in place?
It's really nice. Like it was great. Like leading is just an amazing feeling, but a little bit of frustration in me because just in the sim, I can't qualify. Like it's frustrating. I'm much better in the race. So I knew as soon as I started in the top 10, I just head down, concentrate. I'll move forward, and that's what happened. So, yeah, I mean, but it's amazing to be up front. It's yeah, I mean, I can't believe it's great.
And do you have those high hopes for a potential win, or maybe even a podium? I'm sure a podium will be satisfactory, but it's the win you're after.
Yeah, I mean, we've got Josh Benson in the car. He's my teammate on the sim, and he's just as quick as me, if not quicker. So hopefully in the car he can do exactly the same thing. I don't want to put any pressure on his shoulders. It's his first race, so as long as he goes out there, keeps it clean, it's absolutely fine with me. But I know he's quick. He'll be looking at that delta of mine, and he'll be trying to match it constantly. So yeah, I think it'll be great. And yeah, hopefully we'll win this race, I guess, and we'll start maybe somewhere in the top 3 for tomorrow, and that'd be nice.
And lastly, I just kind of want to bring some light and attention to, of course, your iRacing streams. Of course, you're raising funds to potentially racing here next year. How is that going for you?
Yeah, it's going really well. I think we've raised £7,700, so we're about 2,300 short of the 10k. But to be honest with you, the 10k was way above my expectations, so I'm absolutely chuffed already. So it's going to go a long way, and a big thank you to anyone who has donated, because hopefully this is what you get, you know, fighting for wins, podiums, and yeah, it'll be all on YouTube, so it's a win-win.
And I'm sure the dogs will be happy with their steak that you streamed last night.
Yeah, I mean, there's one steak left over. If we end up winning this, they'll have that steak.
Oh, absolutely brilliant. Thank you very much, Ollie Fernall. Back up to you, Jack.
Great stuff, thank you, Adam. Great to hear from Ollie, as always. We always try and grab him at every race he is at, and he's done a fair amount of seat time throughout this year. So let's see what he can do throughout the rest of this weekend's action. Of course, he'll be getting back behind the wheel tomorrow. Josh Benson towing up very nicely indeed behind the Burton Power car, so continuing to close the gap to the cars up the road. Stephen Gilbert provides him enough room. Up the inside goes Josh Benson, who's got a bit more traffic to deal with. The back marker lappery is so important for the leading cars. Pro-Am Racing and Josh Benson have a 27.7 second lead, albeit that is coming down very substantially at the moment. I'm guessing that's mainly because Jack Wright has not had to deal with the traffic as of yet. Of course, the traffic that Josh has to deal with, Jack has to deal with in a few moments' time as well. So as soon as the sooner Josh gets through, a big old moment on the run through Murray, so aggressive through the traffic, but really well kept and beautifully clean up the inside at Murray's. That's left him vulnerable in a straight line slightly, however, because all of a sudden Stephen Gilbert is trying to come back at him. They will try and work together. Josh Benson just bleeds his way over to the left-hand side of the circuit to open up the entry at Ritchie's. A quick dab on the brakes by some of the lap traffic, but I think that's mainly because the cars that he's fighting with, Stephen Gilbert in the number 1 Burton Power machine in 15th place, is fighting the 121 Calamity car at the moment. They currently have Louis Batty behind the wheel, and the pair of those two are fighting for position, 15th and 16th respectively, and Josh Benson arrived in the middle of that pack and has continued to drive away as such. 5 seconds lost, however, between Josh Benson and Jack Wright on the lap prior. So Jack Wright is continuing to close the gap, but still has to work his way through the same pieces of traffic that Josh has had to. So around about a quarter of a lap, more than that actually, separates the pair of them. It's or less than that, pardon me, separates the pair of them, and all of that time that they gained in the pit stop can quite easily be lost as well. NJM Racing have picked up another place on the lap prior, so Alan King is now in front of the number 94 machine. That is Cadoodle 2. They currently have Clive Taylor behind the wheel of that car, so we are starting to see again personal improvements as well. Jean-Luc Elia, Johnny Elia, has picked his way into 11th, into the number 11 machine, up into 19th place. That car currently has the fastest lap of the race, as we've previously seen that car in the hands of Byron Crawford, and he was lapping incredibly quickly indeed. Cash strapped racing car number 55, keep an eye on that car, because Alex Tentori has just got behind the wheel, and he seems to be getting quicker and quicker the more time he puts into these Enduro cars. But Cadoodle Do and Ross Folds, that car seems to be going well as well. Ross is going to be spending a lot of time behind the wheel of one of these Enduro cars throughout this weekend. And as we look further down the order, we've still got 4 cars in the pit lane. Jeremy Hart in Samprini Racing. It is then the 18 no-nonsense car of Bradley Godbold. He is still in the pit lane. So too is Laura Tebbs. Unfortunately, the Porsche Carrera Motorsport car still sat there in the pit lane. And Mark Morais, Wingat Racing, of course, we saw that car disappear into the pit lane as well, unfortunately. I think it was the North Motorsport car that started to leak some fluid, which was mentioned in one of the earlier interviews with Adam. Adam, if you can find Johnny Milner, absolutely do so, because he was effectively the quickest car on circuit for a good chunk of that first hour. Just Pro-Am Racing seemed to have the better of them and bought themselves the time in which they may need come the end of this race. And 11/10 Racing, if you've got anybody down there, if it's Byron Crawford as well, I know they're towards the bottom end of the pit lane near pit entry. Back over the line goes Jack Wright and brings the lead gap down yet more. Only 2 seconds that time compared to the 5 we saw a lap ago. 21.8, best part of 21.9 seconds now the gap between Josh Benson and Jack Wright. So the lead gap comes down yet more. Louis Batty has picked up another place, having finally worked his way through and past Stephen Gilbert. We saw those two fighting away as Josh Benson closed in on those two. He managed to get through, lap them and run away into the distance as quickly as possible. The cloud layer that we previously had looming over the circuit has all but lifted, so we should be at least dry, maybe cool, but at least dry towards the end of this race. The wind has picked up in more gusting manner than anything else. It is on its own, when it's just sort of when everything levels out, it's not that strong. When it begins to gust, that's when we really start to see it play havoc on a number of these cars. To put it into perspective, just heading on towards the Bentley Straight now is Josh Benson and Pro-Am Racing. Just flicking through the left a couple of corners prior is Jack Wright. So that at least visually gives you an idea on exactly where they are on circuit. NJM Racing, car number 2, that's the car of Alan King. At the moment they are still trying to push on, but unfortunately lap prior they lost out to Clive Taylor in the Cadoodle 2 car number 94. We're starting to see yet more battles just start to ignite themselves in sort of up and down the pack really as well. What of the Essex and Kent Motorsport car number 38, whereabouts are they in the order? It's currently Lewis Kent behind the wheel. They are down in 22nd place. They've had a fairly rotten weekend as well. It seems like the car's just been having a few minor issues that they've worked hard to fix and get the car out there. It's great to see it out there and running. Car number 44, Graves Motorsport. They are starting to close in on a couple of cars up the road in turn whilst trying to run away from the cars behind. The next car that Phil Baxter would meet would be Lewis Kent in the Essex and Kent Motorsport machine. Car number 38, there they are just picking their way around at this Snetterton 300 circuit. We do need to keep an eye on GM Performance, Ian Mitchell, Gary Mitchell and Darren Stapleton. Darren Stapleton behind the wheel, currently sat there in 4th place. Over the line goes Josh Benson with a 2:40.026. So they are still circulating at a good rate. Darren Stapleton, we're keeping an eye on him, just picking his way through Coram now in what is effectively a JPS livery. They have big pressure from Nick Nunn in the 151 Cataclysm car, the 131 Cataclysm car I think that is that's there. No, they have swapped around actually on that lap prior, so Darren Stapleton now in front of Catastrophe and Adam Bonham. So Darren Stapleton has picked his way up into the top 3. The lead margin comes down yet more, 0.8 of a second on the lap prior. Jack Wright has got the gap down to 21.1 seconds. Darren Stapleton in his newly inherited 3rd place is going to run away as best he can from Adam Bonham. In the background, Nick Nunn in the Ferrari-esque liveried machine is not that far away at all in 5th place. Tim Parsons should cross the line in 6th, car number 22 in the AFK Racing machine, and then it is either Thomas or Adrian Wood behind the wheel of the Shine Automotive machine. Ross Folds, Cadoodle Doo and car number 95, they're sat there in 8th place, and it is the 141 Commotion car that is in the hands of Paul Edwards. They're sat there in 9th place, followed then by Ollie Mellors in the Mellors Elliott Motorsport machine, car number 5 in 10th place. That is the roundup of your top 10. And whether it be Tom or Adrian Wood, they have indeed passed Tim Parsons on that lap prior to go up into 6th place. AFK Racing down into 7th. So hopefully Adam is down there. I'm looking out the commentary box window to try and spot Adam, to try and guide him to any sort of drivers that we have out there, but I can't even see any drivers that are down there. Hopefully he can grab a word with Johnny Milner. They are around about halfway up the pit lane, so here is Adam back into the commentary box. I was hoping we could hear from Johnny Milner, but he may have gone walkies throughout the paddock. 1.5 hours of this race remaining, so 91 minutes, the best part of. And for the moment, Jack Wright is just continuing to lap quicker than that car has done all race long. So Milner Racing, they're starting to close that gap onto Josh Benson in the lead.
I've also been down at the Porsche Carrera, and they've had an absolutely torrid time, of course, losing third, and I believe they've lost the fourth gear, and now they've had to pull it into the paddock where they were this morning. It's just not a good sight for the Porsche team. Yeah, they try and be the life of the party in the EnduroKA paddock, and sometimes going it's not too far, but they still have full happy faces on their faces. Maybe not at this moment in time, but they do continue to try and bring joy into the EnduroKA paddock. But unfortunate end for them, but I'm sure they'll be back out. I'm sure I've seen, I think, Johnny Milner in his little garage, and I'm sure I head back out and I'm just having a look at timing, seeing how everything's going on here. It does seem to be a pretty competitive race so far. Seems to be back in the 95. There it goes. The number 18 as well. Fastest lap from Milner Racing last round from Jack Wright. So that is going to be a very, very interesting run from them in second place, with Pro-Am currently still leading with Josh Benson in the lead in that one by 18.9 seconds.
Yeah, so Jack Wright continues to close down. Car number 22 with a drive-through penalty. So Tim Parsons for track limits. We know AFK Racing is very quick indeed. Nick Berg has previously started that car. Tim Parsons taking over. Clearly that car has accumulated the requisite number of track limit extensions, and unfortunately that car will have to do a drive-through penalty, which is such a shame for that car because they were going so well. However, we have already seen a drive-through penalty by way of Nick Nunn and Cataclysm, so we know that even if you do have a drive-through penalty, it doesn't rule you out, because Nick Nunn and Cataclysm are up there in 5th place at the moment. But Jack Wright, last time through, the only driver in this race to break into the 2-minute 38, so a 2-minute 38.828. And is just continuing to take chunks of time out of the Pro-Am racing machine. 18.990 of a second is that lead margin, and it will continue to come down over the next 88 minutes that we still have left. Josh Benson, there he is, running through the bomb hole now, keeping the car on the road. That's the key thing, keeping it clean and consistent, and that's exactly what Josh has been doing, picking his way through traffic as economically as possible. EnduroKA Sport are working their way through the final corner. That will be the next piece of backmarker lappery that Josh Benson will have to deal with. Peter Child driving the number 74 machine. They're in 13th place, last time through a 2-minute 44.575, so a slightly slower lap from EnduroKA Sport. They will come through and tick another lap in the book. They are just going to be going on to lap number 34 of their race. Pro-Am Racing and Josh Benson going through to go on to lap number 35, just sat behind. I think we've had EnduroKA Sport into the pit lane. Yes, we have. So EnduroKA Sport have indeed dived into the pit lane. Through and past goes Jeremy Evans for Semprini Racing. Then Louis Batty goes through for Calamity Racing, car number 121. He goes through in 14th place, picks up a place. Stephen Gilbert goes through and picks up a place, goes up into 15th, car number 1 for Burton Power. Then LDR Performance Tuning, car number 49, that currently has Nick Rice behind the wheel. They've gone through and picked up a place. So EnduroKA Sport pitted 20-30 seconds ago, and 4 places immediately lost. That shows how close the racing in the EnduroKA series really is, that you literally pit and 20 seconds later you've lost 5 places, and that will continue to come down because Autotech Motorsport and Joey DePrato in a few moments time will be coming through the final corner and taking another position away from them. There is the EnduroKA Sport car down in the pit lane. In the background in a few moments time you should see Adam wandering his way down into the pit lane to grab a word with hopefully Johnny Milner and co. Who else could we grab a word with? Potentially Byron Crawford from 11 tenths Motorsport as well, or 1110 Racing. They've currently got Jean-Luc Elia behind the wheel. The lead gap last time through came down yet more, 16.261 of a second. Jack Wright has gone through and set another fastest lap of the race with a 2 minute 38.559. So Milner Racing on an absolute mission. Returning to the circuit is Tim Parsons upon serving that drive-through penalty. So AFK Racing will come out slap bang in front of Ross Folds, car number 95, and Cadoodle Doo. So all of a sudden we're starting to see Tim Parsons come under big pressure. Ross Folds and Cadoodle Doo are not necessarily working together, but they do have the sister car, Cadoodle 2, car number 94, with Clive Taylor behind the wheel. They're just sat, I think, trying to work together and carve their way through the order. Joey DePrato has gone through up into 17th place. Jean-Luc Elia has gone through up into 18th place, with Peter Child and Orca Sport in that pit lane. And 1110th Racing, they have a car right up and behind them. Who's that? That's Essex and Kent Motorsport and Lewis Kent. Whilst they are a lap down, are they matching each other for pace? Last time through from Lewis Kent was a 2:42. Jean-Luc Elia was a 2:40. So I think Jean-Luc Elia has just picked his way through and past that car, and will continue to try and carve his way through the traffic as economically as possible. As we have a look further down the order, who do we have that's lapping consistently quickly? I can see that some of the drivers that we do need to keep an eye on, actually, is Catastrophe. Car number 131, that's being Robert Thomas behind the wheel. He's just set that car's personal fastest lap of the race. Faster than the leader, in fact, last time through. That was 1 minute 39.045. What happens to the lead margin this time? No fastest lap from Jack Wright, but an incredibly quick lap nonetheless. Lapping in the mid-39s is exactly where you need to be. And Jack Wright takes another second and a half out of Josh Benson in the lead of this race. So Jack Wright and Milner Racing have brought that lead margin down to 15.825 of a second, and that's where we start to see the gaps getting closer. Catastrophe, car number 131, we've just mentioned that car with Robert Thomas behind the wheel. They are now only 4/10 behind Darren Stapleton and GM Performance, so we could see yet a further change for the provisional third step of the podium. We are going to see yet further battles evolve. Jack Wright has got much closer now to Josh Benson, and we may start to see that battle evolve yet more. Car number 81, Darren Stapleton, has been given a black and white warning flag for exceeding track limits, so we will have to bear that in mind over the rest of this race. We've still got an hour and 24 remaining, so plenty of time to keep the car within the track limits, but it's also quite a long while to try and keep the car within those track limits. So it's going to be a tricky job now managing that looming penalty to the end of the race. Over the line goes the number 95 car of Ross Folds, Cadoodle Doo. They have managed to pick the pocket of Tim Parsons and AFK Racing on the lap prior, so we've seen that car, or that position, change around. Ollie Mellor still lapping very consistently behind the wheel of the number 5 machine and just ticking down the laps, gained the best part of 5 seconds on the car up the road last time through. Ian Perkins for Kahuna's race team has managed to work his way through and past Paul Edwards on the lap prior, so that's 10th and 11th place changing the final spot inside that top 10. We've also had car number 2 NJM Racing, Alan King, has gone through and past Clive Taylor. That's the battle between Cadoodle Doo and Cadoodle 2, pardon me, and Graves Motorsport, 94 and 44. And they've just swapped around for 21st and 22nd place, and that is NJM Racing and Cadoodle 2, pardon me, car number 2 and car number 94. But for the moment, Shine Automotive, you're currently looking at, working their way on towards the back straight in a few moments' time, flicking their way through the long right-hander and on towards the Bentley straight. Whereabouts do they fall into this order? That will be either Thomas or Adrian Wood, as we mentioned earlier on. They're sat there in the best part of 6th place, still with a bit more work to do if they want to catch the cars up the road. 26 seconds up the road before you find car number 151 of Cataclysm in 5th, and then it is 22 seconds behind them, Cadoodle Doo and Ross Fold, so they're effectively lapping near on their own. But the trouble is, they might be trapped in a bit of a pack there, and we heard from Andy Burton, you can effectively get caught in a train and you just can't quite break away, so you're more or less trapped there for a little while. Last time through, Jack Wright, another fastest lap of the race, 2 minute 38.511 for Jack Wright, so the lead gap between himself and Josh Benson comes down ever more, now to 14.1 seconds, and Jack Wright clearly spurred on with his Team Air Supply VW Golf earlier on today, unfortunately suffering a mechanical failure, and he wants to get this track time, and he's making it count, absolutely, Jack Wright. So the gap continues to come down. When we first saw it, it was almost 30 seconds. He's nearly halved that now, as it's down into 14.1 seconds. So Josh Benson, he's got 21 minutes remaining until you can imagine we will see him dive into the pit lane. He will then look to hand over to Jack Kemp, and if they can nail this pit stop, they should stand themselves in good stead come the end of the race. And George Wright, who brought the car home at Anglesey to take the checkered flag for Milnair Racing's first 24-hour win, we may just see a battle go right the way down to the very last section of this race. Catastrophe in 131, we mentioned that earlier on. Robert Thomas, he is all over the tail of Darren Stapleton. They're just picking their way through turn 1 and up towards the Wilson hairpin. You occasionally see just the specks of dust and clouds of dust being thrown up into the air as the occasional car runs wide. The threat of rain has all but disappeared now. I don't think we will get any of that. I know that was a question mark on the start of this race, but I think that has very much dissipated at this stage. So as we look down the grid, Kagermeister are in, Graves Motorsport, car number 44 there, going through the motions to sort a driver change for those guys. And over our side of the circuit, at least the commentary box side of the circuit, it has very much fallen quiet. Everybody seems to be in the infield or on towards the latter stages of the lap. Over the line goes the race leader, Josh Benson. Jack Wright has absolutely got closer on this lap, so Jack Wright just passing pit entry now and then towards the start-finish line. I've got a feeling 14.1 seconds may stay about the same, actually. I thought he'd got closer, but it just took a little while longer. No, he did. It's now 13.7 seconds, albeit not by much, just half a second gained on the lap prior from Jack Wright. I know that Josh Benson was slightly compromised by traffic. Over the line goes Jeremy Evans in the Semprini Racing Machine. He's still trying to keep tabs with Stephen Gilbert and the Burton Power Racing Machine. They're currently 13th and 14th respectively. We can see the Burton Power car just picking its way up towards the Wilson hairpin. Eyes so deep into the corner, you could see him effectively looking out the side window there, Stephen Gilbert, just trying to pick out his apex on the run towards the Wilson hairpin. Separating themselves and Jeremy Evans is the 121 machine. That's the Calamity car with Louis Batty behind the wheel. They are currently a little further down the order. Let's have a quick look for the 121 machine. I don't actually think they are down the order. I've got a feeling that's Andrew Hinch who's fighting for position there. So the timing screen is yet to update. It's Stephen Gilbert from Andrew Hinch from Jeremy Evans. So the three cars, 13th, 14th and 15th, are fighting for position on circuit at the moment. So we'll wait to see as to exactly how that plays out. We've still got 78 minutes remaining of the race. Around about 18 minutes left until we start to see the pit lane get busier and everyone just about reaches their pit window, and then it's going to be that 1 hour run to the line. You can do whatever you like in the first sort of 2 hours of the race, and the final hour effectively becomes a sprint race, and you see drivers pushing the limits slightly more, just no longer nursing that car through the first 2/3 of the race. Then it's really about pushing on and maximising any gain you can. Returning to the circuit, I think, yep, there we go, the Graves Motorsport car. So car number 44, previously Kagermeister, retakes to the circuit. Over the line now we get the NJM car. We've been keeping an eye on that car, Alan King behind the wheel, currently down in 21st place. That car I think is worthy of a bit more. Keep an eye on that car tomorrow, absolutely. Joey DePrato for Autotech Motorsport sat there in 17th place. A poor lap previously. Who was it that we spotted? It was a 2:51 further down. That was Alan King and NJM Racing. I think just getting caught up with some traffic there and potentially a small mistake has just dropped them down the order a little bit. Josh Benson back over the line, 13.1 seconds. May still potentially come down. Absolutely it will come down. I look over my left shoulder and already with us is Jack Wright. So Jack Wright goes through and breaks the beam, and 13.1 I think it was 13.4 seconds turns into 12.7 seconds. So almost a full second gained once again from Milnair Racing and Jack Wright. Continuing a lap quicker and quicker, but very consistently is Jack Wright. So it's a winning combination for Milner Racing. We'll see what they can do in the first attempt of the EnduroKA 3-hour here at Snetterton. We get to do it all again tomorrow, and we will be live once again on MSVT Racing. If you want to try and if you could please tune in for that one, we will have some brilliant racing tomorrow. We are joined, unlike today, by Miata Trophy and MSVT Trackday Championship. Tomorrow we have the MSVT Trackday Trophy and Clio Cup GB. Meanwhile, Adam, you're in the pit lane. So I think I heard Adam cue his mic. He's disappeared once again. Adam, if you are down there, please do just jump in. I think I can hear you now.
Down in pit lane with George Wright. Of course, he's about to get in the car. He's got a big old smile on his face. How are you, George?
Well, the Golf just blew up and set on fire when we were 10 seconds out the lead, and I'm still smiling. So if I'm smiling through that, nothing's going to put a frown on my face. I'm going out again in the KA. We've come from the pit lane start to currently P2, still catching them. So it's all neutralised tomorrow anyway. So yeah, everything's going our way at last. Now the fire's out.
And how's that been, trying to fight through the field from the pit lane? Of course, that's not the easiest. That's not the easy thing to do in KA racing.
No, well, we had one of our secret weapons, Johnny Milner, in, and I think he enjoyed his little hero racing, starting out of place, carving through the field. But to go from, well, I don't know how many's in the race, maybe 30 or 35th to I think P2 or P3 when he came in. No mean feat that, no matter where you start. So good drive by Johnny.
And also, how are you feeling with the final hour approaching? Do you think you can get the job done?
Well, like I say, I mean, if we just keep up the pace, we're currently P2, so we're going to be on the front of the grid to one side. If we actually come P1, we're going to be at the front of the grid at the other side. So the way they're running it, it isn't going to make a massive amount of difference. In fact, the top 5 are all going to be on the same bit of tarmac tomorrow.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, George. We'll let you get ready for your stint, and all the best of luck. So yeah, really looking good there for Milner Racing. They're really in the hunt, so beware for them. The number 46 could be our eventual winner, but time will tell. There's still so much to go with this race, and there's still so much to play. Back up to you, Jack.
Great stuff. Cheers, Adam. Good to grab a word there with George Wright. Of course, he's in the second place car at the moment, or in the second place team I should say, Milner Racing. There they are, they're just working their way up towards the Wilson hairpin. Jack Wright, having been in the car this morning, or been in the Team Air Supply VW this morning when it all seemed to go wrong. It's nice to see that that car has been returned to the paddock, and George Wright still with a smile on his face. He's such a character, is George, such a nice guy as well, so it's great to see that he's forever got that smile on his face, and over the moon to get behind the wheel of these one of these enduro cars. And he loves his motorsport, absolutely loves his motorsport, so it's great to see him out there. And I have to say as well, sharing the car with Johnny Milner, Johnny Milner loves his motorsport as well. He's been around it for a long while now, and again, such a nice guy. And I think because the sun was out at Anglesey, it was dangerously close to exotic at Anglesey. He was over the moon because he heard it was raining at home in Yorkshire, so he was very happy indeed to effectively be getting a tan in northern Wales. It was very unlike Welsh weather just around about a month ago. For the 24-hour, which seems like it was only yesterday. That's gone very quickly indeed. Car number 126 has received a black and white warning flag for track limits. That is the Glory car that currently sits. Whereabouts do they sit in the order? They are down in 25th place at the moment, so Neil Smith clearly just attracting the attention of the stewards and the trackside marshals for extending those track limits. But looking at it at the moment, Jack Wright is doing a sterling job behind the wheel of that Milner car. Last time through, gaining another half a second over Josh Benson in the lead of this race. 12.3 seconds separates the pair of them. We've got 12.5 minutes of effectively this stint yet to go, plus an extra couple of minutes leeway dependent on where you've been running on circuit, if you've been in a pack, if you haven't, and driving style as well. But it's all about momentum in these cars, braking as little as possible, and it's how you brake. It's not necessarily pushing the middle pedal. It can be chucking the car in quite aggressively and scrubbing the speed off that way, just allowing that rear axle to slide and just bleed off any extra speed. But Josh Benson on this lap may have pulled out a bit of a gap. Let's see what happens. So 12.3 seconds. What does it turn into? Jack Wright over the line. 11.8. No, so another half a second lost. It just looks like he pulled away a little bit. So eyes playing tricks on me. 11.843 of a second is that lead margin between Josh Benson and Jack Wright. An hour and 10 minutes now remain. Darren Stapleton for GM Performance still sat there in third place, albeit they are being hustled on by the 131 Catastrophe machine. And I say being hustled on, they are currently trying to work their way through and past the number 37 Semprini car with Jeremy Evans behind the wheel. But the gap has come out a little bit that time. Darren Stapleton previously really couldn't find any breathing room between himself and Robert Thomas, but that time through, 3/10 turns into the best part of 7/10 of a second, and mainly because Darren Stapleton has just put in that car's personal fastest lap of the race at 2 minutes 38.921. That's only, 4/10 away from the fastest lap of the race, so it's nice to see that he's started to find his feet and push on ever more. We may still see yet more from that car in the final stint of the race. So the race is far from over. We've got plenty more to look forward to. We're keeping an eye on Josh Benson at the moment, just as he picks his way onto the Bentley Straight. We should see him appear in a few moments' time. Through Brundle and Nelson goes the 148 North Motorsport car. Whereabouts are they in the order? They're down in what is 24th place. They currently have Ross Westwell behind the wheel. Rob Restwell, if I can get that out. Ross Restwell, there we go. That's a bit of a tongue twister, isn't it? Try and say that 5 times fast. But Jack Wright in the lead of effectively that mid-pack. I say the mid-pack, he's in the lead of everybody else aside from Josh Benson, mainly because he's been leading the charge. So too is Johnny Milner. He's carved his way all the way through the order from the pit lane start, the second car of 4 to leave the pit lane, all the way through the pack, and he's just closing on those leaders, or on that leader of Josh Benson and Pro-Am Racing. 11.8 seconds separates the pair of them. They're just picking their way through the long right-hander at Coram now. Jack Wright, if he straightens his eye line, maybe looks slightly left, he will be able to see Josh Benson leaving the final corner. Having that visual reference now, having that marker to see whether you're gaining or not, will be super helpful in your charge through the field. Over the line goes Josh Benson. He's just worked his way through and past the NGM racing car, that being Alan King behind the wheel. So yet further back marker lappery taking place for Josh Benson. The next car that Jack Wright will catch will be the Cadoodle 2 car. At the moment they are down in 22nd place. Clive Taylor behind the wheel. That time through another half a second gain. 11.3 seconds separates Josh Benson and Jack Wright. I think it's going to come to a head here in that final stint. If anything, it's going to come to a head in the pit stops, because 10 seconds sounds like quite a lot of time, but all it takes is a dropped wheel nut or a sticky fuel filler cap or whatever it may be, just trying to do the pit stop quickly. If you panic slightly and you lose a couple of seconds, if the other team have a very quick stop, come pit exit, you're going to be absolutely nose to tail. So I have to say a massive thank you to the marshals as well. They've been so brilliant throughout today. They've had a fairly busy morning. The afternoon has hopefully been slightly kinder on them, but even now they're having to be quick on those blue flags, making sure that the slightly slower cars, or the cars that are a lap down, are aware of the imminent arrival of a quicker car. Jean-Luc Elia, he's gone over the line in 18th place and is only a half a second away from the number 64 Autotech Motorsport car of Joey DePrato. You heard earlier on from George Wright that the grid tomorrow falls as of the finishing results of today. So hopefully, if everybody remains within these regulations, we should see an incredibly close race tomorrow, albeit with maybe a slightly different driver lineup in some of the cars. For example, in the Cadoodle Do car, we swap out Clive Taylor and Ross Folds for Marcus Clutton, of course, of British GT fame. Adam, you're down there in the pit lane.
I am with Nick Nunn from the Cataclysmic team. I was completely wrong, but yeah, Nick's down in the pit lane. He's about to go out. Nick, how's it going out there?
Yeah, really well. Yeah, I had a good first stint. We were sort of leading for a few laps, and I had to go on the naughty step. I did a few track limits, so we had a drive-through penalty, which has dropped us back. But we currently running in 5th. I think only just a couple of car lengths off 3rd. So yeah, we're going well.
Still feeling strong?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah. The only problem is very hot in the car. We have to run the heater flat out. just to stop the car from overheating. So it's very hot in there, but yeah, good, great fun.
And also, you would say promising signs so far? Are there a good result in the locker?
Oh yeah, we're hoping so. Yeah, we're here to win it.
And of course, that's what all the drivers want. But even if you don't get the result you wanted, there's still a race 2. You're going to be feeling confident for that one. Is that another one you can go all out in?
Yeah, well, the way it works, I think, if I'm right in saying that it's a continuation of the race today. So wherever we finish, we start from tomorrow behind the safety car. So yeah, be good. Hopefully we can finish in the top 5 or 6 and get a good run tomorrow.
Absolutely, thank you very much. Nick Nunn about to get in the car in a couple of minutes' time, so hopefully he can have a good second stint. And Mark Holm, who's currently in there at this moment in time, he'll look to end his stint and be on the sidelines in the garage for the remainder of the race. So we see more cars coming in. Now it looks like the Semperini team, so they're coming in for a pit stop. I'll shoot it back up to you, Jack.
Great stuff, yeah. So Semperini into the pit lane. That is the number 37 car. So the Semperini juniors are into the pit lane. That'll be Jeremy Evans to hand over to David Evans for the final part of this race. It'll be a bit of a slug to get that car to the end. They should just about manage it on fuel as long as they're careful. Looking further around the circuit, the lead gap has come down yet more, so 10.7 seconds now separates second from first place, and Jack Wright continues to close in on the leader. So Semperini Racing taking fuel jugs, so too is the number 94 machine of Cadoodle 2. They're sat there taking a full fuel jug as well. I can only see one there, unless they've already done one and dispatched of the other. But Cadoodle 2 sat down there. Semperini Juniors, they've got 2 full tough jugs of fuel ready to go in. So that is the way the pit stops work. What you have to do is, if you're doing a driver change, tyre change and fuel, driver jumps out, slams the door. That's when you can open the fuel door and start fueling straight away. But somebody needs to be there on the fire extinguisher. That can be either a member of the team or a driver. We've seen that before. But as soon as the fueling is complete, you need to slam the fuel door and effectively shout so everybody knows, then they can touch the car. What you need to do is make sure that the door is shut. Then you can do the driver swap and tyre change should you wish. But there are so many different regs in there as well. Spilling fuel is an absolute no-no unless it is quite a small spill. If it is covered, if it can be covered by an A5 piece of paper. Then you're more or less the right side of the regulations. But then it depends, is it, if you drip a bit of fuel on the way out, is every single drip classed as one spill, or is it one continuous one? There's so many different things that you need to be on as a scrutineer and a pit marshal, just making sure that everybody knows everything is within those relevant regulations. Back out onto the circuit goes the number 94 machine. That is Cadoodle 2. So that will be a driver change with an extra bit of fuel. Over the line we've seen Jack Wright once again, and the lead gap comes down ever more, effectively by the largest amount we've seen in a while. 1.1 seconds now has now been cut down. Jack Wright last time through with a 2 minute 38.973. Josh Benson with a 2 minute 40.030. 9.6 seconds now separates Josh Benson from Jack Wright. So the top 2 getting closer and closer. Over the line goes Darren Stapleton, and he has gone over the line to complete another lap and has lapped quicker than the race leader once more. And we're starting to see the top 3 get closer together here, depending on what happens in the pit stops. It could be 3, 4, 5 for the lead even, because you cannot rule out catastrophe or cataclysm. Those top 5. We've also got Tom and Adrian Wood, whoever it may be, sat there in 6th place for Shine Automotive. Cadoodle and Ross Folds are sat there in 7th place, and it's Ollie Mellors in the Mellors Elliott Motorsport car. They're sat there in 8th place at the moment, car number 5. Tim Parsons in 9th place, car number 22, and Ian Perkins for Kahuna's race team are sat there in 10th place. We're starting to see plenty of shuffling around as Stephen Gilbert in the Burton Power racing car brings that car into the pit lane. He will be handing that car over to Tommy Valentine, so Tom Valentine jumps behind the wheel of the number 1 machine. We've also seen obviously Jeremy Evans and Semperini Juniors dive their way into the pit lane. We should see David Evans get behind the wheel of that car for the final section of this race. That's what Jeremy will be doing, a double to the end. And what we do is, whilst we may see the checkered flag, what will happen is, as we quite rightly heard from, who was it that we were speaking to, Nick Nunn down in the pit lane, it's a continuation of the race. It is effectively a 6-hour race, just split in half, with 3 hours of it today and 3 hours of it continuing on tomorrow. So Semprini Racing and Jeremy Hart, unfortunately, have still not left the pit lane since what was lap 14, unfortunately. Josh Benson on lap 43 at the moment, or lap 44 at the moment, so unfortunately Semprini Racing will, I don't think, see the checkered flag, at least today. Tomorrow they can return to the circuit, albeit some laps down. They've got the night to get that car fixed. We know about the Porsche Carrera Motorsport team, car number 96, Laura Tebbs, down there, I think, effectively under the car as they are trying to fix the gearbox problem, as the rest of the team is working hard to get that car fixed. And Wingat Racing and Mark Morais, I don't know whether that's terminal, but overheating is never normally a good thing. Josh Benson immediately responds, and for the first time that we've seen in the past, hour, the lead gap has come out 9.8 seconds from 9.7. It was Josh Benson with a personal fastest lap for that car in the lead of the race. Brown Racing now on a 2:39.060, Jack Wright on a 2:39.197. Admittedly, Jack had a bit of traffic to deal with, but that is the ebbing and flowing of an endurance race. Going off the body language of some of the cars, we're starting to see a few more cars fight away. We do now have Darren Stapleton diving his way into the pit lane, car number 81. So Darren Stapleton will be handing over to Ian Mitchell. If you can grab a word with Darren, he's just jumping out of the car now, Adam, and running around to, I think, pick up the fire extinguisher to aid with the fueling aspect. No, he's back into the garage. Grab a word with Darren, that would be great, because that car was in 3rd place when it came into the pit lane, and is effectively the first of the top 3 to come into the pit lane and serve their final pit stop of this section of the race. Back out onto circuit goes the Burton Power Machine, so that will no longer be Stephen Gilbert. I'd imagine that's Tom Valentine now behind the wheel. So the sun has started to come out all of a sudden as well, which Snetterton at this stage in the year is fine. Towards the latter stages of the year, which they will have the same issue at Brands Hatch, going along the start-finish straights, it can get low enough to become quite difficult to see, but I think we're just at that point in the year where it's not quite an issue as of yet. But Brands Hatch come the end of the year, going along the Cooper Straight, you'll see very little indeed once it gets to sort of dusk hours. But Adam, you're in the pit lane.
Yeah, I was just going to comment on that. It happened last time out of the 12 hours. You kind of had that moment of you're driving into what literally feels like the sun. You are in fact just driving towards a ball of light and then turning into all riches, and then of course it almost begins to feel like a guessing game in terms of your braking point and turn-in point. But we kind of discussed this before we went live on the comp this morning, that it was pretty much flattening things to an after stage. So hopefully a lot of these cars are able to take that first corner Richard flat. But yeah, sometimes the sun does become a little bit of an issue at some stage, and more cars coming into the pit lane. The number 5 is in. Looks like North Motorsport is in as well, so I'm right next to them, and I'm going to have to actually get out of the way. So they've had, of course, a few issues. We saw them right in the pits for a very, very long time. They're probably in the very low down.
Talk us through the stop. What happens at a stop? Obviously, you're down there. You get the best view.
Of course, the car comes into the pit lane, and then they'll open the door, get the driver out, and it looks like this is not ideal. They're starting to push the car, but more into a safer spot. Now they get the key, and they'll actually have to, in classic style, they have to unlock the fuel compartment, and then they get to put all the fuel in. A couple of talks between the drivers and the driver that's just been in, and of course the driver that's about to go in now. And so currently no driver in the car for now. They have to wait for the fuel to be inputted, which is kind of the safe option at this moment in time, because of course sometimes when that fuel does drop, that can get a little bit dangerous with a driver being strapped into the car at the same time. That's not ideal in any form of motorsport. The fire extinguisher is now at the side, at the perfect angle to eliminate any flames that start to extinguish. But never seen any fire, never seen any car or being dropped. I've seen a bit of fuel, but there's always going to be that little bit of fuel that gets dropped. Or the number 5 just leaving the pit lane as well. So they have already gone down into the far side and onto the towards the track. The fuel is still being inputted into the 148, so that they pretty much ran it dry. The GM Performance is already out, of course. Ian Mitchell and Darren Stapleton's car that is fighting for the lead is looking to potentially go into that lead battle once again, maybe try and get a bit of an undercut or maybe even an overcut, depending on where everyone else pitted. I'm gonna guess that's an undercut at this minute in time, but yes, the fuel is still being put on, so that's how much you need to try and fuel an entire hour in these KAs. So the fuel will now be put in, and once that fuel is now out, just try and empty everything out of the tank carefully back on, and then put the fuel cap back in, make sure that it's not sloshing around and falling out and wasting even more fuel. It feels like a little bit of a slow stop, but they're not beautiful here at the KA. Now we start to get the seat cleared, the driver's seat cleared, a couple of mats being inputted. Sometimes that's for driver preference in terms of height. Sometimes they like to be a little bit high up, and then sometimes they like to be right down low, so they can see. Of course, you've got the sponsor board, kind of the sponsor banner right on top. So there's a little bit of limitation in the view. And I've been in a Euro NASCAR. I managed to sit in a Euro NASCAR at the American Speed Fest. So yeah, let me tell you, those things you can't see. These things you can actually be able to see things. So now the driver gets strapped in, helmet is tightened, everything is tightened. You want to be strapped right into the car and make sure you are pinned right to your seat, and then we'll be able to see now as they make my way around the other side, they're going to strap in the kind of the cage, they'll slam the door shut, they'll push the car back into pit lane, and the 148 will now get going. A little bit of a mirror check as well, just to make sure it's going, and out goes the North Motorsport car. So a long stop, but that's what you need to do. You need to make sure everything is in order to make sure that it's all safe, all the procedures go right, there's no kind of shortcuts that could enable a danger to everyone else in the pit lane, and then we'll actually be able to push themselves and back out onto the circuit. But that is kind of how a pit stop is done. There is the 1-2-1 you can see potentially on your camera screen, and there of course the Andrew Hinge, Marcus Batty, Lewis Batty car being fueled up as well, so there's a little bit of camera time, and of course again no driver in the car, so that kind of gives them a little bit of a safety measurement as well as the fuel gets fueled. And of course we put on the back of every single ticket, motorsport is dangerous and will always be dangerous.
Yeah, however, massive strides have been made to make motorsport as safe as possible, and continues to be done so, just to try and make sure that it is a very safe place to be. Every measure has been taken into account. You can sort of make sure of that and be absolutely rest assured that that is the case. By way of positions, it seems like Josh Benson has started to react to the ever encroaching Milner Racing car of Jack Wright. He's not that far away anymore, 9.8 seconds, but he's floating around 9.8 seconds. It hasn't come down too much over the previous laps. Keep an eye on the pit lane, Adam. It's going to get very busy indeed. I'd imagine Pro-Am Racing and Milner Racing are going to be coming in. Do you have any news for us down there?
Not in this minute in time. I'm just currently right at the end of the pit lane, so kind of near where we saw Burton Power Racing. There literally was this garage 25 they're at, so Courage is starting right in front of 23, so I get a really good idea of who's potentially coming in. I get a little bit of a view from Murray's, but as soon as somebody starts dashing into the pit lane, I've probably got to skedaddle out of there. It looks like there is a pit stop being ready for the team in garage 24. That looks like 11/10 Racing, so I believe that is that Gianluca Elia?
It should be down there.
I was going to see if he's in the car.
No, Johnny Elia is in the car, but if you do spot a driver in that garage, see if you can find Byron Crawford, because whilst you were up here at the start of the race, you know how quick he was going. On an absolute mission was Byron Crawford. Their car is just coming through the final corner now. I don't think they're going to be diving into the pit lane as of yet, because they're slightly off kilt compared to the rest of the field. I think we've got a couple of cars getting ready to dive into the pit lane. The reason what makes me say that is because we've got a lot of mechanics in the pit lane looking towards that final corner, which usually indicates we're going to get a few cars diving into the pit lane in a few moments' time. And unfortunately, we do have the 128 car stationary out there on, or 126 car, pardon me, stationary out there on circuit. That's Glory car. Whereabouts are they? I can't pick out where that was, and I can't see exactly where the yellow flags are being waved, but that car has come to rest somewhere. That's on the back straight. That's along the Bentley straight. The car has come to rest. They've pulled it well and truly out of the way onto the right hand side, and I think we will have a marshal wandering their way over to make sure that the driver's all right. But again, unfortunately, that's another driver or another car dropping off with potential mechanical issue, unfortunately. With the window open is Johnny Elia, and that wouldn't surprise me, because if they do have the heater on full, as we've heard it works, that car will be getting rather toasty inside. And the best thing to do, which we've heard drivers making themselves incredibly uncomfortable, heater all the way on, windows all the way up to minimise drag. They beg for any sort of respite, and that gives them the opportunity to open the window without increasing the drag. You'll find some of them just crack the windows very slightly in any hope of getting some of that hot air out of the cockpit. So Johnny Elia at the moment doing absolutely everything he can, and your body language of the car is almost snap oversteer on the way in. He's pushing that hard at the moment. Back over the line goes Josh Benson and posts a 2-minute 40.912. There over the line goes Jack Wright with a 2-minute 39.202. So that's almost 2 seconds gained, 1.3 seconds on the 1.7 seconds on the lap prior, gained by Jack Wright. So the lead gap now down to 7.2 seconds, and we are so dangerously close to getting those top two into the pit lane. All of a sudden, we are going to see this race either decided in the pit lane, or it is going to bring those two even closer once again. So we've got yet more to go on, plenty of pit stops on the way. Adam, down to you.
Yeah, I'm down with Byron Crawford, and we were just discussing he was absolutely flying, and his response, I'm absolutely loving it out there. If we weren't hit on the first lap, then where could we have been? Byron, yeah, how is it out there for you?
Oh, it was absolutely amazing. I mean, to get pole position, it's our first pole position that we've ever had, which again was awesome. Johnny set that time, so I was a little bit nervous, obviously being the first driver out. But no, I think we were quick enough. I say we got hit from behind on the first lap, which unfortunately that caused the exhaust problem, so we had banging on the back, and then obviously we got a meatball flag. But we managed to get back in the lead before that, so we're on the pace. We were, I was quickest out there before coming in on my stint, so absolutely amazing. The car's brilliant, the team have been brilliant, and yeah, loving it. I just hope we have a good result today, and obviously we've still got tomorrow to try and get back, so yeah, amazing.
Kind of talk about that qualifying lap, because it's one of the longest, it's actually the longest circuit we have on the EnduroKA Canada. What's it like trying to get a KA around there, especially the old pole lap?
It's brilliant, it's just frustrating. So I think we were here yesterday doing the testing. We got it into the 38s yesterday, which again, so we were pretty confident, and then so Johnny went out and did a 38. Then I went out and couldn't quite get behind it. We hadn't got the timing in the car for the sectors, so I didn't know whether I was pushing enough, not pushing enough, overdriving. So that was a little bit frustrating. But at the end of the day, we got pole, and to get pole in it's only our second season, and it's great. The team have done great. The car's doing really well, and hopefully, we're back in. I think about 11th at the minute. So there's a load of stops going on now. So we'll see how we go. If we can finish somewhere near top 10 today, that would be awesome. Then it's tomorrow's all to play for. So
very quickly, because I know you're expecting a safety car, is there high hopes for the rest of the race?
Yeah, I think so. I think we're all, say the car's on the pace. Hopefully, if we're mechanically fit, then yeah, I think we could do well.
Thank you very much, Byron. Yeah, very much, Byron. A very quick driver, and feeling really, really confident. I think he's going to be one to watch out for. Yeah, very, very happy. A bit of a fist bump going back into the garage, but yeah, definitely one to keep an eye out for. Shine Automotive are about to head into the pit lane. I'm going to stay where I am, just so I don't get run over by a KA. I think that would be nice, in fact, to not be hit by a KA as they exit the pit lane. But yeah, looking to keep an eye on these pit stops here, because they're going to be super, super crucial. I'm really looking forward to seeing what happens. Just the Autotech Motorsport car, the 46, just exiting right in front of me, and Joey DePrato has just come out of that one. So he's looking a little bit sweaty, to say the least. But yeah, now it is time to it's time to really get down to business and into that final hour.
I think we're going to start to see drivers come into the pit lane very shortly, because Jack Wright last time through with the fastest lap of the race, 2 minute 38.264, which is very quick indeed. But I think the main important thing to note with that one is that was done with yellows on track, and normally you shouldn't expect to see any improvements at all with yellow flags being out. But the fastest lap of the race being set whilst yellow flags are being shown isn't necessarily indicative of the relative slowing down. They have since, in response to that, put a message, a flashing message up on the gantry saying yellows turn 7, respect them. So it's just making sure that all the drivers know that on the exit of Williams on towards the Bentley straight there are yellow flags being displayed, and the drivers are being informed to respect those, as there are marshals on track. So that will potentially be, they're not necessarily on the track, they're on the side of the circuit. That will potentially be double waved yellows as well, which you really should expect drivers to be slowing down for. Into the pit lane comes the Essex and Kent Motorsport machine. They're just rumbling their way down the pit lane. Leaving the pit lane now is AFK Motorsport as well, or AFK Racing, but also into the pit lane we've got yet more cars. It's all of a sudden got very busy, hasn't it, Adam?
It has, and I'm also down here with Joey DePrato, just finishing off from his adrenaline rush. We've been here before at Donington Park, and we're back here at Snetterton Circuit. Joey, how was that?
Oh, so hot. Really, really hot. The adrenaline rush is going to take a while to go. Yeah, that felt really, really good. I've been around here before in the KAs just for a testing session, and for a track day with my dad, so I was able to be competitive back then, so that was good practice. I think I went out in 18th, yeah, and got back up to 12th, which I think really good for me. I did have a couple of oopsies, like at the end of the long straight back there and then the chicane after. I was trying a few things for tomorrow, and some things didn't work, and I nearly had a bit of an incident, which wasn't great, but then I realised, okay, don't do that, I'll be fine for tomorrow.
You've been through kind of some of the highs and lows of motorsport in the last couple of races. Just kind of describe how that engine went bang, and then of course you went and got that podium, and now we're kind of in this middle zone.
I mean, it's a great experience to go from quite a low at the very start, and then getting a second place for my second race ever, and then now in the middle. I think it's the best thing to do, definitely for experience, like for me. But yeah, I mean, I still wouldn't mind a few podiums and a few wins in the future. Yeah, hopefully we'll get those in the next few rounds.
And of course, with tomorrow's racing, you say you've been doing a little bit of testing yourself. Of course, maybe some steps towards that tomorrow's race. And we just see the 333 leaving us, as that's why there's tyre screws behind us. But just kind of go through potentially what you can try and go for tomorrow, because it's kind of another building step.
My aim is for a top 10. I didn't qualify great. I think just because I'm not great at qualifying. I'm not sure why. So yeah, if we can get a top 10 and be with Kahunas, that would be great.
Absolutely, thank you so much. Joe DePrato, of course, a very young kind of star in the EnduroKA paddock, and I'm sure he'll be here for many more years to come.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Joey's getting quicker and quicker, isn't he? And the more time he spends in the seat of one of these Enduro cars, he's just getting quicker and quicker. And Autotech Motorsport know how to build one of these cars and make it very, very quick indeed. Unfortunately, they've only got one car here this weekend. Normally, they run car number 64 and 65 under the Autotech Motorsport banner. Of course, Joey jumping out, he's handed over to Matt Adams. We've had more cars dive their way into the pit lane. Car number 44 being warned about track limits. That is Graves Motorsport. Whereabouts are they in the order at the moment? They're down in 23rd place, and currently behind the wheel is Paul Baxter. Returning to the circuit is the Essex and Kent Motorsport car. Kahunas race team on screen, picking their way through Agostini. We've just spoken to previous driver of Kahuna's race team, that being Joey DePrato. Into the pit lane now comes the 141 machine, that's Commotion. Whereabouts are they in the order? They've come in from what was 4th place. So Paul Edwards jumping out of the car. He will be handing over to Daniel Edwards for the final part of this race. Alex Tentori, he is currently in the cash-strapped racing machine. He's picked up 4th place with Commotion in the pit lane, and kind of a 1-3-1, that being Catastrophe. Robert Thomas has gone through and picked up 5th place. Of course, those two yet to pit. We've still got the top 2 yet to pit. Last time through, the gap remained it's just dropped below 5 seconds actually, with 0.4 of a second separating Josh Benson and Jack Wright's previous lap times. So the gap between the top 2 at the moment is now 4.927 of a second. It's getting close, isn't it? And all will be decided not only today but tomorrow as well, as I think we will begin to see these battles get closer and closer and closer as this, not only this race carries on, but as it resumes tomorrow as well. We do have kind of a 1-5-1 in the pit lane. That's Cataclysm. Mark Home currently behind the wheel. Over the line goes the 11/10 racing machine. That now having Jean-Luc Elia behind the wheel. But Adam, you're down in the pit lane.
I was going to mention, I'm by that 1-5-1, that pit's up happening, and Mark Holm jumping out the car, leaping out like a bunny rabbit, and now Nick Nunn is just standing waiting to get into that car and do that last one, about 45 minutes. We're not being able to find a time screen in the last couple of minutes, but yeah, that car is looking pretty competitive, I'd say. According from what I've seen on the timing screens, a lot of fast lap times from this 1-5-1, and it's definitely an opportunity for it to get a podium. I'm sure that they're going to be right up there, and I'm sure that you, Jack, can fill in, because you know a little bit more. You've been keeping on the times a bit more than I have, but yeah, they're quite the competitor, aren't they?
Yeah, they are indeed. They've, I think, for the moment, Commotion have got a bit of work to do, but of course they are doing their final pit stop now. So they've dropped down the order into 12th, but they were up as high as, I think, 4th place prior to diving into the pit lane. So there's still plenty going on. Recovered is that car that went missing out there on circuit, that being Glory Car. And who was it behind the wheel? It was Neil Smith, unfortunately. But we'll just wait on news from the pit lane as to who's coming in. The leaders should just be picking their way into the pit lane now. Actually, the top 2 have come in absolutely together. So Josh Benson into the pit lane, so too is Jack Wright. You're going to have to talk us through this one, Adam, if you can spot them. Who's going to be quicker away? Because they both stop at a very similar time, at a very similar place in the pit lane. Will it be George Wright that leaves first? Or will it be Jack Kemp that gets behind the wheel of the Pro-Am car that gets away first?
It seems like the Pro-Am is just ahead of me. I do need to get around this 55 real quick, so just having to dodge in between the garages, but I'll try and see if I can get an idea. There goes in the number 12, so it looks like they're about to potentially get their driver change done, and earlier, of course, they were first in, and a real rush here to try and get that car ahead. Photos being taken as well, so that will be nicely done on the page of the social media for Pro-Am Racing. As they love to say, they're the most successful team in the K8. But can they get it going? Can they get it going? Yes, they do. Yes, they do. They managed to get it going. And now the 46 are about to jump in the car. That's going to be George Wright. So he's now got to quickly get in. And now he'll be able to. No, he's still not quite in. He needs to be clicked in. And this is an absolute travesty. It's not quite the fastest stop, but they're losing valuable seconds, being pushed out back into the pit lane. They're now going to get launched and now get those wheels spinning, and now the battle really is on. The 12 of Pro-Am up against the 46 of Milner. These guys have been really competitive. 2 of the top teams. Pat's there all around from Pro-Am. Let me just have a look inside the garage, because there seems to be some really good talks in there. They've now started to circle around, so I won't get too close into it, but let me just have a look and see. Couple of smiles I can see on the face, but now it's all gone pretty serious. The smiles have quickly been dashed, because they're now starting to find themselves in a really good spot. They know they've got a great stop, but the smiles, of course, turn into serious
Yeah,
faces.
I've got a feeling why, because they know that they have just gained 25 seconds in the pit lane. Pro-Am Racing with 1 minute and 55 pit in to pit out. Milner Racing 2 minutes and best part of 2 minutes and 15 pit in to pit out. So 25 seconds gained in one pit stop. If you can grab a word with Josh Benson, because he may have seen Milner Racing getting closer, but that will taste very sweet indeed, handing the car over and now with a 23-second lead.
Absolutely, there's not much to say in terms of Milner. There's not really much. I think there's just Marshall's in all honesty. But I'll see if I can potentially grab a word with Josh Benson. I'll keep outside the garage, but to you for now, and I'll try and pull somebody over.
Yeah, great stuff. Thank you, Adam. But what a brilliant pit stop that was from Pro-Am Racing. Of course, they will have the continuation of this race tomorrow, so you never know. That might have just bought them enough time to win today's aspect of the race. Milner Racing and Jack Rowe, and now George Wright behind the wheel. He's got a bit of work to do. George is very quick though. He was the car that brought, or he was the driver that brought that car home at the end of the Anglesey 24 Hour to take the win for Milner Racing. I think that is everybody's final pit stop completed, all bar a couple that are running off tilt compared to everybody else's pit stops, maybe due to some early issues, and we know that one of those being 11/10 Racing, Jean-Luc Elia behind the wheel. I'm guessing he still has, yes, he does still have to hand over to Paul Pierce, but of course they had an early pit stop with a mechanical warning flag. Last time through we saw how close Shine Automotive are, whether it be it's Nathan Brown now behind the wheel of the Shine Automotive car. They are only 1.5 seconds, well I say only 1.5 seconds exactly behind the Cataclysm car, car number 151, which we have seen into the pit lane. Mark Home is doing a double stint in that one, I think, but for the moment through the final corner goes George Wright. Already disappeared out of turn 1 is Jack Kemp. So Jack Kemp on an absolute mission now, just trying to pull away. We'll bring the updated gap to you as George Wright crosses the line. George Wright over the line and posts a 2 minute 45.579, so he's had a quicker out lap compared to Jack Kemp, but 21.6 seconds to try and make up. That's effectively what Jack Wright had to do in the previous stint, but this time the stint's only going to be 35 minutes. That's all that's left of this race, so we may start to see these gaps open up. Just as we mentioned, Jean-Luc Elia and 11/10 Racing having to pit to hand over to Paul Pierce. Into the pit lane they will come. Hopefully we can grab a word with Johnny Elia come the end of his sort of cool down period once he's out of the car. So there's a few more drivers, or a few more cars I think just yet to dive into the pit lane to serve what is effectively their second actual pit stop. A few of them have had drive-throughs which is added onto the timing screen as a pit stop, but haven't yet come in for their final stop. Over the line goes the number 22 machine, Nick Berg behind the wheel of the AFK racing car. They are currently sat there in 10th place, the final car inside that top 10, and they have been into the pit lane 3 times. So Jean-Luc Elia, as and when he returns to the circuit, he's going to have to fight his way back inside that top 10 if he has the pace in which to do so. We know Johnny's quick, and obviously we spoke to Byron earlier on, and Byron knew that he and the car was quick. So keep an eye on 11/10 Racing, not only for what's left of today's race, but tomorrow's race as well. We had a brilliant camera shot there, just displaying how close, or in theory how far apart the top 2 are. Just heading onto the Bentley Straight was Jack Kemp and Pro-Am Racing, and in the background you could see George Wright picking his way through the infield section of the circuit. 21.6 seconds on this lap. We'll monitor that gap to see if it comes down by the time we get to the end of the race, but we may just about see Pro-Am Racing manage that pace until the end of the race. Through Brundle and Nelson they have gone. Jack Kemp now picking his way in towards the bomb hole, and then we get the appearance of George Wright heading down the Bentley Straight. He goes through Brundle and Nelson now, pitching the car effectively up onto 2 wheels, relying on all the grip he can get. Adam, do you have news from the pits?
I'm down with Josh Benson, or as he's called, Tripod apparently. Just
I'm not going to ask the reason for that.
I'm sure it's a little YouTuber thing between him and Ollie, but yeah, we're now into the final stage of the race. How is that soon for you?
It was a lot better than I expected. I was a little nervous going out, being my first race back. but after a couple of laps, settled in, found some rhythm, found a nice flow. Pro-Am gives a good car this weekend, so just did what I can.
Of course, how was it kind of throughout that stint? Of course, you had change in heat as well, you had a really hot break to deal with. And how was it trying to manage all of that?
Yeah, honestly, I'm quite shocked at the heat inside and one of those things. I think I'm quite shocked in general at how physical it is. And so, you can see I'm sweating. But yeah, I think overall we're in a really good position, obviously leading. So Jack's doing a really good job. I only started practice yesterday or this morning, so off we go, we're doing really well.
And of course, you've not quite completed your this race so far, but is this kind of inspiring you to do a little bit more in the future, hopefully?
Yeah, absolutely. I've had a massive break from racing about 13 years. I used to race in Formula Ford back in the day. So I've come back here, it's my first race back. And hopefully me and Ollie are going to be doing something full time next year, doing an actual championship, so that'll be fantastic.
Absolutely amazing. Thank you so much, Josh. I see that Ollie's just filmed him like an absolute proud dad. That he's
Dad, I am like a proud dad, eh? I told you could do it. I told you you'd do it. You've done it.
Absolutely brilliant from these two. They're really the stars of the EnduroKA paddock. Thank you so much, you two. We'll get back to you in a moment. But high hopes here for Pro-Am Racing. The number 12 is in the lead after a superb pit stop and pats all round. And I really think they are going to be the ones to try and beat. But that 46 is still looking competitive, so there's plenty of opportunity for them to do so. Back to you, Jack.
Great stuff. Cheers, Adam. Yeah, it's great to see the chemistry between those two. They continue to make us giggle pretty much every single round. I've spent all bar one round with them throughout this year, and I think this potentially could be my final one. I might pick up Brands Hatch come the end of the year, dependent on calendars and how they will match up. But it's great to have a word with not only Josh Benson, but also Ollie Ferdle jumping in there at the end, and it's nice to see, as we say, that chemistry between the pair of them. The Pro-Am team really do produce a very good sort of atmosphere in the paddock. I am doing the final round as well. There's one for you, the 26th and 27th of October on the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. We get to cover that one as well. So looking out on circuits, 11 Tenths Racing, of course they have been into the pit lane. They're just coming back towards the start finish line now, and Paul Pierce. We've got Tommy Valentine's Tommy Valentine on screen at the moment. He's picking his way through the bomb hole, albeit being hurried on by Sam North in the 148 North Motorsport machine. So North Motorsport have had a fairly plagued race, unfortunately, with a couple of issues with their car. The pair of them are gaining on the Treble 3 Kahuna's race team car. They currently lie in what is 6th place with Phil Truman behind the wheel. The lead margin comes down yet further. 18.8 seconds separates George Wright from Jack Kemp. So at that rate of attrition, or that closing speed, we may start to see a battle come the end of this race. We've still got half an hour remaining. We may potentially get a race on our hands for the lead between George Wright and Jack Kemp come the end of this race. As we look further down the order, Tommy Valentine has indeed worked his way through and past the number 64 Auto Tech machine. They currently have Matt Adams behind the wheel. Of course, we spoke to Joey DePrato just a little while ago. In terms of personal improvements, however, we're now starting to see Nathan Brown in the 180 Shine Automotive car get very quick indeed. He's posted a 2 minutes 39.274, so he's lapping quicker than not only the race leader but all of the cars around him at the moment. The fastest car out on circuit last time through was Nathan Brown, so he's pushing on. We've also got Tommy Valentine last time through, even with the overtake, sets that car's personal fastest lap of the race at 2 minute 40.331. So he continues to take yet further time out of the cars up the road. You can see the Kahuna's car there effectively on 3 wheels, the inside rear wheel lifting up into the air as Philip Truman continues to chip away at those cars up the road, and in doing so pushing the car so hard it's effectively up onto 3 wheels. Car number 180, we said Nathan Brown was going quickly. I think we found the reason why. Track limits warning is now being shown to him, the black and white warning flag, so he's got a bit of, I don't want to say thinking to do, but he's got to make sure he keeps that within the white lines, especially with only 28 minutes to go. The last thing they need is any sort of penalty being applied for extending track limits. We've already seen a couple of drive-through penalties be applied for a few of our drivers. And the cars that, the 5 cars unfortunately, that have dropped out of this race, don't be disheartened that we're going to have a smaller grid tomorrow. I very much doubt that will be the case. I can currently see Laura Tebbs on the floor, or literally underneath the Porsche Carrera Motorsport car, working away at that gearbox, making sure that they can get that car back out for tomorrow's race. The lead gap 18.8 seconds this time. Over the line now goes Jack Kemp to post a 1 minute 42.368. I've got a feeling this has got closer again, because George Wright, visually to the eye, is going to be the best part of 16 seconds away. Let's see what he can do. He hasn't had too much traffic to deal with on this lap. Over the line goes George Wright, and 17.0 seconds now, dangerously close into that 16-second margin. So George Wright continues to chip away. Last time through that was 1.8 seconds gained on the lap prior. 17 seconds separates them with 27 minutes remaining. We've now got a brilliant battle going over the line. That's between the Kahuna's racing car of Phil Truman, and they do have Tommy Valentine, who's trying to pick his way through and past that car. They have a couple of laps separating the pair of them, maybe just the one actually, and they are fighting away like it's for outright position. Brilliant to see, because in theory Tommy Valentine has absolutely every right to try and unlap himself if he feels he is quicker than the cars up the road. If you are just joining us for the final 27 minutes of this race, welcome along. It is a pleasure to have you. If you are thinking about coming along tomorrow, absolutely do so. It's going to be an action-packed day. We've got the MSVT Trackday Trophy. We've also got Clio Cup GB are joining us here this weekend, and of course the second of 2 EnduroKA 3 hours. So absolutely do come along tomorrow to Snetterton. You can buy tickets on the gate. All of the information can be found online, whether it be on the Snetterton website or on the MSVR website. You can find absolutely everything you need on there. Of course, timing provided on tsl-timing.com. If you are interested in looking at the live timing, seeing everything we do, everything we can, it's www.tsl-timing.com. And of course, MSVT Racing and Digitex doing sterling work, as always, bringing us the fabulous footage that we can see on YouTube, and what we can see up here in the commentary box at the moment. Looking at the positions gained and lost, absolutely the biggest winner is George Wright and Milner Racing. 26 positions gained from where they started. Then I think it's Phil Truman, who's up 9 places. We can't rule out Pro-Am Racing, who are up 7. They have really had a good race, haven't they? Leading the race for quite some time. Ollie Fernall got into the lead and built the gap. That was then taken over by his teammate Josh Benson. Josh Benson brought the car into the pit lane, still in the lead of the race. They've handed it over to Jack Kemp, and he's just trying to get this car to the end of the race in the lead, of course, as well. Through the final corner goes George Wright. Just over the line there goes Jack Kemp with a 2 minute 41.813. Will we see yet further inroads made by George Wright on the lap prior? Over the line they go now, and improvement has it been more than we expected. 17 seconds exactly turns into 15.5 seconds, so we're averaging 1.5 seconds a lap. We've got around about 10 laps remaining. I'd imagine probably less than that now actually. So I've got a feeling George Wright is going to be there or thereabouts come the end of this race. We might just have a battle for the lead on our hands for the final couple of laps. Catastrophe, car number 131, currently sat there in 3rd place. They have Robert Thomas behind the wheel. Behind Robert Thomas is Nathan Brown, who has previously been warned for track limits, so he'll be trying to keep that car the right side of the line. Not that you can tell, last time through with a personal fastest lap of the race, 2 minute 39.162. A very, very quick lap indeed. Goes the way of GM Performance, car number 81. Keep an eye on them. Ian Mitchell, they were on for a podium in the early stages of this race. They've gone through and posted a 2 minutes 38.523. That's only, what, 2 or 3 tenths away from an overall fastest lap of the race at the very latter stages of this race. I suppose this is when the cars are at their lightest, and the tyres may start to wear away, but if they put a new tyre on that previous pit stop, you tend to only see maybe one tyre being changed, usually that front left, which is the loaded tyre here at Snetterton. With most UK circuits being clockwise, you tend to see that. They will have to worry about that at Brands Hatch as well, famed for its ability to chew through tyres. We may see a few more tyres being used up throughout, so not only the first but the second weekend at Brands Hatch as well, the 15th of September, where we have sprint races think 4 sprint races over the Ford Power Live weekend on the 26th and 7th of October, when we have the IndyCar 500. I'd imagine that's when we start to see plenty of tyres being chewed through as well. Body language of the car over the line. That was 1-2-1 Calamity with Louis Batty over the line. He has quite evidently started to turn up the wick and trying to close down on those cars up the road, because he's pushing on very quickly indeed. Whereabouts do they fall into the order there? In 12th place at the moment, only half a second away from Cadoodle-Doo Racing, car number 95. And it's Clive Taylor behind the wheel. We're hearing much more tyre squeal out there. I think that's because, as we said earlier, whilst it's a 3-hour race, the first 2 hours are more or less just to make up the time, because then the final hour becomes a sprint race, and this is where we see and hear quite obviously drivers pushing that little bit harder. Towards the line now come Wingat Racing. In tow is Jack Kemp in the Pro-Am Racing machine. He was towing himself all the way up towards the back of that car. He's jinxed out at the last minute to arrive at Ritchie's. 2 minutes and 41.4 seconds. Over the line goes George Wright in a few moments' time. There he goes with a 2 minute 40.089. So the best part of 1.4 seconds gained on the lap prior. 14 seconds now separates Jack Kemp and George Wright. So that lead gap continues to come down ever more, and we are slowly going to see that lead gap really dissipate. 22 minutes remaining. All of a sudden, Jack Kemp's lead is coming under fire. 14 seconds separates those top two, so we may see a battle for the lead in the final 10 minutes, and 10 minutes will be good enough for 3, maybe 4 laps, and that is going to have to be a very wide KA if Jack Kemp intends to keep George Wright behind. Milnair Racing are looking for their second win on the bounce, because of course they won the 24 hours at Anglesey with George Wright behind the wheel at the checkered flag, so they'll be looking to further improve upon that. At the moment, Milnair Racing are one of the quickest cars out on circuit. The quickest last time through was Ian Mitchell and GM Performance. That is the only car still lapping in those 2 minute 38s. Everybody else, I think bar one, is lapping above a 2 minute 40 at the moment. We've got a couple of 39s dotted around the order, but a brilliant lap last time through, absolutely, from Louis Batty. However, with 21 and a bit minutes remaining, George Wright is doing everything he needs to do behind the wheel of that EnduroKA, making the most of his 1.3 litre Duratec engine. And of course, we've heard from a lot of the drivers, you've got to not only to get all the hot air away from the engine to gain performance, but also to keep the cars from overheating. Turn the heater on full, as the sun came out earlier and still continues to do so intermittently over the next 20 minutes. It can get very hot in there, bearing in mind you are in a full race suit, potentially with Nomex underlayers and a helmet, and you've got the heat from the engine, the heat from the actual heater itself, and the concentration, potentially with the windows closed to sort of minimise the drag. It will get very, very hot in there as well, so it will be great to grab a word with these drivers come the end of the race, because they all seem to crowd together and chatting to Johnny Milner, George and Jack Wright at the end of their Anglesey explorations. That was brilliant to hear from those guys. We also heard from, it was Joey DePrato, Matt Adams and Costa Krietsis we heard from at Anglesey as well. Great to hear all the different perspectives that you have. Over the line goes Jack Kemp and Pro-Am Racing. They're currently providing a brilliant bit of aerodynamic assistance to Wingat Racing. Who's behind the wheel of that car? Car number 3 as we look up and down the order. Whereabouts do they fall into? Is Leon Bidgeway, currently down in 27th place. Leon very, very quick indeed. And the lead margin comes down yet more. 11.9 seconds now separates Pro-Am Racing and Milnair Racing. So that gap, 11.9 seconds, that is very, very close indeed. I can see a couple of questions just being asked as to why do you have the heaters on. It is to get all of the hot air away from the engine, because it will, I mean, throwing it into the cabin is not ideal, but it does keep the engine slightly cooler, which means you do potentially get a bit more power out of it. It makes the driver rather uncomfortable, but it's the longevity of the engine, not just producing more power, but also preventing it from overheating. You do get a bit more power, it makes you a bit more uncomfortable, but then you've got to keep the windows up to be quick in a straight line, so it's it's not the most comfortable position to be in, and I'm pretty sure they won't have electric windows. They'll be the sort of rolly keep fit windows, as I like to call them, as you try to roll the windows down, so you can't exactly just do it on the fly. But George Wright continuing to close down the Pro-Am Racing race lead, 11.9 seconds as we said. George Wright with a 2 minute 39.583. That's 2.2 seconds gain on the last lap alone. That's close, isn't it?
It is. Ooh, we've just had a bit of an off there from one of the cars, and that's going to be the 38 Essex and Kent motorsport car. So I believe that is going to be Lewis Kent. Sorry, my error is the Nathan Kent. So he is in the car at this moment in time. And of course, it now really sets up to the sun. Oh, that's gone quite the way down. I wasn't noticing that in the pit lane, but now it's starting to become very much evident that is now starting to really set. I wonder how quickly that will now go through the driver's eyes.
I was going to say, I'm looking at sort of driver's eyes as they come down the start-finish line. You can tell the difference in height for some of the drivers, because maybe some of the more vertically challenged drivers, they do have the sun in their eyes. The others, it's just nipping at the bottom of their helmet. So again, that's something that you might not have accounted for, and if you're doing that final stint, it's going to be tricky trying to see anything heading up towards Ritchie's and up towards Hamilton.
It very much is, so definitely need to be aware on where you are at the track. And in fact, you may need to take that a little bit more cautiously. There goes the number 12, just getting past the Wingate Racing machine. That has actually now gone back onto the circuit, which is an absolute miracle, because I saw that a couple of moments ago, just shoved in the garage, but they've managed to get it working. So they're now going to be doing it pretty much as a test day, because in that stage you've not really got anything to play for. You're down in what is it now, 27th place, and no chance of catching no nonsense racing in 26. So they're very much very much out of the running, but they can use the testing day for tomorrow, and I'm sure this kind of races on even set the grid for tomorrow's race, from what I've heard.
Yeah, I've heard that it effectively it's a 6-hour race split in half, and you can effectively win the stages requisite to where you finish come the end of the 3 hours. The gap has now come down to within 10 seconds, 9.5 seconds separates Jack Kemp and George Wright. We've got 16 minutes remaining. I said for the final 10 minutes we might see a battle. There's 6 minutes until I might be made right, but as usual as a commentator we say something and we're wrong, so we'll figure out exactly how that's going to play out. But last time through, Jack Kemp with a 2:41.896, George Wright with a 2:39.556, so more than 2 seconds gained once again in the space of one singular lap. That's close, isn't it?
He's getting pretty close as well, as you say, but the gap is just slowly coming down, and I'm sure that there'll be a big old grand finale in terms of batting right at the very end. A beautiful shot there. I believe the Burton Power Racing car didn't quite able to see that on the screen that we just had, but you can really see that the sun is really starting to come down into the eye of the drivers, and we've really already spoken about that, but yeah, it does seem like the chat does seem very much active as ever. You see 6 or 7 laps to go. Our math isn't quite right, but if I was to kind of make a prediction, 3, 6, 9, 12, probably about, probably just about eke. 3, 6, 9, 12, potentially maybe 5 laps in fact. Or
between now and the end?
Yeah.
I reckon it will probably be 5 or 6 laps, until the end of this race. Maybe just one more, dependent on what the top two do, because if they start battling, obviously they'll slow each other down. But going off the current rate of arrival that George Wright is coming out with, I give it, if we're doing 2 seconds a lap, that works out to around about 5 laps. But Jack Kemp is trying to work with Leon Bidgeway at the moment, and George Wright, he's fighting effectively an uphill struggle because he's got a bit of traffic to deal with, that being Jean-Luc Elia, as they've just gone over the line. It's not Johnny Elia anymore, actually, it is Paul Pierce that's jumped behind the wheel. The gap now, 9.3 seconds. It's come out for the first time in a little while, has it? No, it has come down, but only by around about 0.2 of a second. So that's what I mean. They will either catch each other on the penultimate or the final lap, or they just won't meet each other at all. So for George Wright, obviously he's hoping for the former. Jack Kemp is hoping for the latter. But if they do meet each other on the final lap, they're not going to be pulling punches. They're going to go for whatever move they can.
Yeah, absolutely. You kind of have to be rash in that case, but you have to be rash in a sense that you need to be able to say, I'm here, I'm going to make a manoeuvre here, and not say, right, I'm just going to send it on you and see what happens. We crash. You have to kind of have a little bit of...
Hopefully not that, yeah.
Gentleman's agreement, as I like to say. So definitely just keep it gentlemanlike, but also get the elbows out. Kind of put it on that line of yeah, like it's a bit argy-bargy, but not too much. You're going to be slapping each other off the racetrack. So definitely make sure that definitely a possibility that definitely a possibility we'll potentially see a battle between the two, but hopefully it doesn't get too rough and tumble. We're seeing both cars off into the grass, but at this moment in time it does seem to be a bit of a cruise for Pro-Am Racing, but he's still got a little bit of pressure from behind with 13 minutes. They're just hoping this clock just get run down and down and down all the way to meet's end.
Yeah, very much a discretion between drivers kind of thing, really, isn't it? Just making sure that they do have a driver's agreement. Jack Wright last time through did go quicker than we've seen him go previously. I think he has maybe spotted the yellow flashes in the rear-view mirror, that being George Wright's getting closer and closer as they pick their way through Brundle and Nelson, then through the right-hander at the bomb hole before they arrive at Coram, which is that tricky long right-hander which they will have got used to over the previous 2 hours and 18 minutes. Only 12.5 minutes of this race remaining. It seems to have gone incredibly quickly indeed, and believe it or not, I only realised earlier Anglesey was a month ago. I thought it was about yesterday, but apparently we were there a month ago for the 24-hour. But over the line in a few moments' time will come Jack Kemp. He still has Leon Bidgeway trapped up behind him, so through go those top two, and then it's awaiting the arrival of George Wright and whether he's managed to pick his way through and past Paul Pierce in the 11/10 racing machine, which yes, he has on this lap. So through goes George Wright and closes the gap by around about 3.5 tenths. 9 seconds. It's just getting to that point. I don't think he's going to make it.
Yeah, definitely. Just seems to be not quite able to do that. I'm not sure if it's potentially tyres or if it's just traffic or just a good pace there from both drivers. George Wright just trying absolutely everything, but he just can't seem to do it. You see the sun shining off all the cars and really making for a beautiful sight. We managed to capture a little bit of this last time when I was here last time for the 12 hours to Norfolk. But yeah, it was not live stream, so we didn't get these wonderful pictures of the sun just glistening off the cars and really exuberating the kind of the colours that are on the circuit. Bit of a lock up there from Jack Kemp in the Pro-Am Racing with EnduroKA exit after a long time in there. But at this moment in time, yeah, it just seemed like that number 12 is really making good inroads into the end of this race. Just needs to try and pass the traffic at a really good level here. There is the Milner Racing car in the background, but it just doesn't look too threatening enough to be able to say, right, let's it seems to be too threatening enough to kind of say, yeah, let's go for this and let's go and attack on that number 12 and try and go for the win. I think they're going to have to maybe wait for tomorrow. And of course, we know that Milner are shrinking. That number 46 has won multiple races with both Jack Wright, George Wright, and Johnny Milner at the being the squishy bit between the wheel and the seat.
Notice last time through as well, Mellors Elliott Motorsport with Ollie Mellors behind the wheel managed to pick the pocket of Ben Smith in Cash Straps Racing, so that's a change for 8th and 9th respectively. We also had Ian Mitchell, who's been lapping quicker than effectively everybody in this final hour of the race. He's managed to work his way through and past Phil Truman, so that's 6th and 7th respectively. GM Performance ahead of Kahuna's race team. Mellors Elliott Motorsport ahead of Cash Straps Racing. That's 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th, all changing on that lap prior. So Jack Kemp in the lead of this race. He should be coming through in just a couple of moments' time to go on to what will be lap number 64 of this race. I heard a bit of tyre squeal heading through potentially the final corner. Normally it's at Agostini you hear it, or heading through Oggy, so I'd imagine that was at the final corner. We just heard that on the wind. But Jack Kemp towards the line now. Will we see an improved lap time? Through he goes with a 2 minute 41.718. That's a slightly slower lap from Jack Kemp that time. What can George Wright do by way of a response? Over the line he will go. A 2 minute 39.982. All of a sudden the gap comes down by the best part of almost 2 seconds. 7.290 of a second dangerously close to too little too late, but with 9 minutes remaining, we're lapping almost at 3 minutes. I don't think it's going to happen. I reckon there'll still be a couple of seconds between them come the end of the race, unless Jack Kemp reaches traffic and George Wright doesn't quite get there. All of a sudden we could see George Wright. It will either be on the final lap or not at all, I think, between these two, getting nose to tail. But at the end of 3 hours, to have the lead this close, absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, absolutely, and we've definitely had some tighter lead gaps, but this is still just kind of elevating the potential that all these championships we've had today. But with EnduroKA, it's another one of those amazing championships. It kind of falls under the radar. You see those little KAs and think, oh, they're not fast, but in all honesty, they are very much a very challenging car to drive. It's established. It's very, very easy to be able to flip it and roll it. It's very easy to run out of fuel, and it does challenge you. Yes, it's a little KA, but it does challenge you as a racing driver. It does kind of build you, and it's kind of like what I like to think of the kind of the karting of car racing. It kind of builds you in a sense to learn how to drive a race car. Yes,
you do drive it like a go-kart as well. You do steer with the rear, scrub off the speed with the rear, brake as little as possible, try and carry as much momentum as possible. Don't be too aggressive on the front end unless it's wet, and then you can sort of throw it around maybe a little bit more, but don't do it too much because you'll end up pointing the wrong way. There is quite a lot you've got to think about in these KAs because you've got no electronic aids at all. I think maybe a bit of ABS, but that still doesn't stop the rears from locking. When it's in the air, it will just scrub across the surface of the circuit. So you do find that it is quite a challenging job to drive one of these KAs quickly. Driving one of these KAs, I think, around at a steady pace, I think would be comfortable, but more doing it quickly and competitively, that's when it becomes quite busy. And at the moment, quick and competitive, Ollie Mellors and Ben Smith continue to fight away. We've previously seen Ollie Mellors and Ben Smith in 8th and 9th. They've since swapped around. It's now Ben Smith and Ollie Mellors in 8th and 9th, so they continue to swap around in the very final 6.5 minutes of this race. Out of the final corner comes Jack Campen towards the line. Over the line he will go, and he will set a 2 minutes 40.151. Again, a slightly slower lap from him. He's caught behind a bit of traffic, then goes through George Wright, and 2.9930, 6 seconds separates them. We need time enough for 4 laps, for 3 laps. I think we just might squeeze that out, and if he laps at 2 seconds, if he goes 2 seconds a lap quicker, it might happen. But I don't think George Wright is going to be. It's going to be so close. If it does happen, like I said earlier, they will catch each other on the final lap. Go on.
Oh my goodness me! Just having a look on the screen whilst Jack was looking at the timing screens, just seeing Jack Kemp having a rear lockup. That was all sorts of fair and square. We've got a big old tussle here. Bearing in mind, look at this, a very close stage of 3 wide going in towards Richards. And my goodness me, I think one of the cars are being absolutely left behind in towards Richards, and they're still having a big old ding dong. This is absolutely great. And this is the kind of way KA race. But yeah, going back to that moment with Kemp, you just see Kemp having a rear lockup, smoke coming from the back of the wheels, and then you see George Wright on 3 wheels going into the right-hand hairpin. Absolutely amazing stuff. It just kind of shows you that Kemp is having his struggles in the car, but he's still managing to keep on the track, while George Wright is absolutely pounding around, trying to use absolutely every single piece of road surface and every single thing he's got in that KA to latch onto the back of Jack Kemp and put him under pressure.
Yeah, George Wright arriving on 3 wheels isn't really a strange sight. So somebody with that much experience, he knows exactly what he's doing in that car, and he'll have a big old smile on his face, absolutely, whilst doing it. Adam Bonham will go through in a few moments' time. There he goes, and he's currently sat there in 3rd place, 1 minute and 45 behind Jack Kemp. That shows the outright pace of Pro-Am Racing and Milnair. May we remind you, Milnair Racing started in the pit lane and were, I think, 3rd from last, because they were the second car of 4 leaving the pit lane. So we should see in just a couple of moments' time the leaders coming through the final corner. Paul Pierce and 11 Tenths Racing has managed to pick the pocket of Clive Taylor, so that's 13th and 14th swapping around, so 11 Tenths go up a place. Semprini Racing and Jeremy Evans have managed to work their way past the number 64 Autotech car. That will be Matt Adams behind the wheel, so Semprini Racing now up into 16th place. We'll keep an eye on what Jack Kemp can do in the lead of this race. He's just working his way through the final corner and on towards the centre straight once again. Towards the timing beam he will come. When he breaks the beam, we'll be able to get an idea on how quick this lap will be. If it's still in the 41s, it will be far from ideal. Absolutely not. What a brilliant response. A 2-minute 39.700 from Jack Kemp. George Wright goes through now and posts a 1-minute 40.059, so he's extended the margin from 6 seconds up to 6.4 seconds. Absolutely what the team needed. I think he's just about done enough now. He needs to keep it in between those white lines, but Jack Kemp, what a brilliant response.
Yeah, really brilliant. In all honesty, he's really just kept the car, kept his composure, and done what he could. I definitely think he needs to have a big old round of applause. Come on, chat, says Basic Ollie. He's already in chat. 2 laps to go, he reckons. It does seem to be that it's going to be 2 laps to go, and a really big promise here for the program. This will be, of course, Ollie Furnell's first win in the EnduroKA series, so he'll be very happy with that. He's gone through all the emotions, gone through with a podium as well, so he's just having to wait those extra couple of minutes. He's under a bit of a technical backmarker, but they really shouldn't get into any form of attack there is George Wright. Despite him finishing second, you've really got to give credit to the Milner Racing team. Coming from pit lane to second is still an absolutely brilliant response. But the main thing they need to do is to try and bring it home. I think for both of them, it's just the main thing is bringing it home. And with George Wright, he knows how to bring a car home, despite him looking like he's pushing for all hell. I think he kind of has it all under control. And you really, again, you got to give credit to these guys trying to fiddle their way through a pack of KA cars, through back markers, and almost going for the win. That's real praise.
Yeah, absolutely. I bet that's an interview you're looking forward to as well with the Pro-Am Racing guys. They, a good group of lads, and it'll be nice to hear the emotion from them as well, because you might think, oh, well, they get to do it again tomorrow and they've podiumed before. Yes, but the emotion of winning, you can't replicate that no matter what you do. And having had the privilege, albeit it was a rarity, to be winning races in karts. It was you do get quite choked up on the way back in, and especially when it's a championship as well. I can only speak for that twice, but you sat there going in, you think, I'm not an emotional person, but yeah, you do sort of think, wow, that's a full year of hard work that pays off, and they will be thinking that as well, especially in Ollie's debut year. It will be an emotional feat for him, especially with the support that he's got at home as well. So it'll be nice to see what Ollie's response is to this, and hoping to join him out on circuit potentially next year as well. That's the plan, at least. So Ollie Furnell over the line. He will go on to his final, or Jack Kemp, pardon me. Ollie Furnell obviously watching along, but Jack Kemp over the line for the final time come the end of this 3 miles. George Wright giving chase. He lapped quicker last time, but only 9/10 quicker. 5.5 seconds separates Jack Kemp from George Wright. So George Wright, he gave it absolutely everything. We could see he was closing, just didn't quite have enough. Adam Bonham has driven a sterling race and has got himself up into 3rd, and Catastrophe Racing are doing a brilliant job of holding that there. GM Performance, I think, what could have been, because they were lapping tremendously quickly. Same with 11/10 Racing and Paul Pierce. So I've got a feeling tomorrow this race will look very, very different. The complexion will completely change.
Absolutely, it really will do. I think, as you said, Adam Bonham's doing a brilliant race, but also you've got to give credit here to Josh Benson. Of course, hadn't driven in a while. Of course, last time he driven in the Formula 4 back in the mid-2000s, which is unbelievable to really kind of think about. But now all they've got to do is bring it home. And in Josh's pretty much first race back and joining with Mr. Ollie Furnell, all you got to do really is just try and just hold on. I'm sure they'll be looking at the screen with bated breath before they actually are able to cross that timing line. But I think 11/10 racing with Gianluca Elliott and the rest of the crew, I think they will be looking for a little bit more come that second race we have tomorrow. And I'm sure a lot of the guys in chat, you've definitely got to share this around and keep an eye on our race tomorrow, which is going to be a real cookie for you. It's going to be a real tasteful one. Of course, GM Motorsport have really put in a brilliant performance, but it's just not meant to be. But they're still such a strong team, that 81 crew. You can see by some of the times, some of the results they put in the previous
in the previous days have been absolutely nothing short of tremendous. And they've really been one of the top guys, but I'm sure they'll be bouncing back, and sometimes you will have those days where you just find yourselves in a really difficult situation, and sometimes you find yourselves on the top step of the podium. But you can see there on your screen, there goes Ben Gatton. There is Pro-Am Racing, and for the first time that Pro-Am Racing car is going to come across the line. It's only got a couple more meters to go. Pro-Am Racing win race 1 here at Snetterton. The cheers are on the pit wall, and they take the flag, and what a finish to this race. George Wright comes home only 2.6 seconds behind. He in fact put 9/10 on Jack Kemp in that last one, up 26 as well. And here comes Adam Bonham, who's trying to
2.9 tenths on that last lap.
That was absolutely immense stuff there from George Wright. But then you got Adam Bonham as well, and to round off the podium. But what a brilliant day of racing.
Yeah, 2.9 seconds on that final lap, reeled in by George Wright. Towards the line in a few moments' time, we've got a fabulously close battle. That's between the number 55 Cash Strap racing car. This will be the fight for the final couple of spots inside the top 10. Towards the line they will come, and it will be they will swap around. Ben Smith does manage to take 8th place ahead of Ollie Mellors over the line to finish in 9th place, and it will be AFK Racing's Nick Berg that's come towards the line to round out your top 10. So Jack Kemp and the rest of the Pro-Am Racing team over the line to take their first win of the season. Milnair Racing, George Wright took the flag to finish in 2nd place. They've been on the podium every single race this year to date. It will be Adam Bonham towards the line. He's just picking his way through Coram now, and he will take the checkered flag to finish in 3rd place. Not too far behind them, however, is Nathan Brown. Just he needed about an extra sort of 15-20 minutes, and he might have been on for a spot in the podium. But it didn't work out for the Shine Automotive team. They have had a fairly faultless race. It's been fabulous to watch. But over the line now comes Adam Bonham. He will take 2nd place for the Catastrophe car, and then it will be Nathan Brown over the line to finish in 4th place. And then just behind them, coming on towards the start-finish straight now, is the 151 machine. That is Cataclysm. Mark Home behind the wheel. They will round out your top 5. It will then be Ian Mitchell for GM Performance across the line in 6th place. Kahuna's race team over the line in 7th. Cash Straps Racing in 8th. Mellors Elliott Motorsport in 9th, and AFK Racing round out your top 10. It will then be Calamity Motorsport in 11th, ahead of Commotion Racing in 12th place. 11/10 Racing finished in 13th, ahead of Burton Power, Tommy Valentine taking that car to the flag, and then it will be Cadoodle Doo and Clive Taylor that finish in 15th place. Samprini Racing and Jeremy Evans, great to see that car running to the end, to finish in 16th place. Autotech Motorsport and Matt Adams in 17th place. Then it is Orca Sport in 18th, LDR Performance Tuning and David Bywater in 19th, and Cadoodle Doo Racing with Lee Taylor over the line to finish in 20th place. Essex and Kent Motorsports with Nathan Kent over the line in 21st, NJM Racing and Paul Simmons in 22nd, Graves Motorsport in 23rd, North Motorsports with Sam North finishing in what is 24th place, and Glorica did manage to get that car to the end despite causing a brief yellow flag interruption on that back straight. Unfortunately, we lost No Nonsense Racing and Jeremy Irvine in the middle section of the race. They were classified in 26th place. Wingat Racing in Leon Bidgeway, they managed to fix the car and get out and finish in 27th place, albeit a couple of laps away from picking up another place. And unfortunately we did lose Jeremy Hart and Samprini Racing, and unfortunately we lost Porsche Carrera Motorsport as well. You can see the confirmed results up on the screen for you now. The course car is just getting ready to take to the circuit to make sure the circuit is safe, and the top 3 coming down the pit lane celebrating with the team waving out of the window is Jack Kemp. So Jack Kemp will work his way in towards Park Ferme. George Wright just sat behind, and I can see we have Adam down there, and Adam, that is an interview I am jealous of, well and truly. They are going to be, those top 3 are going to be absolutely over the moon, especially Pro-Am Racing. I can see a few Pro-Am team members coming towards you. If you've got Ollie down there in a few moments' time, absolutely grab a word with him. It would be great to hear that emotion.
Absolutely, I'm down here. Jack Kemp is just hopping out the car now. I'm seeing a couple of the one of the Pro-Am Racing guys hopping along, and big hugs there from Kemp and sorry, George Wright, my apologies, but yeah, this is going to be a real emotional one for the entire Pro-Am racing team. They've worked so hard, they've missed out on a couple of moments. Of course, their thumbs up from Jack Kemp and George Wright saying, I could have had you.
Here we are again.
We are here again, George.
Still smiling.
He's still smiling despite that P2, but he's had an absolute worldie of a day. How's it been out there?
Oh, it was warm, but it was. I had something to go for. The lads say we were catching them about 2 seconds a lap, but there's quite a lot to do. I really thought we didn't have time. I didn't think we'd got that close. We were banking on them doing a no fuel stop and actually getting a bit of fuel surge or running out, and it didn't happen. They did it perfectly, and all I could get within a few seconds. But yeah, we've done well. We started from the pits, P2. We can't ask for more than that.
You were absolutely on the charge on those last couple of laps. Kind of describe it for us as well, because of course you had something to chase, and there's potentially traffic in there. Kind of just sum us up for that.
Yeah, I felt like I was reeling them in a bit, and every time I got a bit closer, there was a back marker there. Of course, it's their race as well as yours, so you don't disrespect them. You've got to give them room. You know, don't spoil the race. So it takes a bit of time out your lap. You get round and you go, right, that's where I was 2 laps ago. Let's start again. But it was great. We were slowly getting there. I really enjoyed that. It was warm, sun was coming down as well, extra challenge, but it's racing, isn't it? It's what makes us smile.
It really is. And do you have high hopes for race 2? Like, sure, you've got some great pace in that, and of course this car looks like an absolute race winner.
Well, all I can say is started from the pits, P2. Tomorrow we'll be starting front row of the grid on P2 with the same pace in the same car without the penalty. Enough said.
Absolutely, I really think that there's some great potential in there. Go and celebrate with your team, George. I think there's still a lot to really take into consideration. There is Jack Kemp, just to my left there. He's absolutely beaming. Jack, what an absolute finish you've had! An absolute run to the end. What was that like for you? Just being chased down by a top team in the series.
Yeah, it was tough. We were under a lot of pressure from them for a long time. They've been fast all day. The 2 guys in our team put in some great first sessions, and a quick last pit stop I think just gave us enough of an edge there, but yeah, he was closing down quickly. I could start to see him in the rear view mirror a bit too close in those last few laps.
Well, there's some mistakes starting to creep in the last few moments. You start to feel some mistakes starting to creep in.
Yeah, definitely starting to overdrive a little bit. I think I was conscious of them coming up behind me, a couple of back markers to get by. Yeah, just needed to calm down a little bit. So yeah, lesson for next time.
As I said, you're going to try and fix that up for the future rounds?
For sure. Yeah, it's definitely something to work on. So hopefully we'll get it better for tomorrow. We're going to need to, I think, because they're going to be fast again.
Absolutely. Go and celebrate with the team, because that is a superb victory, and I think we're going to try and find Adam Bonham. So we're going to try and maybe find this car. A lot of the team now starting to arrive. There is Jack Benson. There is Benson. There is Ole Fernell as well, just arriving on the scene. Just having a stroll down, just seeing if we can potentially find our 3rd place drivers. Not quite seeing them just yet. There is Nathan Kent in the the Essex and Kent motorsport car. That is the car there, but we don't have a driver, so we may have to cast this back up to Jack, so we can see if we can find Mr. Adam Bonham.
I think I can spot him. Is he up against the fence on your right, potentially, chatting to the team? It looks suspiciously like Adam, but I can't see too much past the roof of the race control building, so you might just need to go around and ask a few. But that pretty much rounds out today's action. If you do find him, please do jump in, Adam. But that was a fabulous day and a fabulous timetable put together by the MSVR. And Snetterton, of course, as well. We kicked off today with open practice and then Miata Trophy. We also had a race from the MSVT Trackday Championship, 2 from the Miata Trophy, and of course that's the first 3 hours of the EnduroKA races here at Snetterton. Tomorrow morning we kick off bright and early, 9 o'clock for Clio Cup GB qualifying. We then get qualifying for from the MSVT Trackday Trophy, a 30-minute practice session for the EnduroKA series. And we go racing once again. Mark this down in your calendars. We go racing again at 10:45. That's what we've got scheduled in for Clio Cup GB before we break for lunch. And then it's a full afternoon of racing. That kicks off at around about 5 to 12 for the MSVT Trackday Trophy. 45-minute race from them. A pit stop race as well. So please do watch and tune in for that one. Clio Cup GB, they return to the circuit for their second of 2 races at around about 5 to 1. And then we get EnduroKA action back underway at 1:30 tomorrow afternoon. So there's plenty to think about, plenty to look at as well. If you are considering coming tomorrow, it would be great to have you along. Thank you everybody that at least watched along in the YouTube channel, there in the YouTube chats. Thank you everyone that came here today. If you are going home today, we wish you a very safe journey home. I'm guessing Adam Bonham has gone walkies, so I don't think we'll hear from Adam, but from us all here at Snetterton, from the circuit staff and the marshals, thank you so much for everything you have done throughout today. And of course Adam Reed, that's been a brilliant help down in the pit lane and the Parc Fermé area, and of course up here in the commentary box, and myself, Jack Werrell. We'll see you all tomorrow bright and early. We should be going live at around about 10:45. We'll see you then. Bye bye.